I wasn't sure which cameras were gonna. God, it's so ridiculous. It's so you look red now.
Wait,
previously you were like when we did this previously, you had like this kind of pale flickering look about you. But right now you look red. Here, hold on. I've done this before.
What are you talking about? Like, you were saying I was pale a second ago. Did you correction?
Here, I'm gonna come over and give you a little smooch so people can see.
Okay, compare.
That it is in fact the camera.
This is just what complexion looks like via this one camera. Listen, if people think that I'm like a ghost fading away, that's fine. They can think whatever they want.
I've also got, I didn't set it up for this screen because we won't be here for super long. But when we are actually in the game, Aiden's also here.
Hello.
But just for a second, I thought I'd just do this where our faces are bigger. I was gonna set it up with all three of our faces bigger, but I just didn't quite have
That's
time.
Fine.
It's totally fine. Don't worry about it, you know?
It's totally fine.
Oh boy. We were talking about smut just a minute ago.
We were, it's true. We were talking about all sorts of things.
That's my
We were
influence.
talking about a lot of stuff. Hey, listen, I don't want you to make it sound like I'm a prude. Okay?
I'm just the one on a trash kick at the moment.
You are on a bit of a trash kick.
How
at the
many?
moment.
How many? You said so. You were telling me about
Wrong
the
button.
short story
Oops.
you were reading.
It's fine.
That was just 2 sex scenes, but it encompasses what, like 50 pages?
70, just shy of 70.
Just the whole thing, or just the sex scenes?
Oh no, the whole thing was just.
So
shy
it
of
was,
70.
but it so it was like.
So it was 50 pages of sex. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's literature.
That's literature, baby.
That's real. That's real literature. But no, Aiden has been both on I would say that you read plenty of real books. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
I would say you've read more real books than I have. No,
I don't know.
I don't know. I
don't know how much you read, I guess.
I used to read a lot more than I do now. I'm trying to get back into it, but like I kind of stopped reading in college, and I only recently tried reading, like started spending time with books again.
I think that's part of the appeal of trash, is like, it doesn't feel like a commitment. Like, if you're committing to a book, you feel like you have to give a book attention.
But it's like, let me put it this way. I think that when we did Midnight in Paris, when we watched that a while ago, I think you got at least as many or more of like the like the author jokes and stuff that I did.
Meanwhile, I was sitting there watching the movie. It's like,
Yeah, I went back and watched it with Spencer too, and he was like, I was explaining stuff to him, and he was like, "Oh, that is a good joke. Now that you've explained it," and I'm like.
I get it now.
Yep.
But like,
I don't know that that's like because I've necessarily read their stuff. I'm just like aware of the context necessary to get the joke.
Like I've read F. Scott Fitzgerald. I have not actually. I've read plenty of excerpts of, and I've read plenty of quotes from, interviews with. I haven't read any books of Hemingway, but you read just a little bit of his stuff, and you get enough to understand. There's sort of a flow to the way that he does things.
I think I've started a Hemingway book, but I don't know that I finished it.
Where got my water? Is it hiding behind my laptop?
It's behind the laptop.
Hiding behind the laptop.
And then
Be careful not to spill that on the laptop.
I started.
Very funny.
I read some Steinbeck.
It would in fact not be funny.
And I feel like there's one other one in there that I got a reference to that I remember explaining, but I don't remember what it was. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fine. I recently rewatched that movie, so it was kind of top of mind.
It wasn't a book. It was the artist stuff. The stuff with like
Picasso.
Uh-huh.
Among other people.
Yeah.
It will forever be there in our brains, won't it? You said
What?
among, and it's like, it's never gonna leave.
Wasn't in mine.
It wasn't in mine either.
It was in mine. It was in mine. It happened, and now it's in yours.
You're
That's
more.
the same phenomena.
Phenomenal.
It's just sometimes it triggers.
I think you're more poisoned by that stuff than I am.
I
by like a
absolutely
decent
am.
margin.
As the brain rot, as the kids say.
I think you got that a lot worse than I do.
I don't know. Time is a circle because my dear friend Price was talking about it. How he was the kitchen at the restaurant he works at was playing Caramel Dancing the other day.
Oh,
So the Swedish version too. So
Good,
The
good.
OG original.
blast from the past.
That's
there.
good.
It's good
I like
stuff.
hearing that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna make a minor adjustment to camera. Aiden, why don't you explain a little bit about like you're not just because so you've been on a trashy romance kick recently.
I have. Just about that.
Yeah, just a little bit, and then also maybe explain your art reading.
So, so, and I think that's influenced the volume of trash that I am currently reading. Is that I found out about the concept of ARC reading like around New Year's, because everyone was posting like their new book journals for tracking what they read for the year, and then at the back of it they would leave like several pages for like ARCs that they were getting. For those not aware, an ARC is an advanced reader.
An advanced reader copy.
An advanced reader copy. So
You're treating your role as an advanced reader with more respect than some members of the Academy Awards treat their roles. We'll loop back to that in a minute.
So you read this free copy of the book that you're given, and in my experience, most of them have been like 80 to 90% edited. So like there's probably still some typos, and there may, in like extreme cases, be like minor plot things that change between the version of the book that you get and the version that is like available for sale. And then you read it before release day with the expectation that on release day you will have a review for it to help the book like take off, so that when people go to buy the book,
there is a review for them to read. Yes.
So the first one that I signed up for, I like got the letter of like, you've got it, you're in, you'll get the book, in a couple weeks. And I thought that like that was more typical. And I also didn't realize that most of the ones you sign up for, you get into. So I was like, oh, I want to do this more. Like, this was a fun experience. And that first one that I got was good. Like, was it still I don't want to say trashy romance, because that one wasn't really trashy. Like, it was quality romance, but it was like a sports romance, which is not a genre that I like had a lot of interest or like knowledge about. Like I've never been a sports girly. So the sports romance was kind of out of left field for me to use a sports metaphor.
I feel like that probably is gaining huge popularity because of Tay-Sway.
Because of what?
Tay-Sway.
Oh! I did not realize that was what we were calling her now.
Everybody,
that's what I heard her called like
Tay-Sway?
6 years ago. Tay-Sway.
Tay-Sway and Tay-Tay.
You've never heard Tay-Sway?
Both of them. Tay-Sway, Tay-Tay.
I've heard Tay-Tay, and I've heard like just T-Swift or T-Swizzle, but I've never heard Tay-Sway.
I'm not even... Man,
Listen, as many things that sound like Taylor
lingo.
Swift as we can figure out is as many names as we need for such an iconic woman whose songs I've listened to. Two of them.
Two of them.
We've had this conversation before, and it's like left my brain. Now I can't name any of her songs.
Oh.
Not one.
We won't do that again. That was... Was that for a recording, or was that just?
I don't know. I think we just have a separate
different.
conversation, because I remember once when you were over here, it was just Joshua and I, and it was the thing of like, 'cause he was in a position where like eating in a cafeteria that like every Thursday or whatever was exclusively Taylor Swift music, so he's heard plenty of it. But I was like, I realized like I don't know that I was like, I don't know that I could name any of her songs, and what we got to was like I could name Bad Blood, and that was it. And then eventually you reminded me that Teardrops on My Guitars was early Taylor Swift, and that was all I had in the tank basically.
Okay.
I said the specific joke was is I'm the Problem the name of a song, and you're like, no, that's not the name of that song.
Not the name of the song.
It's like, well, that's the only line from the song that I know, so that's all I got. That's all I got in the tank.
Yep. My coworkers, my current coworkers, are self-labeled Swifties.
Yeah, we've talked about this a bit in the FF7 playthrough.
So
I've talked about
have
this
been
is
exposed and can name a few more.
there are still 2 episodes remaining where this is going to happen in FF7, but there's a specific tunnel in FF7 that every time we entered into it,
yes,
there was Taylor Swift conversation.
That's hilarious.
For whatever reason, all 3 times that we went into this tunnel, just so happened that at some point while we were down there, Taylor Swift came up.
Interesting.
I don't know how that happened, but it did.
I don't know.
It's just magic like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. More of that'll come out sometime. I don't know. I've got a lot of stuff going on. I wouldn't call it a new setup, Roosevelt 770, because I made this in about 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes, more like 20 minutes. And you'll never see it again. You'll never see it again.
It's the live service setup. You experience it right now, and when it's gone forever.
Exactly.
Screw you.
No, that's actually a good way of putting it, Joey. You're right. But I am, as mentioned previously on several streams and videos and whatnot, I have moved away from where I am right now. I am back here briefly because I was back in the area for work, so we're slipping one of these in while we have the opportunity. I do not know when I will be back. Probably not for the next 2 to 3 months minimum. So this is, you get one. You get one, and that's it. That's all you get.
This stream is kind of an apology to me several years ago.
Oh?
I was explaining the curse of when a Monster Hunter game comes out, I'm super hype, and then I have obligations. And when World dropped, like, you were like, hey, you gotta come over and do some stuff. And I was like, well, I gotta play World. And you're like, well, you gotta come over here and like record some stuff real quick. What
did I steal you away from for World?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was too long ago, but that was World.
When did World come out? Did it release like at the same time as KH3? That's the only thing I
No,
could think
it
of where I
wasn't.
would have been inflexible on a date.
No, it was at this was when you were living at a different house.
Monster Hunter World release date.
I don't remember what it was. I just remember that, and that was like the beginning of the curse.
January of 2018.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
Well, yeah, when you said another house, it would have had to have been then. I don't know. I mean, the back half of 2018, we were like scrambling to squeeze in Birth by Sleep. Gosh, would that have been... That might have been the last Kingdom Hearts 2 session. And that might have been because you were in town then and only then.
Probably because 2018 would have been with.
It might have been.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think that might be it.
That might be on me. That might not be a Jacob problem.
Maybe. I don't know.
Because I remember it was early in a year, and then I didn't see you for 2 years, wrapping up KH2. And I mean, that was like, we finished Birth by Sleep and Dream Drop Distance kind of like across the subsequent. Like, we squeezed everything into that last, like, year before KH3 came out. I think that's what that was.
It might have been. I don't know. I don't remember. I just
Or,
remember.
hold on. There's one other thing it could be.
Okay. He's doing furious typing, Googling. He's locked in. His eyes are locked on the device.
No, okay. The only other thing I could think of where I would have, like, Joey, get over here was Deltarune Chapter 1. But that was October of 2018.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was not that. All right, well... Then I'm gonna guess KH2, but I don't remember what day we shot that, and I don't have the files on any of the hard drives that I have immediately accessible, so I'm not looking that up right now.
Doesn't matter.
I'm
It
not
was just one of
solving
those
that.
things where I was just like, the whole time I was there, I was like, I could be home and I could be playing Monster Hunter. And this was one of those, it was like, you were texting me when you were like, hey, I'm going to be back in town at this time. And I was like, oh, crazy. You're going to be back in town when Wilds drops. Awesome.
But I'm fine with
Great.
this. This is an
My
acceptable outcome.
my dear friend who is visiting, I have to prioritize because that's the smart thing, and I gotta enjoy my friends.
Joey, are we allowed to see your, just really quickly, I thought, oh, that's really close on your face. Are we allowed to really quickly see like the dash of your PS5? Or we're not gonna like dox anybody's like real names on accident, are we?
think so.
I'm gonna hide the game just in case, just game feed just to check. I just thought, can we see like what else you've got on your roster
what's on
right now?
the list right now?
Yeah. All right, yeah. Well, let's just not scroll so we don't risk, because this screen's safe. We got
Yes.
Borderlands Game of the Year edition.
Which started very recently.
Okay, all
Again, friend was just like, hey, let's play that. And I was like, cool, I like the first one. And it's been so refreshing that people are not talking your ear off 24/7 in that game.
Marvel Rivals, Hollow Knight. Is that Void Heart edition? Is that the name?
That's just the version that's
Sure,
out.
sure.
I beat it, asterisk. I beat it and got the bad ending. So I've got to
see.
actually play through now.
Elden Ring, RE5, your first Resident Evil
My first
game.
Resident Evil game.
Babby's
I've
first
ever
Resident
played.
Evil.
That was Resident Evil 5.
That was
really-
Aiden's first Resident Evil too.
I think so, yeah.
It was really funny because it's actually even deeper because it was the first one I ever played years ago as well, where Price and I downloaded the demo for it because it was co-op and we sucked. We were awful, and I was like, I'm never touching this again.
And then Vanquish
Now
and
it'd be-
Fortnite, Persona 4 Arena, Ultimax, and Helldivers 2.
So I haven't actually booted up Vanquish. I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, I need to put it on my wish list, and it was like 80% off. I was like, okay, well, I've got Vanquish now.
Alrighty.
Nice.
Well, let's go ahead and just before this go, we can talk about trashy romance novels and other things while we're playing Monster Hunter. But
Just
yeah, let's
bahoot it up.
yeah.
We're gonna make a new character, and there is. So in my previous, I always bounce between making a girl or making a guy, just
Okay.
because I don't have a real preference for these
One
games.
second, I'm just checking something real quick.
And my last one was John Monhun, and I was so happy with it, and I was like, but I want to do a girl this time. So now it's the French pronunciation, Jean Monhun. But we're not doing that. We are firing it up. Settings, yeah. Begin anew.
Ninja Bunny says, as first Resident Evil, it's so bad, and yet truly the perfect encapsulation of the series. I was wondering, because I saw Ninja Bunny was in the chat, I was very curious what Ninja Bunny's RE5 take would be.
That game was so funny because I modded my M9 pistol to have 100 bullets in a magazine.
Just like Elena's in Uncharted.
Mm-hmm. That
So,
RE5
Aiden, you've
was a
seen,
funny
you're
game.
familiar with the Monster Hunter lore. You've seen the Monster Hunter movie with Mila Jovovich, right?
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Then it's fine.
I know a little bit about Monster Hunter, but not about like this one in particular. I just know a little bit about.
I actually don't know anything about like the world building or story of Monster Hunter. I only know
very
gameplay.
little.
It barely matters
Yes.
because basically every game comes out and it's like, we're in a new region. There's some familiar
New
faces
stuff.
and there's some new ones, so it really doesn't matter. They've only since they've always had like the narrative, but World was the first one where they were like, we're gonna actually put like cutscenes in and try stuff for the most part. I'm not being fair. They had some of that in 4, but
Well, it was more intense.
yeah,
more heavy.
It's like you didn't have like an opening cutscene like this. You had like the sit on the title and have the opening cinematic to get you in the mood for the game.
And then when the game starts, you're playing it.
Not that these are like narrative masterpieces or anything. It's just something they focus on a little bit more. They're like, let's have some stuff.
I've heard some people complaining that it takes longer to get to the real game in this game than some people would like because
Yeah.
of the campaign structure.
And hey, we're gonna see with this because basically what I'm doing is I'm just going to like let the very beginning of this rock, but then like once gameplay initiates, it's like we're just gonna be skipping everything after that
All right, that's fine.
because whatever. It's just
That was less safe. That was less safe where he just put that
Oh,
kid.
and the glove fell off.
well,
Oh,
but
no.
there's a big monster on the other side.
I would still say it's less safe because there was a big hole to fall into.
Yeah, but.
Oh, it was not a
But the
deep
big hole
hole.
might not have a big monster in it. It probably will because the world of Monster Hunter
It
is
has
still-
monsters everywhere.
You know, there's an old Demolition D video about like, hey man, what are you playing?
It literally just said that this zone has been cut off from civilization for
1,000
thousands of
years, I
years,
know.
so that we don't have to worry about any explanations of anything.
Exactly. But I actually had that experience of that video years ago where I was playing because back in the day, well, not back in the day, but a little bit after the back in the day, Monster Hunter was locked to the hell that was handheld.
Yes, it was.
Nintendo.
Yes, it was.
So I was playing Monster Hunter on my DS, and my cousin was like, "Hey man, what you playing?" I was like, "I'm playing Monster Hunter." He's like, "Oh, what's that?" I was like, "You hunt monsters.
What do you want from me?
What do you want from me?" It's a game called Monster Hunter, and you hunt monsters.
Other anomalies?
I'm gonna make a few minor adjustments to the cameras, I think, still since I slapped this together pretty quickly. But I'll we can keep watching this cutscene and keep talking about stuff while I'm doing it.
Roosevelt says they are all the same story, really.
Is that
yeah,
the
you're right.
child?
Yeah, it's a child.
in the desert?
Yeah, he's fine.
Weren't we just in the ice?
No, he
that
was in a
hole
ca-
was much deeper than you thought it was.
He was in a cave or something. I don't know. It's not exactly clear. A child. Roosevelt says all the stories are the same. Yeah. Here's the basic story of every Monster Hunter game. All right, Hunter, you're a part of this village now. There's something going on. Oh my gosh, it's this monster. This flagship monster is causing all the problems. You've got to build up till you hunt it. Okay, you hunted the flagship monster. Turns out there was actually a bigger monster, and you've got to beat it, and then you beat it, and everybody goes, yay, woo! Because it was hurting the environment.
And then you fight more monsters.
Then you fight more monsters.
forever until you get bored with the game.
It's one of those things where I would not say the narrative of these games is interesting. What is like the ecology and the like
Sure.
world building is what's
It's
interesting.
just like Dune.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a little bit unfair to Dune's writing, maybe, but like it is ridiculous how much of the word count of Dune, not even word count necessarily, but just like when you're most engaged. Like I've only read the first book, but like flipping to the back of it and reading essentially a short story about a guy trying to figure out how to develop plant life on the planet, and you're like, this is just as interesting as anything else in the book, which is maybe both like a thumbs up and a thumbs down on recommending Dune.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, it depends on. Does that sound cool to you? Then great.
This is a freak Dune lineup because you've seen the new movies, you've seen the David Lynch movie,
I sure
I've
did.
seen
and I've read the
one.
book. Oh,
That's
what?
great.
Is there more than one out?
There's part 2.
Yeah, I've not
There's two
seen
pa-
that.
Okay, all right.
I've only seen the first one.
Okay. I just think it's very... Because, Joey, have you seen the new Denis Villeneuve directed Dune films?
No, I've
Okay.
seen the David Lynch.
Yeah,
Dune,
so
and that's it.
David Lynch, part 1, original novel. That's
Oh
and
my
that's
gosh,
the spread in
that
this
Here we
room.
are. Here you go.
Look
Make
at
a
that cat.
make a character.
Oh, the privilege.
It's Some would say privilege, others would say obligation.
Aiden, you've been reading all these smutty books recently, so you should be in you should be
select
able to
Hunter
lock
and
in
then
on
just make them.
make a
him or
character
her.
who I can make into the thumbnail for this retroactively
Oh.
for this whole thing.
You select Hunter and then it goes to customize.
Okay.
So you got presets and then you can go into detailed from there.
Oh, go back up.
It's fine. There's no wrong answers here.
No wrong answer. Yeah, don't worry about you're not worrying about stats or anything like that.
No, this is all just
Make a
visuals.
pretty boy or a pretty girl. Which one do you want to go with? Pretty boy,
Jeez.
pretty girl,
Or
or
freak,
you know
who knows?
a rough man or a rough girl.
I
You
saw
can
a
do
guy
both.
make.
It doesn't have to be pretty.
I saw a guy make like a human version of broccoli.
I saw a locked in Kiryu from
Yes,
from,
I saw that
from
too.
Like a Dragon.
It's a really good character customizer, but
Mm-hmm.
I always I don't usually spend a ton of time with these things. I'll usually my go-to is unless I have a clear vision, it's pick a preset, edit a few things, and
That was kind of
call it
going to
an
be
OC.
mine, honestly.
Well, you can go as crazy as you want if you
You can
want.
go as
here.
crazy or as mild. You can even just pick a preset.
I
Doesn't
don't wanna
matter.
just pick a preset. That's not fun.
That's not
enough.
kosher.
You can do whatever you
I
want to
think
do
we're
here.
gonna go
Aiden.
with that, and then this is how
Yeah,
to
yeah.
get more detailed.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, all right.
It's got to get close for you to see the details.
Yeah, no
as
kidding.
you go down, it'll pick different parts of it'll zoom in on different things.
Okay.
Continuing the tradition of interesting Ninja Bunny takes,
Uh-huh.
I've got to bring this up.
Okay.
First Monster Hunter was on PSP, and I was shocked by how straightforward it is. Truly a game where you just hunt monsters. Yes and no. They are extremely straightforward. The problem is the earlier games were horrendous
Yes.
about tutorializing you.
Well, also the old the original Monster Hunter is just straight up bad.
Yeah, I mean,
It doesn't
the OG,
work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. You have to use the analog stick to swing your weapons. It's
an
it's
idea
bad.
an idea so brave it was not reintroduced until Dead Island. And then where
I mean,
it was,
you could argue it was reintroduced in Red Steel,
yeah.
technically.
Sure. But yeah, Monster Hunter's an interesting franchise because it's been all over the place and all over all sorts of consoles.
What?
I think that's at the end. I think you have to pick those little presets below probably, and then you'll be able to see what they actually are.
I was trying to. How
You
do I get?
you click the square and then it lets you click the other squares.
Thank you.
That's okay. All right.
It's stupid, but that's just how it is. You
What?
know,
What did that do? What
that's
did
how it is on
accomplish?
this bitch.
I don't
on Earth.
know.
What are you under skin?
Oh,
Oh,
I
texture
see.
for the skin. Yeah, it's
No,
like
don't
I
do
said,
that.
it's extremely detailed. But when you have ones that are extremely detailed, you'll
Oh, hold on. I think
You
that
have
that thing is
sliders.
the thing at the top is opacity. I think you
It-
need to set it to 10 and then and then look between all of them and select one. So set that to 10. Now flip through these and now we'll be able to see it. Yeah. That thing is at intensity and it was set to 0 intensity by default. So when you were mousing over them, it wasn't showing anything.
Okay.
So it's just it's minor adjustments to complexion, freckles, liver spots. Yeah, okay.
Diego says this is 100%
we do
the
this,
type of
but,
game
like,
where you
turn
spend
it
an hour on the character creator.
down?
And
Yes, yeah,
immediately
exactly. That's
full
what I was
face
saying. It
cover.
was set to 0
Yeah.
for some reason. But yeah, you can adjust it.
Yeah, they've learned that, and they're like, hey, you can disable helmets for cutscenes and stuff. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, cool.
Yeah, Dean was talking about the fact that like in Dark Souls, you got a really detailed character creator whose face you will never see because you're gonna be wearing
you
a
throw
helmet, all the
on
time.
instantly.
Yeah.
The way I got around it in the other Monster Hunter is I ended up getting it was called layered armor, but it's basically just a transmog that is sunglasses, and I just wore those all the time.
I just want you to know that I'm gonna text your husband and let him know that you're making your ideal man and it doesn't look anything like him. Just FYI.
We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
Yeah, Ninja Bunny
Spencer
says
is too
90%
busy-
of my memories with PSP Monster Hunter is just walking around confused about what I was supposed to do. Yeah. Monster Hunter is a series I almost didn't get into for that exact reason. I'll get into that in a second. Ooh.
Where was the one that I like? Oh, there we go.
You can also, with some of those settings, even though it says, scroll left and right, you can click it and it'll, open up, the visual guide for it as well.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I see triangle sub menu.
Yeah.
But yeah, Monster Hunter is one of those funny franchises from back in the day where it's the bar of entry was so repulsive that it's
Repulsive.
I've always loved games where you're fighting big stuff, big creatures, big bosses, right?
Yes.
Invisible starts playing in the distance, even though that song's not in Metal Gear.
He only has bottom. Oh no, he has.
But
Okay.
like I bounced off Monster Hunter super hard back in the day. I started, well, technically I started with Try, which was for the Wii, because my friend was like, "Hey, let's play this."
Uh-huh.
And he did not tell me how to play the game. He's just like, "Well, you fight stuff." I'm like, cool. And he's like, "Ignore the tutorial," which it wouldn't have really mattered. He's like, "Ignore the tutorial. Let's just play online." Awful. One of the worst experiences ever. I dropped that shit instantly. But then later on,
You were also
I was
playing a
like-
Wii game online, which didn't help.
Exactly. But then
Sorry.
later on,
Aiden,
I
you said
was
something?
like,
Is this you can't?
you
so
can do separate eyes.
You can give him
Interesting.
heterochromia. All good character creators let you have
Exactly.
heterochromia to create your ideal anime boy or girl.
I
don't
love
think
the
we're gonna do
photo
that,
that I
but I
see
love
all the
that I
time
can.
where it's like a character creator and it was like, oh, like I love a girl with homophobia in her eyes.
Oh no. I want like warmer brown.
Yeah, I think you can get it. I think you can get anything you want.
You can. It's crazy. You already spent more time in this than I did.
That's fine.
Is that should I
That's-
stop?
No,
that's good.
Joey's saying he doesn't care about these things. He doesn't.
Okay.
He doesn't spend time.
The only
in
time I
character
spend
creation.
time
Yeah,
usually in a
now
character
we're
creator is when
talking.
I'm making a freak,
But, like-
right? But I don't like making freaks for first playthroughs of things.
All right.
Because what ends up inevitably happening is I'm having like a good time and then the cutscene starts and I see like the Joker.
The jonklers.
What
there.
is,
Jonkler.
where is this changing?
What? Hue? Oh, that's just
No. The sclera color?
sclera. That's the white of the eye.
The little dot?
No.
like the
around the iris.
Oh, not
yeah.
that.
You, you don't want them to have like
Get,
don't
get
wanna
me
have,
out of
like,
here.
jaundice.
You could brighten them up though. You could give him like really bright, reflective, like
Gross.
neon eyes.
I'm good.
We could give him Dune eyes. We could give him kind of glowing blue eyes.
Roosevelt says, "What type of characters do you guys try to create? OC, yourself, or an Eldritch horror?"
Depends on the game.
No, I basically never make myself. Like sometimes I'll do like a bald guy with a beard, but
I don't
that's
know
as
that
far as
we're-
it goes.
I don't think I'm worried about any of this for real. I think they're fine.
Honestly, I think that all goes back to like I tried to make myself in one of the Soul Calibur games years ago, but you can't really do much with body type, so I was like a big muscle guy, and somebody was over and like, "Oh, that's what you wish you looked like."
People
I
accuse
stopped
me.
doing
People
it ever
accuse me of
again.
making a self-insert with my FF14 character, but that wasn't really like my starting
Hey,
point.
go.
Oh, I
It just
didn't-
like I mean I'm a white guy with like dark hair, so if I make a skinny white guy with dark hair, it looks like me.
When I played that game, I had a blue dragon girl, so like that's not a self-insert.
Well,
It's
also,
like meat.
my FF14 character's a Vieira, so he's tall and has bunny ears, so not much like
not
me. in that
exactly
You
regard.
could do that. You need to get those streamer headphones that have like the cat ears, and you're
Yeah.
good. The RGB cat ears.
I think maybe that's what I was trying to do the whole time.
We lift it up, you mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Which, as we discovered the last time I was over, this is a real gamer household because for some reason your toilet has RGB lighting.
I don't know what's going on with that
Oh.
either. That's not my responsibility. That's not my toilet. It's in this house, but it's not my toilet.
I didn't vote for this toilet. I didn't vote for the RGB gamer lights in my toilet. I want you to know I've been thinking about that all week because I cannot figure out the like purpose. Because it's like, well, there's a nightlight in there, so it's not for like.
I really don't know, dude.
It's
I
crazy.
I don't know why that tickles me, but it does.
With the face changing?
Yeah, when it like, you look like a frog. Like the guy that looks like he has a bee in his mouth.
Uh huh.
Ford.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Cyril
Sarah-
Karn from Andor. You mean?
I'm telling you, him and that girl need to kiss because it's two bees
Oh, the
in their
blonde
mouths.
lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deidre Miro, I think is her name.
They need
I love
to
how the Miro part's very Star Warsy, but Deidre is she's just British.
She's just British.
Can I just do that's not what I
So,
wanted.
what are you trying to do?
Go back. It said sub menu. So I hit triangle.
Oh, maybe Joey, you said there was some kind of sub menu she could view here.
It's only for some things.
What is square- what does
it would-
square
It would
do
just
here?
be pressing X again. If X doesn't do anything, then
Oh, okay, that's like how we're viewing the character. Go back, never mind. It's like you could put brighter light on
if
them.
you press
or
X
adjust
and it
stuff.
doesn't do anything, then it's not there.
Okay,
It's just
got
the
it.
things where it's like the actual different models, like eyebrows and stuff, have it.
Gotcha.
Sounds like you guys make characters you dream to be in FF14 wise anyway. I wouldn't say so. Joey, do you dream of being a blue dragon girl?
I don't think I've ever had that dream.
Teeth
but,
color.
You know,
Ooh.
I mean, there's worse things to be, I guess.
Close your mouth, please.
It was so you could see his teeth.
Yeah, I get it. But
Go on British teeth.
I didn't like it.
Who's
Teeth
playing?
stain transparency.
Aiden is making the character I will be playing.
Mm-hmm. And then Aiden and I are going to be talking about smutty romance novels while Joey kills
And I'm
monsters.
going to be killing big critters. Monster Hunter is a very funny franchise. People point out online all the time where it's like people that are, you know, like Pokemon or whatever. It's like, oh my gosh, I love this Pokemon so much. I'm going to get a plush of them. I'm going to level them up and I'm going to give them the little treats and stuff. And Monster Hunter fans are like, oh my gosh, I love the Gormagala so much. I'm going to make boots out of him. It's great. I'm going to kill him 17 times in a row.
Two separate things just happened that I'm laughing about. Number one, you mentioning this with Pokemon plushies. Have you seen? There's like 7 million of them, but there's a my brother and my me clip where Griffin is reading a WikiHow page on how to take care of a Pokemon plushie.
No, I've not seen that. Is it good or is
It's pretty embarrassing. And Ninja Bunny said, I dream of being a Banga, which are the lizard guys from FF12.
Hell yeah.
And I gotta say, I also dream of being a Banga, Ninja Bunny. But I can't play as a Banga in FF14. There are a couple of Banga there, but they're only in like the one quest line.
I'm glad you pointed it out because I briefly read that and I thought there's a monster in this with a very similar name. It's like a big stinky monkey that farts on you. I
No.
was like, I don't want to be the big stinky. I was so mad. Like everybody's like, yeah, he's back, and I'm so mad. I'm like, if he farted on me so much in 4, and I hated it. And it's a game mechanic. You get farted on, you can't use items because you're too grossed out. It's great.
No, but there's both the realistic design and the cartoony design. But here, pass this down to Joey, Aiden. These are Banga.
Bunga.
There's the realistic designs from 12 and 14, and also the cartoony designs from the advanced games, which is where they come from originally.
I like these guys.
Love those
They're
dudes.
cool.
Love those dudes
I love
a
those
lot.
ears.
What you got going on now?
What is the fit?
Well, you
So
can.
it's so you can see his muscles.
can
I
change
think
the
I'm
fit,
not. I think I'm uncomfortable.
No,
deciding
go
this.
back. No, go back in there. Stop. You're not pussing out on that. Go back in there.
Post physique.
I don't think.
Post physique, exactly. You taught me this new thing. Mass and definition are two different categories. Mass is
Okay.
B.
Hunk or twink? What do you want?
If you make low muscle mass, high muscle definition, that's a
Ooh,
twunk.
okay. I think it's fine. I don't feel like this is something that. I don't think.
Well, you feel like this isn't
I'm
your
trying
business to
decide how-
judge.
Yeah, I'm like
his body.
I have jokes, but none of them feel appropriate.
You should hit me with some of the jokes anyway. We always do this. We get on the mic and then we were having we were all laughing and joking and talking about stuff before, and then we get on the mic and we
Face
lock
paint?
up. You got jokes, I want to hear them.
You can do like face paint or like scars or stuff.
I don't
You don't have to.
know that I. Yeah.
That's where people like when people want to do like proper customization. This is the sort of stuff where they'll like get these and move it around the body and stuff and do some crazy things.
Yeah, you can use it to you could like pick a particular shape and manipulate it to make something that isn't what's just defaultly appearing
Oh,
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. I liked that. I like the way that it's flashing to indicate where it is for you. That's actually
that's
really
cute.
good. That's a really
Doesn't
good
wear
user feature.
freckles?
Yeah, that's another thing where oftentimes giving yourself extra freckles appears under makeup
Okay.
in these types of games. So giving yourself, but you
think
just
that's
you just
great.
pretend that it's actual freckles.
I'm a freckle girly. I think okay.
This game isn't for the weak. Stare at your OC's abs, says Ninja Bunny.
No. No. I'm married. Okay. I think I'm good.
You're
Is
good?
that it?
Then you would let me see. Tab or I'll do it.
Yep.
Let me see. I don't think.
I'm married, says it. Hold on.
I'm still having to get used to using my married name
Allowed
also. Oh, I
to
get to do the
look
cat.
at
make a
to
cat.
customize digital abs.
What?
What are you doing?
I just texted Spencer. Is Aiden allowed to customize digital abs?
All right, so now the question is, do we make bean or sprout?
That's up to you. Which animal do you love more?
Okay, all right. No. It's not which animal do I love more. Do you need like a good companion, or do you need a bitch that's gonna fight with you?
It doesn't matter. It's your.
What I don't know what these guys do.
They do both. They're companion and they fight with you.
They fight. If
they fight alongside you.
If
They
they
fight
fight at
alongside
all,
you.
it has to be Bean.
Okay.
That's the simple answer.
They fight and they throw healing at you and all sorts of things. They are your companion. They come along with you on hunts. They're great.
Okay, so this butt,
They also talk.
it needs to be. Is there like a medium hair? If I click long hair, can I
you'll
control?
see.
Whoa, never
it's
mind.
long hair or not. But you can change the pattern and the color as well.
Can I make the ear pointier?
Yeah, your shape.
can,
Your
your
shape.
shape.
There you go.
So yeah, you'll
Again, I would set that to maximum. Yeah, and then tab through the options.
yeah, click that and then yeah. I did spend time on cat customization though, because I'm like, hell yeah.
Oh, Bean has a little notch in her ears like that too.
Perfect then.
No. Go back. Heck.
You got it. You got it.
You got it.
Now back out and
Now
go
you
up
just
to
hit
and go up to
circle.
the hit O. Yeah, and
Okay.
then go back up to the.
You can change the intensity of it.
There you go.
Oh, you're
It's the
just
intensity of the scar.
interesting. Hers is just a whittle. Okay, great.
Excellent.
Okay, so then back, and then we can drop them down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Can I think that's. We are going for a cartoon character, so that's
This
fine.
is true.
Everybody loves the Palicos. They're great. I love Monster Hunter 3. I started with 3.
Uh-huh.
But that game, you did not have cats, and it's a damn shame.
go there.
Nobody remembers Cha-Cha and Kayamba except for me.
You can change. Yeah, it was.
Oh,
it
that
was
was
just.
the same menu.
Yeah, it was
I-
opening it up so you could view it more easily than just scrolling through it. Yeah, this is what Joey was talking about. Where on certain ones you press the button and it like shows more.
Circuit Duck says I've arrived at the best time Palico customization. Hell yeah. Monster Hunter Rise
She's like a
also.
greeny gold. That's kind of what this is already.
They had dogs that were like this
We're
that you could
gonna-
customize too, and it was awesome.
We're gonna give her crackhead eyes.
Yeah.
That is how Bean lives her life, is in crackhead eye mode.
I'm sure we've told it on the channel before, but in case people don't know, Aiden rescued a cat from a Taco Bell parking lot, and that cat is named Bean.
She's my little bean burrito.
And then recently, you adopted another kitten, and just to keep naming symmetry, this kitten is named Sprout.
Yes.
It's so good.
It's excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, and now
So that you would talk about that if you wanted to give the cat heterochromia.
homophobia.
This is correct.
Yeah, now I kind of have a cat too. I say kind of because I'm allergic, and my mother is even more allergic than me. So we can't keep it inside, but it has become very friendly and
Yo.
is best friends with my dog, and so she likes to hang out around the house. So we've taken her to the vet, got her fixed, and all that. And
Good there.
her name is Gracie, but her Judeo-Christian name is Gray Matter because she's kind of an idiot. Because she's like, object permanence doesn't really exist for her. Like, I'll have a treat and I'll like put it in one spot, and as soon as my hand moves away, she's like, "Where did it go?" I'm like, "I left it on the ground for you."
Ninja Bunny just got hit with the inside of the pun of the Palico name. 15 years after playing the PSP game.
Oh no.
Blackface.
Again, you would adjust the transparency on these. But yeah, you
Transparency,
put a
the
little
color and all that
yeah.
stuff.
Uh-huh. It's bright blue right now so you can see it clearly.
Yeah. I think no.
No, that's fine. You don't have to do anything. But yeah, this one's got an automatic has one on its chest that I think you could theoretically get rid of. I think that's there by default.
I don't know if you.
Oh
can
no,
get
is that
rid
not?
of
Is that just part of the cat?
I think that's
Okay,
yeah.
my
It's just
bad.
part of
Okay,
the
my
cat.
bad then.
This is how
Okay.
it goes.
I was wondering if I can I tweak like the color of
You can.
Color of
you'll
what?
Probably,
Oh, no.
You'll probably want to take the
Yeah.
blue face off.
Yep. I keep hitting
It's
the
war paint.
wrong button.
This cat robbed a bank and opened up the bag. Got sprayed. Go back.
You're going back down to marking. Yep, there you go.
And just yeah.
Okay.
Easy. What are you looking for now?
I want
go
to
back
change.
up to pattern, very top. Click that, and there you go. So you can adjust patterns and colors for the
Okay, so this is the one that I want to change because I want it to be...
You gotta name cats after food and/or items, TBH.
Maybe I want it brighter.
It's a good way to go about it.
No,
That's the
what I
thing
want.
is, like,
I don't know. That's not the wrong direction.
it's so funny. Like the last 2 dogs that I've had the most boring names in the world because I didn't name them. But it's like I just want I love dumb names for animals. That's why when my mom suggested gray matter, I was like, yeah, that's good. We're good with that.
I want it like orange.
Like, listen, there's no wrong names to give an animal. But, like, my last dog was a Jack Russell Terrier, and the absolute creative geniuses named him Skip. Wow. Crazy. You know, like that the dog in the movie?
Ninja Bunny tried to make a correction and didn't quite manage to pull it off. Cats IRL and in-games should be named after JRPG characters, in my professional opinion. But Ninja Bunny hit enter too early the first time and just said, in my profession.
Ooh. Called out.
Save. Okay. And then we bumped, and then we...
My profession of naming cats in video games and in real life.
Yeah, and one thing that
Or
is...
Dave the Magical Cheese Wizard, also an option for how to name them. Got to name cats after food and or items, TBH.
Do I have
said
to
Circa
save
Duck.
the custom color, or can I just back out from here?
I think you should be able to just back out from there.
I think save custom
great.
color so you can reference it again for other things.
Okay.
So, like, for example, if you custom dye all of your equipment a particular color, you would save that color to quick reference later. That would be what that's about.
What color am I changing here?
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
that
easier
color.
to start with brightness, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, again, it's like I see all these settings and I just get overwhelmed. Usually, it's one of those things. It's like
Okay.
if my tried and true, like if I'm trying to make something that actually like resembles somebody else, I usually just prefer to follow like God bless every person online that has like a make this character look like this character on a game. I love that stuff. I love it. I'm just not good at it.
Alrighty.
It's how I was able to play as Andre the Giant in Dragon's Dogma because somebody online was like, "Here's the stats." I'm like, thank you.
What? Oh, just that one spot I can make different?
Looks
That's
like it.
cute. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, it's very, very in depth, and it's good.
I think we can just leave it dark. But
Yeah, a slightly
now
more
that
intense black.
now
Looking
that I
about right. Looking at the
see-
photo.
Now that I see how dark that is, I kind of want the other one to also be that dark. Why is it? Because it's still a color. So do I have to go all the way the other way to get it to go to white? No.
I think you would just dip down to saturation, maybe. Is that how it works? And then, yeah, and then brightness would go all the way to the right.
But if it gets... that
Oh.
washes it out. Yeah, that's why I had saturation all the way up, but I don't know that it really makes that big of a
Well, if you want to, here's the easy option. You want to make it the same color everywhere? You want to make it the same color everywhere?
Like both the...
Yeah, you want them to be the same.
Yes, the
back
2
out.
and 3s.
Back out.
That's...
Go to 3. Select it. Hit square to save custom color.
Oops, here.
No. Hit the button square on the
Oh.
controller to save custom color.
Okay.
All right, that's...
Now it's there.
Yeah, now it's there.
And
now go back
then-
and select it for pattern accent color too. Yeah, now back out.
Not being able to play this.
I think that's about as good as you're gonna get,
finally
probably.
upgrade after
Okay.
8 years. Yeah, it really do be like that, doesn't it?
Okay.
I'm
Great.
so thankful of this timeline where Monster Hunter has moved on from the DS days.
Language?
Oh yeah, so
I'm
right.
gonna let that be a you.
So, well, no, it's your choice. So, do you want this thing to speak human words, or do you want it to just make meows and have it subtitled? If you want it meowed, you'll have to turn yes on for feline language.
Yeah, is he speaking cat or is he speaking English?
Because this is the first game where
Or she,
they
excuse
let
me.
you pick, because it's just like before this, they just make little meows and then subtitles pop up and they make little cat puns. It's great.
Previously, Joe.
Oh, and you can
now Aiden is. I'm gonna see if I can't fix this.
you can preview the voice with X, so you can see if you want to hear.
Yes, that is
Speak
what I
of
would
it.
like.
There's just two voices for them. There's like the more feminine and the more masculine.
Yeah, that one. But you can change the pitch.
You can pitch, yeah.
You need to make it even more intense if you want. Make it into a chipmunk.
Hell yeah.
The fewer actually lines have to be recorded that way, but there's still a wider variety of voices.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. That seems excessive.
No, you do whatever you want to do.
No.
You're creating
great.
you're creating the spirit
Perfect.
of your cat, so you need to pick what's
She
accurate.
needs to be annoying.
You need to pick what's accurate to her soul. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry,
yeah, no,
Joey.
exactly. That's it. Yeah.
No, it's
All
fine.
right.
All right,
It's
great.
great. Well, hit confirm, and then it'll ask you to name them.
I have to name them?
Yeah, you gotta name
Yeah.
them.
you gotta
Whoa,
name
why
them.
did it do that?
Because it was previously had them in like plain like light clothes, so you could see all the details. But that's what they're actually going to be wearing once the adventure starts.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the actual default starting outfit.
I see. I have to name the guy too.
You have to name the
Yeah.
guy as well. Yes.
Oh,
No, listen.
I
If you want to
wasn't
name
clear,
him, if you want to name him like Dickhead or whatever, it's
Right.
fine. You don't have to put too much thought into
Name
this.
him the guy
Okay, maybe it said to avoid things that are offensive, so maybe
because
don't do
it's
that.
online. And I don't
You could name him. Yeah, you could name him. I'm the guy. He's the guy.
I was trying to think if any of the settings that I have read recently made sense for a Monster Hunter character to just
From
borrow
your various
to
romance
just
novels.
borrow a name.
Circuit Duck says one of my doggies was named by my brother after a drug lord. I hate it here. No, that's good. That's awesome.
What was that guy's name? That guy would work.
That guy.
Oh.
Is this an advanced reader copybook? Or are
we
you gonna
go.
get in trouble for spoiling?
Nope, it's out now.
Okay.
Kill.
Great. Go read Direbound by Sable
Well, you
Sorensen.
also got to name the kitty cat.
Oh, I have to name the
Well, that's
kitty.
fine. Joey knows the name. It's Bean.
It's Bean, but I don't know if you spell it strange.
You
or
spell it
not.
normal. We're not like that in
Okay,
this house.
I don't know. I mean, you're a white
no,
girl,
no,
so
no
who
tilde
knows?
on there. Nothing too funky. Nothing too funky in there.
Do you want her government name?
That's your.
No. Bean. I think Bean's fine.
No, Bean Burrito.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay, is that 15?
yeah.
Is that gonna fit 15 characters? Hit down here. No, it's yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
Burrito.
Yeah, up there. If you hit R1, it'll. Or never mind. You already got it. You got one letter left. It's fine. It was predictive text. Since these keyboards are kind of useless, they do try to give you some predictive
It does
text.
work. All right, very good.
Great.
Awesome.
Alrighty, Joey. Yeah, do whatever you got to do to
Display
get us through
all,
here.
Yeah, why not? Start the game.
I figured you
Yes.
wouldn't display them all since you're gonna be like skipping cutscenes after the first couple of these.
Who cares?
Okay, whatever.
It doesn't matter.
Listen, it's up to you, dude.
Let's do this.
Could have selected a voice for him too, but I figured we don't need to worry about that too
Yeah, I
much.
don't care that much.
You have a dude, cool guy voice.
Was I not paying attention? I thought we were in a sky ship before.
We were. It transitioned. This is months later.
Oh, months and months later, we're now out in the desert, and instead of using our very efficient sky ship, we're down here where we can be attacked by monsters.
Well, you can, Jacob. You can be attacked
By monsters in the air as well.
sky,
Well,
too.
there's different monsters then.
Exactly.
My thing is, if you're on the ground, you can be attacked by both land and air monsters.
But these boats are equipped to fight monsters.
But
A little bit better.
No, but that's my point. Is if you are in the air, you can only be attacked by one of the types of monsters.
These are guild experts, Jacob. They know what they're doing.
Okay, fine, whatever.
Maybe it's more efficient to travel by land than it is to keep it in the air.
Probably faster, if nothing else, but it doesn't matter.
Historical record.
There are, you can nitpick the hell out of all these decisions that people make in this, and it's like, who cares? Yeah, they're talking about stupid lore setup. We're just gonna skip it.
Yeah, they're talking about the kid they found in the cave. He's really worried about these people.
Yeah,
we didn't know anything about these people, but they're still out there.
Yeah, they're like, we haven't been here for 1,000 years because we didn't think people were there, but people are there. Crazy. Go find his family.
As we all know,
There he is.
human beings don't go places if they think there are no other human beings
This place
there.
is called the Forbidden Lands.
And then we can get
Everybody is like, oh yes, the very attractive blacksmith lady, and she is, but also she looks like Rami Malek, a little in certain expressions, and I can't get that out of my head now. Nothing against Rami Malek, don't get me wrong.
He has a very distinctive
your work
face.
in Until Dawn.
He has a very distinctive face.
He does. Oh my gosh, critters. Dare I say monsters?
There's so many.
See, they were already upset about how there's so many of them. You said these are guild professionals, Joey.
Well, yeah, but it's fine. Their boat could handle all of them.
I'm just saying when I see when I see like I don't say dumbass things like there are so many of them. Everybody can see that. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. But in the Forbidden Lands?
There's a
That's
person
crazy.
and also a monster that the person's riding on.
It's a cool monster, though.
Yeah, no, it's a cool monster. I know there are some monsters that are cool. I mean, they're all cool, but I'm
They're
saying
all
there are
cool.
some that are cool with
All
humans.
monsters are cool in the spin-off Monster Hunter stories because
Yeah.
in that game you can like team up with them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great. There are so many Monster Hunter games, and we've only gotten like half of them in the West as well. There's so many of them that are Japanese
Dude, I don't know that
exclusive.
you can make that jump.
He's a guild professional.
No, I
You-
meant the cat, not the dude. The
You
dude
know,
wants to try it. I don't
Gravity
care.
works,
but I would feel
differently
bad
in
if the
world
cat
of
died.
Monster Hunter because there's no fall damage and everybody has massive weapons.
I was
My
about to say,
theory
yeah.
is that there's lower gravity, so screw it.
My guess was gonna be the cat was gonna climb onto you for the jump, but that's fine.
Sometimes the cats do.
Sometimes these cats can fly. Am I not am I crazy? Am I having a stroke?
The cat. Well, I mean, they have like devices that let them fly.
What?
Okay, see, I knew I'd seen these cats flying before.
Dude, the cats do all sorts of things.
So what's this doing on Steam right now? Because less than 24 hours after release, it was at 1 million concurrent players on Steam.
It was 1.1 mil like 24 hours ago.
Yeah, it was like within 24 hours of release, it was the 8th highest on concurrent players on Steam of all time.
Oh, wow.
This is a big franchise nowadays.
It is.
It wasn't for a while, but now it is. Just a good indication of why you shouldn't, like, immediately throw something out when the first entry isn't that good.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And I mean, like with anything, there's a lot of like the elitists that are just like, oh man, the game really went downhill after World dropped and revitalized the franchise and sold a shit zillion dollars. And it's like, yeah,
Oh man, this franchise has really been shitty since they made a game that allows the franchise to keep existing.
exactly.
Flying.
I would have just kept on playing the Ultimate 4 on the Wii U until my gamepad broke.
Exactly.
Oh,
Oh my god.
that's bad.
How do we do this? Whoa. It's showing this is all like new stuff for this
Sure.
game.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, you can grab stuff now with your slinger, and now you can shoot the thing. All like
I feel like you could have used the slinger to pull the kid out, but I guess also we value the monster's life too, so.
It's true.
It's a noble beast, and we're not going to abandon it to die if we can help them both.
Is the cat gonna drive now?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
cat-
These cats are very
The cat,
competent.
is it not backwards?
Yeah,
I think the cat is facing backwards to fight. I think the cat is like throwing. See, the
can
cat's
do-
throwing bombs. Aiden, the cat is like your party member. In
Yeah,
this.
the
if you're
cat,
not playing online, the cat is
cats
your main
are
party member.
extremely
That's
competent in
awesome.
this universe. They're like, I need to grab more. There we go. The cats in this universe can do everything. Like they're fine. Like
That's dope.
It's kind of a weird system where it's like there's a lot of separation where there are like cat only things that happen. Like they're off doing their own thing, but they're perfectly capable.
Interesting.
You can send them off in little submarines in one of the games to go on little expeditions.
Wow.
Fight big monsters. It's great. It's actually really funny because there's one game that lets you play as the cats. And the game was really busted because they were way, way better than using like regular people. It was insane how much better using the cat was. I think that was Generations. Yeah, I mentioned that there's a lot of games, so there's kind of like as with any long-running series, there can be like confusion, like getting into a series, right? Where you're like, well, there's all the numbered ones, and there's this. For all intents and purposes, this is Monster Hunter 6, is what this is called.
Okay.
Obviously, once you have a game franchise with 20+ editions,
Jeez.
you can't just, you can't just be like, oh, it's this one. It's 6.2 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't make sense. So So World was 5, and they called it World, and this is 6.
I feel like we could have started out with him having the sword, but then they wouldn't have been hard to
That's
tutorialize
true.
the other stuff and have a cool, exciting
Also,
set piece.
in true Monster Hunter fashion, great sword propaganda. They give you a great sword and make you use it for the cutscene.
So
Greatsword
Aiden,
users
that
have
looks
used
like
it.
a large sword. I mean, that's like as big, if not bigger, than the Buster sword. That is a tiny baby's knife in the world of Monster Hunter.
Are you
Yes.
for real?
That is a tiny baby's knife for small
There-
baby children who can't handle real weapons.
This
That's
is
ridiculous.
so this game has 14 weapons you can use, and something that I thought was kind of neat that they do now is like, have you decided? I don't know. It's like, no, I've not. What do you recommend? And the game will ask you. It's like, okay, well, what's your play style, right?
Okay.
So it's like, well, we'll see what you would get, Aiden.
what I would get?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about you
What-
answer
which
these
of these
questions?
sounds
Okay, well,
cool?
we're helping Aiden to build out this character even more.
If I don't like the weapon, I'm not going to use it though.
I think that's fine. I would say play the second one. Move quick. Yep.
Keep the enemy guessing.
And what do you look for in a weapon?
Quick fluid attacks and improved vertical mobility are two totally separate things.
Yeah.
It's true, but it's
But yeah, it's building into
does
the
that sound
particular
cool to
weapon.
you?
Yeah.
I think either that one or the parry. So if you have a preference of those,
no, it's your
two.
choice. Which one, parry or not?
Probably parry.
All right.
Can you still pick whatever weapon you want,
Yeah,
Joey?
you
If I come up with
absolutely-
something
you
can't.
absolutely
okay,
can,
all right,
don't
good.
worry.
Just making sure.
Longsword.
No, Joey says no. Yeah, long great sword propaganda or long sword propaganda bad, right?
Great sword propaganda bad because I don't use great swords, but long sword propaganda is good because I use long swords.
Hey,
So
great.
I figured you would want to for maximum showing off purposes. You'd want to get some like transforming bullshit.
you mean I'd like to pick a weapon myself.
Okay, I mean,
mean,
let's just like because they're all gonna appear as you mouse over them,
they
right?
are. So okay, here's the most briefest of brief explanations.
Yes,
Okay.
very, very brief. Obviously.
Every weapon is viable. Every weapon is good. Ignore what people say online. It's more about complexity and
Okay.
upper skill ceiling.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there.
Gotcha.
I was joking about great sword propaganda because it's like it and longsword are probably the most popular weapons in the franchise. I'm pulling that out of my ass.
Okay.
But great sword's been a staple, and it always seems like it gets like some of the most weapons of the whole game. Whatever. Great sword is all about you are slow and you are picking a position to charge up an attack and do a big hit. You're not doing many hits.
You watch our boy down in the
often.
corner here is like stunning the monster, and then he has to kind of hang out for like 5 seconds before he can
Yeah.
actually hit it.
Yeah,
It's
you're
stuck on the ground.
It's like you can whiff a lot, but when you finally get a hit in, it can do some of the single best damage in the game. Sword and Shield is actually you hear jack of all trades. It can actually do literally everything. It can cut. It can knock monsters out. It has guarding capabilities. It just doesn't have. There's not one single thing that it does better than anything.
And it's worth noting this is a franchise where like using a hammer and using a sword are in fact two different things. It's not just about numbers. Like being able to pierce something is different from being able to bludgeon something. And
Yeah, it's
indeed,
basically-
part of the whole meta of Monster Hunter is not just there's a big monster I have to punch. It's like, well, what's the appropriate tool or approach for this job?
Yeah, the simplest explanation to think about is if your weapon can cut, you can cut the tail off of a monster, and that will let you get more items. If you have a blunt weapon, you can knock the monster on its ass and give everybody a good opportunity to wail
Deal
on it.
damage,
right?
yeah.
The unique thing about the sword and shield, though, is it's the only weapon in the game where you can use items without putting your weapons away.
Okay.
So it's actually like super clutch.
Okay.
Hammer, like I said, it is actually pretty fast. You'd be surprised. But its main gimmick is you smack the monster in the face enough, it knocks it out.
Okay.
It's very fun and very satisfying when you actually land it.
Can you show us because there's a lot of these. Can you show us like the craziest things here, like the actually wackiest stuff, like the switch axe, the
Yes.
charge blade?
So actually, switch axe was the first thing I ever used back in the day. I'm just gonna throw it on because it's hard
Sure.
to show.
Yeah, that's
Switch
fine.
axe is a weird weapon where it's two weapons in one, but they work in tandem. You have the axe form like this, which you have faster movement. You have a few things, and you can build up your meter in the top, which I'm not even gonna get into with that.
Okay.
All things like that. But then you can transform it into a sword mode where you're moving much slower, but your attacks have more oomph to them, more chutzpah.
Okay.
You can do all sorts of shenanigans with it there, including a charge-up attack. It also has I can't show it against the barrel, but it has a like command grab where you jump onto a monster and just start wailing.
What
on
is
it.
so?
Alright.
So which is the one that like it's like a sword and shield, but the shield goes onto the sword to become a big axe?
It's
That's
the
the charge blade.
It's actually what
Alright.
I'm using in this
Okay.
game.
All right.
So this is it's what you said. It's a charge blade. It is a sword and shield and also an axe because you use this. Basically, you use the sword and shield to charge up. You see how it's yellow in the top left. You do it a little more, it turns red. You put those into files. The files you can use to do attacks where you transform it into a big axe. You do like
Okay.
big hits like
Oh,
that.
okay.
It's very technical.
And so they decided to do a live action movie adaptation of this instead of an animated feature.
You're right. Well, they've done animated features, but
Well, you know what I mean.
I cannot explain to everybody how much I cannot properly
Can you show
explain
how
much I
big and
hate.
stupid the bows are real quick?
Oh yeah.
How much you hate the Mila
I
Jovovich
hate
led.
that movie so much. I cannot stand it. Yeah, this is the bow.
Oh,
and
it's huge.
And this is
it's
just
bigger
this
than
is
you are.
This is a starter bow, by the way.
yeah.
It's bigger than
is.
you are.
Yeah, I am not good with it, but this might be the best weapon in this game.
The bow.
Yeah, it's crazy good in this one. But you have the bow and you also have guns and bigger guns.
How big are the
Oh,
big guns?
geez.
So
Yeah,
that's a
exactly.
decent sized gun.
Yeah,
so, like,
despite it being a ranged weapon, by the way, if you've never played this game before, don't think that you're not in the action with it. You cannot snipe with these things. You got to be like right up on them. You just happen to have a gun.
And it's important to note that while we are currently playing a single-player campaign all by ourselves, the bread and butter of Monster Hunter is 4-player co-op against stuff that is designed to be difficult for 4 people together to
Oh,
do.
cool.
So I wouldn't say that. I think people just like pick the play style that they want. They're not necessarily super worried about team composition with their buddies. But there is certainly an element to this of this guy's going to get in closer and do this thing right now, or this guy's better suited to fighting this monster than the other guy in the group,
Yeah.
or at this stage in the game, or whatever
The
else.
the important thing to bring up, though, this is something that I did want to tell anybody that's like interested in the franchise. Like when picking a weapon, no matter what, your role is always DPS. There are no roles in this game.
Gotcha.
You are always your goal with any weapon is I'm going to be in the front dealing damage.
Gotcha,
Unless
gotcha.
you're a bow or something where I'm going to be in the back dealing damage. There's a weapon called a hunting horn, which is like it's a weapon that can support. It's weird. You play like it's a big horn that you play music with, right? And it buffs
Okay.
your team.
Okay.
But you're not sitting there, like, the goal is to not sit there and buff the team. The goal is to buff while attacking and beating its ass.
Gotcha.
It's like, there are more defensive options that have blocking, there are more evasive options and whatnot, but you're always going to be in the fight. There's not the healer, the tank, and all that. Everybody's always fighting. And that's one thing that I like about it, is no matter what weapon you're using, like, your roles change to an extent, but it's always about just beating the monsters silly.
That's the thing we were being shown in the
I
preview
know,
of
that's
all
like-
the weapons.
That's like Chotacabra.
That's the thing that licks you and gives you sadness in Final Fantasy VII Remake.
It does lick you, and it does make you sad because you got licked.
Dang, icky.
Oh my gosh, it's a critter. Yeah, and because maybe I'm wrong about this, we'll see. But because you can use any weapon, like from now on in cutscene, they gave you the great sword and you swung it in that. From now on in the cutscene, you're never gonna swing anymore. You're just gonna shoot stuff because
Yeah,
you
because
got
they
this
don't
weapon.
they can't account for every cutscene. You could have one of 20 weapons.
Yeah.
Captain says comfy stream. Yeah, that's what this is about. Like, this is mostly just to I want to play this game and we're all chatting.
We chilling.
I've always loved Monster Hunter, and so it's just like, this game, it's hot off the presses. Everybody can just check it out. We can chat and see
Speaking
what's going on.
Speaking of love, Aiden's been reading a lot of trashy romance novels recently.
We're not gonna let it die.
We barely got into it. I feel like we had like a great this is my thing. Like, I always regret when we hang out, like, and sometimes we just have we run through all this like really great funny stuff, and then I turn on the cameras and then we're just talking about game mechanics, and I'm like, shit, We were talking about Aiden reading like trashy, smutty
Yeah.
books and you gotta remember, you gotta explain to me, what is age gap
Oh
reverse?
God.
What is the
that?
age gap reverse
Okay, all right,
tag name?
right.
'Cause, like,
I feel like I have to preface this with this came up because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was. I still am not entirely certain what it is.
I should have turned off tutorials, but it's more fun this way.
You can probably go into a menu and turn them off after this fight.
no, it's more
there's
fun
there's
this
bound
way.
to be a tooltips selection. But yeah, so Aiden's been reading just been on like a.
I have been, in fact, reading trash.
I would say you read plenty of real books, but
I do.
you've just been recently because you can consume them in like 2 days because you read really
yeah,
fast.
and what I was saying earlier is like, I feel like if I'm reading a book, like I have to commit to the book and like have the energy for the book, and I want to be able to like digest and think about the book.
Yeah.
And I do be in grad school, and I don't have book energy.
Sure.
So I've just been reading a lot of romance, and some of them are like good, and I would not call them trash. Like they are just romance novels, and I feel like where we are now, you have to like discount like, oh, I'm just reading a romance book.
Sure.
But like they're good. I'm enjoying them. They've got some of them have like really good fleshed out characters that feel very real and worlds that feel really real with like even side characters that feel like people also. And then some of them are just trash. Some of them are really bad.
You've been reading a lot of advanced reader copies
have been.
to submit reviews, and one of these you mentioned like feeling regret. Like this was what was so funny. We were talking about specifically your feeling of like obligation. That you like you're not being paid.
I'm not.
Nothing is happening, but you feel obligated all the same. I'm not enjoying this book really, and I wouldn't finish this under normal circumstances. But I was given an advanced copy, so I guess I gotta finish it to read a review.
So I have to review it.
And you said that there was a book series where it's like, okay, there are more, but you have to finish the first one to get them. And even though you weren't enjoying it,
Yep.
and is this the one where you said at the 92% mark it went insane?
98%.
98%. You said like it was not good until like the 70% mark, and what happened?
So I was at like the 20-30% mark, and I put it down because when I picked it up, I had not yet been confirmed for book 2.
Okay.
And I put it down and I started something else. I think I started and finished something else. And then like a couple days later, I got the email that was like, "You're in for book 2," and I was like, "Shit!" Like I gotta read this. So I picked it back up, and I got to like the 50-60 mark, and I was like, "Actually, this is tolerable. Like this is okay." Like it's not, the concept was not my thing. The first book is out, so I don't mind like saying details about it. I haven't read the second book. I
Sure.
don't have the second book to read yet.
Hey, listen. You were given a copy to review it, so you could like literally name it. This is part of your review.
Yeah. So the
If you want to, I'm not saying you have
No
to.
one judge me, please.
You don't have to. Also, I guess I'd say there's also because you talked about.
No, I didn't. Whiff.
You don't have to name it if
best.
it's part of the game show that you want to construct, or would this not be included in the? We want to exempt this from the game show.
Yeah, this one was, I don't know. That is something I hadn't considered, is like any details that I provide, like I can't use these.
Aiden has pitched me, because she's gone through so many of them so quickly, on holding a game show with me.
Yep.
Could you explain like what the challenges would
So
be?
there are a couple of different options, right? So some of them, not all, and I think maybe the sports romance category
Also,
is
to everybody
the
that
most
thinks
egregious.
I'm whiffing, I'm not whiffing, I'm buffing.
He's
okay?
buffing.
I'm not
He knows
whiffing,
what he's
I'm
doing.
buffing, okay? It's not about...
He's Buffy Monster Slaying.
You don't understand. The Charge Blade's super advanced, okay?
Some of the romance novels have like puns in the title. And so I was like, we could do a thing where like I give you just a very brief plot
and I see if I can
synopsis,
guess
and you see if you can
the
guess
punny
the pun.
title.
Also, we can do with a very brief plot thing, or just based on the title if it's not a pun, like
Joey
how
Watkins,
can I
stop
give you a
whiffing.
very
You don't
small amount of
understand.
information and have you try to guess like the tropes of the book, like the grumpy sunshine, or like only one bed, or like all of the
That
like
one I
the
did
micro
whiff,
tropes.
This is a thing I've only like relatively recently learned is like I mean obviously I know what tropes are,
Yeah.
but like specifically actually Brandon Sanderson was talking about it in his recent like the writing lectures that he's doing this semester, because he posts them on YouTube when he does writing semesters. writing lectures. He was talking about, like, I don't know how I feel as an author about the fact that, like, you can go to a listing for a book and, like, it's like, and a happy ending and nobody dies. And, like,
Yeah.
like, tagged all these things like, hey, don't worry, it has a good ending and
I think my favorite-
no cheating, no any of these
Yes.
things.
My favorite so far that I've seen is like a content warning or like a trope listing is just the dog doesn't die.
Yeah.
But there's a website for that. There's a website called Does the Dog Die?
I think that especially in something like the romance realm, and especially in the smut realm, like this makes sense to me because you
Yep.
really want to know when you pick up a book that it's not going to have
Yes.
something that's going to way set you off.
Right. And especially like as like dark romances and that kind of thing where like some of this content is triggering for people.
Exactly. No, exactly.
But, like,
they're
there's still-
in that realm. It makes complete sense
Yeah.
to me.
Oh,
like,
actually,
you-
I want to show off something. Maybe, hopefully, I can do it in real time.
Okay.
Do it.
Let me see. Okay, you see these weird little bastards right here?
Yeah, these little dudes.
These little
icky.
goobers. People that are afraid of spiders don't like those guys.
Mm-hmm.
So this game has.
Oh, has it have an arachnophobia option?
It does. Where is it? Is it accessibility?
It's probably under accessibility,
Visual?
visual accessibility.
No. Oh, can I not do it from here? I'll have to look. There's a very funny accessibility option now. I'll just have to look for it.
It's
There's a ton of
does
settings,
it so what does it turn them into like I don't know, does it turn them into something funny, not just like a different monster
It
design?
turns them into slugs.
Ugh.
That's great.
I think that's worse.
No, it's good though.
Well, then you wouldn't use the arachnophobia option, then,
I
would you?
learned something. So I have always known
I know
that
it's here. I
snails
know it's
have
here. Where are
real messed up mouths. Are you aware of how snail mouths function?
I've seen like pictures, but
Are
maybe
you
I don't
aware of how,
understand it well enough.
Joey, of how snail mouths function?
I've seen like little micro lens pictures of them.
I have not.
They're called radulas, and they like.
Maybe I can't do it
They're
while
like
I'm
a
in-game, or
spinny.
maybe
They
I'm
like
just
come out
completely
and
missing
spin
it.
out and like
I'll
come
check.
back
I'll look
in.
for it later.
Yeah.
And they're icky, but like really cool. What I did not know is that in the radula there are like tens of thousands of teeth.
Yeah. That's what I've seen pictures of, yeah.
And also, snail teeth are like one of the strongest substances on Earth. Like they are
What?
stronger, not harder, but stronger than like diamond.
Interesting.
Like they are crazy,
Diamond?
super wicked strong. And that is so disturbing.
But they're so
to
small
me.
that it doesn't do anything for us.
No, not to us, but like
No, I'm saying it's of no use to me.
What the heck?
I'm sure we
Oh,
can use
no,
them
they
for
grabbed me.
science or
Joey,
something.
I want you to know that you're getting cooked, by the way.
What do you mean? I'm
He's
getting
buffing the monster by whiffing.
No, I'm doing. You just don't understand. All right. You don't understand. I meant to get hit by that right there.
Okie dokie.
Flinch damage.
Okay, but anyway, sorry. Anyway.
I played this
I
game
don't.
for 2 hours yesterday. Okay, people.
I don't
I've not got
know
on
if
training in it
if
yet.
it's worth sharing the title of this book or not, because I also don't know if you want to
Oh,
like
yeah.
cook it publicly or not.
No.
It's up to you. But you said it's like 70% mark. You were getting a little more into it. It's like this isn't really
Yeah.
my thing, but it is
the
okay.
concept is like, I think it's pitched as, I'm trying to remember what the other one is. I haven't seen Squid Games, so I don't know enough about Squid
Okay.
Games to know if that's like a good pitch. But it was like Squid Games and something else are this book.
Okay.
Maybe Squid Games and Hunger Games.
That is the
All the
like
games.
the default producer thing to say is
Uh-huh.
the sales pitch of it's this meets this. That's
So-
apparently like that's I mean some people don't like it, but that is the stock. How do I explain this quickly in an elevator pitch thing, both
There-
to a producer and then the producer explaining it to other people?
They're in like a war-torn, really
go to
like
sleep.
big socioeconomic gap
Yep.
society, and there is a yearly game in which people are thrown into to kill each other for the entertainment of the rich people.
Okay, sure.
And I guess
I
the
did
reason
it.
it's also Squid Games is because it's like a bunch of series of games. It's not like just you're in an arena killing
There's
each other
say
like Hunger Games was.
individual mini games.
Yes, and there's a like I think it's over 200 people start the game.
Okay. But so you said like it was not really your thing, but around 70% mark, you're kind of getting into it. What happened? Explain the 98% mark where you were like, oh no.
The
Oh, dear.
98% mark was like, so we're in like the final game of the games, and your two main characters, your main male and female, are like actively dying.
Okay.
Sick.
And as main male character is like actively dying, he's like, it's fine because I'm gonna be with female main character, and our unborn child who up to this point has not been mentioned in any way, shape, or form.
That's what you want in a story.
At the 98% mark, you're like, also, when female main character almost died, like in events that happened before the book starts taking place, she was pregnant and she lost, like, when she almost died, so did that. And like,
Okay.
and just 98% of the way through the book, surprise!
But no, it gets crazier.
And then, so you're like, okay, great. That makes no sense, but fine. And then you turn the page and it's like a third character's point of view that you really don't know what's going on with this guy, but it's not like you do have heard of the guy before, but you really don't know what's going on with him. And into this character's point of view walks the child who's like 7 or 8 and for no apparent reason did in fact survive those events. And but the main character has no idea that the child survived, which also makes no sense. It really felt like the author got to the end of the book and was like, what is the most messed up thing that I could do right now?
There's a remarkable quantity of characters in books who do not realize that their stillborn, miscarried child actually lived.
Yeah,
It happens a lot.
It happens all the time.
Happens in Kill Bill. Happens all over the place.
So
I'll get into this stuff in a
my
second.
feelings
I can
when
get
I
into it right
finished
now.
that book was really like, oh shit, I have to read the second one.
You have to read more of these.
I have to read another one.
You don't want your big hook twist to read the next one to be, God, I have to read another one of these.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like I could care less that kid lived. I don't give a shit.
You didn't know that the kid existed until 2 pages
Exactly.
before
I
you
don't
turned
give
out
a
he
shit.
lived.
Be invested.
And to be quite honest with you, I don't give a shit if the 2 main characters die. Like, I feel several times throughout the book, female main characters, like, I feel the most alive right now that I have in years. And if I die at the end of this, it's okay. And I'm like, okay, then if you die at the end of it, it's okay. What do you want from me?
Not to interrupt this right
no,
now.
go ahead.
But just to briefly
Interrupt at any time for any of this. seriously.
Just to
For
briefly
sure.
get through this, I love Monster and Monster Hunter. So the way I show my love is I kill it and I cut it apart and then I make armor out of it like this.
Absolutely.
A feature that this game added that I'm a huge fan of that I love is that before every game had, back in the day there were 4 variants of every armor, but because if you had ranged weapons, it was different armor. But none of that stuff matters. Basically, there was male armor and female armor because it was completely different depending, right? But now in this one, they said, everybody can wear everything, which is great because it's always a coin toss. It's like, which is better, the female armor or the male armor? And now it doesn't matter. So it's like, this is what the male Chatacabra, the thing we just fought, that's what his armor looks like.
Thank you.
That's what her armor looks like. And I'm just super happy about that. So what you do, you kill the monster and you're like, I want to wear its skin. Or I killed the monster, so now I want to kill it again, but now with a weapon made of its own flesh.
Oh, wow.
And so you do. That's what. And listen, as long as you're killing the monster, you don't need defense. So we're going pure.
Listen, that's why you were keeping your distance and whiffing a lot was because
exactly.
it was intimidating the monster to not come over there and hit you.
I'm channeling the inner version of my friend who I get so mad at because we'll be playing and we'll be fighting something. He just keeps dying. I'm like, bro, what's wrong? And then I'll look and it's like your armor. You should have upgraded your armor 5 monsters ago. And he's like, no, bro, it's okay.
So one of the other things I kind of think to talk about with this is that this is a direct follow-up mechanically and structurally to World. Because Rise was kind of a different thing, right?
So basically, the simple version of it, and people have argued this before, but this is not an argument, this is factual. This is mainline, and Rise is an offshoot. They're very similar, but basically, Monster Hunter World was Monster Hunter 5, and then Rise came out, and this is Monster Hunter 6.
Okay.
There's always, these days at least, you have... These days, you have the Monster Hunter game, that you have the mainline, and you have the offshoot that's willing to do a little more zany stuff, right? It's probably not fair. I called it offshoot anime Monster Hunter, because... The one before it, you had... I'm not just saying that because it was set in an Eastern place. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it's like you have hyper fighter stuff in it. The other one had like abilities that were on cooldown and whatnot, and Rise lets you zip around all over the place doing all sorts of zany stuff. This game is zany, but it's more grounded, I would say.
But what I was gonna say is that this following up to World is that because these were like PlayStation 2 to PSP to Wii games, part of it was supposed to be, like the monster will run away and you got to track it and whatnot.
Okay.
And previously that meant tracking it across different load zones. So it was kind of like a whole other thing. Now there was a big deal when World came out back in 2018.
It was a huge deal that you go into a map and there were no load zones. It was one huge map because it's the first time they'd ever done that.
That's pretty cool.
It's great. And it was called World. Like, it was a big part of World was they were really focusing on the ecology more than ever. They wanted to make it a real lived-in world. Monsters had like patterns where they'd interact with environments and whatnot.
The ecology of Dune.
Yes. Talk to my guild.
Whoa, wait, what was that green thing?
Oh, this thing? This little fella?
Yeah.
That's called a vigor moth. You can find them in things. They hold green things that heal you, and you go up and you swipe it out of its hands and drink it.
Interesting.
And it's mad, but then it won't do anything because it's a little bitch.
Okay.
He's too small to do anything
It's
about
too small. Where is my other guildmate? I'm trying to remember. There's my other guildmate.
That reminded me of the way I was describing. I don't even remember what I was describing to you. Of the like female main character that is too small to protect herself, so she needs like I don't even remember which one it was though.
They're all too small.
They're all too
small. That's just kind of how it is. They're small and they need a big man to help them out.
Context sensitive says part of that, talking about our discussion earlier, was because Rise was a Switch game exclusively. Yes, it was originally a Switch game. It was Rise and the other one before Rise, Generation. Well, Generation was originally DS and then it got ported to the Switch. Then Rise came out on the Switch and several months later it got ported to PC and PlayStation.
Yeah. Surprise Child is always a literary classic, said Hyper Amy.
No.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Something that's interesting about this game is this is simultaneous release everywhere on everything, which was that was pretty cool. But the other thing is this is the first one that has crossplay as well, which is excellent. You got a friend you want to play with and they're on PC? Well, it sucks for them because this game's really bad on PC right now, but you can play with them.
There's a million people playing it, so it seems like it's not too bad.
There's a million people playing and 500,000 of them are complaining about performance issues.
Yeah, well, you know what? They're still playing, aren't they?
They're still playing.
Let's see the charts right now on a Saturday. Let's go have a look.
Do you have lightning bugs on top of the Palico's head?
Yeah.
Excellent.
That is a little things. So they're called scout flies and they help you track monsters. That was introduced in World.
Okay.
He just got it on his head because it's a cool little thing.
I like it.
709,310 in game currently, so we're down from the 1,384,608 24-hour peak. Which is also the all-time
I forgot
peak.
to show off the most important thing that you can do at the smithy.
You are correct. The reviews are currently sitting at 48.79% with a little like emoji.
Exactly. So this is the most important thing is you can get little gear for your cat too. So you can get little.
Yeah, the cat's also got armor and equipment and heavily customizable.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Only more unlocks as time goes on, which I think because I have save data in another Monster Hunter game, it's like we're gonna give you some new outfits. Let me go claim them real quick. Talk to this cat. See cats. So they do all.
Cats
sorts
are part of the
things.
team.
Wow.
So if this is Coconut.
Cute.
Scroll.
Coconut?
Coconut. Claim content. There we go. I don't know. Maybe there's a claim all button. Is there a claim all button? There's not a claim all button. Damn. Now I'm having to waste several
Precious
seconds
time
instead of 1 second.
Okay, so anyway, we were talking about tagged, we were talking about stories, and see, somebody a second ago said that sounds self-explanatory to me. Age gap tag makes sense. There's an age gap.
Yes.
What is a reverse age gap?
What is that?
So it's just gender flipped. So
okay, then what is regular age gap?
So regular age gap is older man, younger woman. Reverse age gap is older woman, younger man.
That seems needlessly complicated.
It does, yes.
That's lame.
Yep. I was like, are they born on the exact same day? Like, what is a reverse age gap?
That seems like unnecessarily
The rest
detailed.
Of it
I feel like
also
age gap.
Not what I was into, so I was like, I'm gonna just skip this one.
Age gap should just say like one of them is older than the other one. I got it. Like I don't need to. And
Oh, this is a little duck outfit for it. Look.
How
'Cause
cute.
The hat looks like a little duck bill with little eyes, and he's got a little duck backpack and a little duck tail. It's good stuff. I
Good
like
stuff.
that.
I feel like there are many ways to simplify that. M/F or F/M at the beginning to indicate which one is like higher or something. Reversed doesn't make any sense. It
No.
makes it sound like it's like a Benjamin Button situation
Yeah.
going on or something.
That was why I clicked on it, because I was like, well, now I gotta know what that is. But the answer was gross. Not even because like the gender flip.
No, I assumed the broader premise of the book.
The answer was extra gross because it was like stepmom, and I was like, no,
Yeah.
I want out.
No, thank you. Not for me.
This is not what I'm here for.
All right, now we're stuck in a segment where we can't do anything because story.
I can't believe that Aiden read all these romance books and all she learned was kink shaming.
Shame on
Look,
you.
look, I'm glad it's there for the people who are into it. I'm not.
You don't have to say that.
Listen, listen,
I'm
you
not
can do whatever
trying to-
you want. Just don't shove it in my face.
I'm
That's
not
all
trying to
hearing
yuck
from you
your
right
yum.
now.
Just keep it away from me. Like, I don't. No.
So what's going on with all these rock formations? These things fall apart if you hit them hard enough.
Yes,
they
they
look.
do.
They look like things you're supposed to hit
Excellent.
hard with a hammer and they collapse.
You shoot stuff at them, and you try to make them land on top of a monster, and then it'll fall and hurt the monster, and give you a chance to beat its ass.
I heard people complaining about the circa 2014 walk and talk gameplay
Yeah,
segments in
because
this.
it's never been prevalent before. There's a little bit of it in World, but it seemed like Gene Park was talking about. There's a lot of it in this.
They've just given you stuff to. They've given you little targets to shoot at to collect random.
Yeah,
crap
that is a new quality of life that I love because hey, you don't have to walk up to it; you just snatch it. And
That's pretty cool.
perhaps you're getting into the territory of it. It's like, oh, the game's just playing itself.
Joey,
for
stop
you,
looking at the
whatever.
bitter bugs and look at the vistas.
Oh, look at the beautiful vista.
What are the little guys running around?
Look at that thing. The little guys.
Look
If
at
I
the
had
little guys.
eventually I'll get a net and I can scoop them up. Observe the animals. I don't want to do that because it's going to make them talk more. We're just going to keep going.
But Joey, they're going to talk
When I'm-
about the ecology of this place.
I know, and I love the ecology, but that's something that I'm going to do in my own time.
Okay, fine.
They talk. Look, they talk about. Look at that herd. All those are females except for the big one that's got a big spike on his back. And it's
Is
cool.
that a mountain? What a weird shape. I mean, I think if it's big and it's made of stone, it's a mountain regardless of
I
its
don't
shape.
know, dude. There's a monster in the series called the Dalamadur that's as big as that thing.
I mean,
That's
but my
icky.
thing is like okay, Adamantoise Final Fantasy 15, is it not also a mountain?
It's true.
When it dies and all of its rock is just sitting there, it's just a mountain now.
Dalamadur is so big. It's a big ass snake, and it's so big that there is a zone in World called the Rotten Vale that is like you are in its like decayed corpse, but it's an entire zone that's like this big.
Wow.
Awesome. Sick.
It's very cool.
It's like that dream I had.
Oh yeah, what kind of dream did you have?
I swear we've talked about it.
We may have. We talk about our dreams a lot.
It was the one I had when I
That
was
sounded
little.
weird, like we have like a little dream club. But I'm saying we have texted, historically speaking,
Yes.
over the last 10 years, we have texted each other. So I had this weird dream last night.
This wasn't like I had this as an actual child. It was when I was slightly traumatized by Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
Okay.
I had a dream where like I tried to fight the basilisk, but it just ate me. But instead of like that
Killing you.
being death, it just meant like I hung out.
You were just trapped in there.
Yeah,
now.
it was like
you have mentioned this to me before.
Yeah, we just all hung out, and eventually it ate the whole like Hogwarts castle.
Well, I
We
mean, at
all
the end of the
just-
day, it all worked out. Then
yeah, we
like.
all just continued living inside of the basilisk.
Oh,
Yep,
all right.
that was the dream.
Well, it sounded like it all worked out.
Yep, it was fine.
I had a dream that I died, and they were like, "You're gonna go to hell." I was like, "That's not fun." And they're like, "Well, you can like just not and just stay in this room for all of eternity." And I said, "Well, that sucks." And I woke up. There was no resolution to that dream. I just woke up feeling bad.
Most dreams
Gross.
don't have much of a resolution. They kind of just move on to the next thing.
Until they do have a resolution, and you wake up and you feel hollow. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, very occasionally, that's worse.
We're here.
It's forcing me to walk. I can't do that. I got a game. I've got a game. Let me skip dialogue.
Oh, Bean Burrito's just skipping right past. There's
It's
scouting
culturally
ahead. They're ignoring.
insensitive. These are the
She
people in
doesn't
the
follow
Forbidden
rules
Lands.
ever. She does what she wants.
They don't. This ancient
Currently
society.
waiting for everybody to walk up, and I couldn't move, so the
Yeah,
camera was
no,
just bobbing.
I calculated that.
And
No,
we're
listen,
back.
this like ancient society that's been cut off. They don't know that the cats are intelligent, so we're just gonna send a cat in there to scout the place
They
out. As long as they
actually,
don't talk.
they actually
won't.
talk. Wait a minute.
You got more to do, Joey.
Okay. I went the wrong way.
Yes, you did.
No, they actually talk about. They're like, yeah, there's no Palcos in this region, so
Exactly, so
they've
you can
never
just-
seen
you-
cats
you-
before.
Bean could have been a scout, at least initially. You know, I'm sure they'll pick up on it eventually, but at least at first, Bean could have gotten us some intel.
Giant armadillos.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
You can
All
kill
kinds of
them
stuff.
and get raw meat from them, and then
No, leave 'em alone.
You're gonna have to kill some things in this game.
No, not the friendly ones. Take
Well-
out the icky ones.
well, the icky ones are attacking the friendly ones.
Well, take out the icky ones.
okay.
Authorization.
It's like you knew what the game was going to tell me to do. The problem is that the not icky ones will also get.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. Yeah, I think that one. He's not even moving anymore. I think he's cooked anyway.
Yep.
He turned green. I think they poisoned him, which makes me think that one bite from these dudes, they're gonna pin you down. It's not gonna be good. They
Yeah.
they shut down that thing's central nervous
Here's a
system.
mechanic
quick.
for this weapon I didn't talk about. You see how it's glowing?
Yeah,
really
I noticed
strong?
that about it. Yes.
It bounces now because I didn't. It's glowing too hard, and I've got to do that.
Okay.
It's good stuff.
Is it?
No, but it's stuff you're gonna ignore because you never want to be using the sword and shield too much, unless you're on the defense.
Yeah, you wanna be switching to your big trick
So
weapon.
you can be doing this stuff. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Ew.
golden rings. You don't want a plushie of this thing?
No. Although seeing it reminds me of comparing notes on how we were picturing griffins in a book series that a classmate
What
and
was
I read.
what idiot? Some stupid idiot dumbass who was like, "Oh yeah, I pictured Griffins as what was it? 'Cause it was something insane." It was like
Okay.
I pictured it as like a TIE fighter or something stupid like that.
What are we talking about?
Let's paint the picture here.
Sure, go ahead, paint
Okay.
the picture.
So I think she and I had both finished the book at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And we were discussing just like our takes on some things. And she was like, "Hey, Aiden, by the way, how do you picture the griffins in this book?"
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I know it's a little bit incorrect
went the wrong
because these griffins are meant to have like very lion bodies and then just eagle heads on lion bodies. But they also have like extra kind of talons that would be more akin to like a bird talon than a lion claw. And I was like, I know it is incorrect of me to picture them this way, but I really do just picture like Buckbeak from the Harry Potter series.
Uh-huh.
And she was like, that's fine, because, and she turns her phone screen around, and this is what I picture them as, and it's Bullet Bill.
That's what it
From
was. I knew it was something
Mario.
ridiculous.
What?
Yeah.
It is Bullet Bill.
What the hell?
And I was just
Whoa,
like,
that guy just got.
No, don't worry. That's a friendly bird that you can use to fly around.
Oh, okay.
I was just like,
That would have been a
ma'am.
very. If this was the Monster Hunter movie, that person would be dead. Because one of the worst things about the movie is they make it like grim and dark. And the thing about Monster Hunter is this world is so happy and goofy. Like, look at that thing.
Very sweet.
Look at that creature. It's whimsical.
Yeah, I knew. I said TIE fighter because I didn't remember what it was, but I remembered it was something that had absolutely nothing to do with
Bullet
a
Bill.
winged creature. I pictured
Yep.
Bullet Bill in my head when I was reading this.
Now, in her defense,
In
she
her defense.
only pictures one specific one that way, and then she just does not have a mental image for the rest of them. It is only the griffin of a character she does not like.
Okay.
That she's like,
Interesting.
that one's griffin specifically.
So what kind of brain
Is
problems does
Bullet
this
Bill.
person have?
Anxiety.
Okay.
I don't know. She's fine.
Oh, I'm talking about where's Gemma?
But
Well, no, she's in class with you, right?
Yeah.
So she's training to be a therapist, right?
Yeah.
So she's got some kind of problem.
we all get anxiety up in this. I mean, for real. And perfectionism. We are all such
You mean everybody
perfectionists.
in that group?
Yes.
Sure.
Like to paint the level of perfectionism, she was saying the other day, like, and I almost failed wellness when we took it last summer. And I was like, did you almost fail or did you almost get a B? And she was like, that's the same thing. And I was like,
Alrighty.
I understand you, but I need you to understand that they are two different things.
That is one area where, like, you know, like folks who, like, you know, when they were younger got A's really easily, did really well in school, so then they like they associate, you know, just minor difficulty with like extreme hardship.
Yep.
I was also definitely like that. I got really good grades really easily, really early on in school, but I never had that transition of like, oh crud, I'm getting B's or even C's or whatever. I'm ruined. I never really had that. I had other things I was anxious about.
Yeah.
But
I was always like making average grades in school, so that stuff never bothered me. But I remember, and this like everybody has their own experiences, and I get it. But as a teenager, I got really, really irked because the test results came back, and this one girl in class was actually crying about her test results. I was like, oh god, she like flunked, and like she made a B, and I had made a C. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
I don't know that I ever actually, like... There is exactly one time that I cried about a grade, but it was such
Do I
an
have any
extenuating
meat on me?
circumstance thing and had very little to do with the actual grade. And it was a subjective grade, and that grade was later changed.
No, I gotta go get some meat.
that was not like a... I feel like that's a different set of circumstances.
Sure.
Just like getting a test back and being like, oh no.
So gang in chat. Obviously, I mean, not that you may not want to talk to myself and Joey also, but Aiden's here on stream live. I think she's been on like, I don't know, 2 streams before this.
I know
maybe?
I was on the Sonic one, the Sonic Train one.
Yeah, you were on the Sonic Train one. Also, like shortly after I got my stream setup fixed after like a period where I couldn't stream for like a year and a half. One time you popped in for like I was playing Splitgate. It was really just like to talk with chat. I feel like
remember that.
I feel like there's 1 or 2 others I'm forgetting about, but point is not super often. But yeah, no, gang, like this is cozy stream. Joey's monster hunting. We're giving the game.
Don't direct. I gotta get that gummit. I need to kill something so I can get meat.
She and I are giving the game our minimum attention.
I'm like watching.
No, I'm paying attention.
But I definitely could not tell you what we're doing right now.
No. But my point is that we're not giving the game super high attention. So if you guys just got stuff you want to talk about, fire away.
What we're doing right now is we saw an SOS flare.
Yeah, we saw the flare go up.
Oh, okay, great.
Hold on, was that on? Was that on Takamaki?
Might have been.
Sure sounded like her. I'm gonna turn this up during the next cutscene.
That's a lot of meat.
It is. These are the support group that was supposed to meet up with us.
Oh no!
They're reinforcing us. Yeah, bringing supplies. Don't worry, Bean's gonna help out.
I have absolute faith.
Bing gets to help out in this cutscene a lot. I love these stupid creatures.
Oh no! Oof! Ooh!
I love this stupid monster too because this is the second monster in the game and I didn't get spoiled on it. It wasn't in the beta I played and I just didn't see it before.
Cool.
Hell yeah!
Always fun to discover new monsters. And I felt like for sure I always forget her name. Erica something.
Harlicker or something like that.
The other one is the one who plays Futaba and Jesse is the other one. I always get them, but I'm gonna find out.
Are we allowed to?
We can talk about it later.
It's turned down low on our end, gang. So that's why I'm maybe missing stuff here.
Find somewhere safe.
Oh yeah, the other stupid thing about to nitpick this game, something we've not talked about at all is
Keep typing Rise instead of Wilds.
The people in the Forbidden Lands. It keeps being like, wow, they don't have weapons. They've never seen your weapons before. It's like you've been here 1,000 years.
They have some kinds of weapons.
No, the game's like they don't have any weapons.
They have no weapons. They've lived a totally peaceful existence
They're
surrounded by monsters for thousands of years.
Bonk. Their village has like anti-monster deterrents in it, but that's it. Which technically we haven't learned yet, but who cares?
Okay, no. I was clearly my ears were playing tricks on me. I heard one line with a particular like a particular kind of sound to it that I thought maybe, but no, I don't know. I don't know almost any of these actors.
How are you supposed to say the name of that
I've
guy?
not heard it yet. I was calling it like a camatress or something like that, like a cockatrice.
Queematress?
Ooh, I know a lot of the additional
Queen?
voices.
Queematress?
I don't recognize most of these main
Queematrix?
actors, but I know a lot of the additional voices.
I'm on fire. That's bad. When you're on fire, you get hurt.
Yeah, no kidding.
Crazy. You can roll or roll into water to get it out. Rolling takes a while, but if you're in water, it just puts it out instantly. So I'm gonna try. We'll see how it goes. The first monster we fought did not have a tail that could be cut off. This bad boy has a tail that can be cut off.
Ah!
Don't worry. Even if Bean loses all of Bean's health, they'll just like burrow into the ground and recover. And come
Okay,
back.
dope. That's
Cats
cool.
are very resilient. Same way that they land on all fours no matter what. They just disappear into the ground and
I got
don't
it,
worry
alright.
about it.
I forget sometimes that like people who don't have cats like don't get that cats do in fact just land on their feet all the time.
Yeah.
So I had some friends over for dinner. It's been a month or so.
Okay.
And Bean got up on the table, and Bean's not supposed to be on the table. Bean knows that. So I just, like, scooped under her belly and,
Go away.
and just kind of gently tossed. And they were like, oh my God. And I was like, chill out. Like, it's cool. She's fine.
Okay. Someone shot. Have we mentioned Fourth Wing? Someone just like shot called that you
That
read
was
Fourth Wing.
that was in fact the book that she was picturing Bullet Bill for. Cat,
Oh, okay.
Cat,
All right, got it.
Cat,
I thought it wasn't.
I didn't
that.
say it though.
I was gonna ask, is that dragon book? And I was like, no, because she's talking about griffins. It must be something different.
No, there's griffins in Dragon
Okay,
book.
got it. All right.
There's griffins and dragons. Of course, Jacob.
Question was, what does she think of Romancery?
Romantasy.
Romantasy. I haven't read a fiction book in a good minute, but my last job, a coworker put on an audiobook of this book called Fourth Wing. Okay, never mind. They
Yeah.
didn't guess that you'd read it. Or just, I don't know. They're just random shotting. Read a lot of fanfic, but I'm sorry to say that boon was that book was some of the most cringe material I've read in a while. Later, I heard this was an example of a new genre called romantasy. Listen, dude, you don't
What is
understand.
romantasy? Is that just romance fantasy?
Yeah.
Well, it's like let me put it this way, Joey. Plenty of stories have romance in them. A Marvel movie may contain romance, but you wouldn't call it a romance film, right?
Yeah.
So there's just a certain emphasis that happens. Romantasy is basically I'm going to have the level of focus on relationships that a romance book would have, but I'm also going to have the word count of a fantasy book, so I can hedge romance novel like level of romantic focus in between actual like
come
shall we
back
say
here.
real plot.
Yeah. So an argument that's happening right now is like all the people calling like ACOTAR fairy smut and stuff along those lines, and then some women got defensive, but like in a smart way, and they just did some math on the page count of the book, right? So all of those books are like 500 pages, and then there's like maybe 20 pages of like adult content.
Okay.
So you're looking at like very low percentages of like it being considered smut.
Okay.
And that I feel like that's also very typical of like the romantasy genre.
Well, I mean,
It's
in
like
order
there
I mean-
may be open door scenes, but it's not like a significant percentage of the book.
I think it's important to understand that, like, not that I'm an expert in this field, but something like, 50 Shades of Grey raised eyebrows about how scandalous it was, but even
Yeah.
that is, like, I guess we would say that would be categorized as softcore.
I don't know. I haven't read it.
But like something like these books, they may have like a focus on romance or a focus on sex, but they are not porn.
Right.
They don't stray into that area because they're still mainstream popular books.
Right.
I have no opinion on the Fourth Wing stuff though. Alexandra. I read a lot of fanfic, but that book was some of the most cringe I've heard in a while. I'm gonna say if someone randomly put on an audiobook and you were in the middle of it, it's almost never.
I didn't listen to Fourth Wing at all. I read all of it. And I think if I had listened to it, I would have thought it was cringe too. I feel like there's definitely like there are some things that I think are made better by being an audiobook, but none of them are romantasy.
I think it's very
But-
hard to open, especially in an audiobook.
Yeah.
Where like there's just kind of like the speakers like developed a certain cadence as it goes on, and a certain there's just something about it that kind of has an artificial feeling to it. Maybe that's why I don't love audiobooks in the first place. But like I think it's very hard to start an audiobook in the middle of like any audiobook and not feel like something weird's going on, like it's not messing with your brain a little bit. Like it's
Yeah.
hard to jump into a TV show in the middle.
Yeah.
I feel like it really skews your perspective on anything along those lines.
Where the ones that I feel like lend themselves more to audiobooks are when your main characters have a lot of banter. And even then, I did not realize that this was a picky of me thing, but I don't like...
Well done, Joey. There weren't too many whiffs in that one.
No, I did good.
I don't like
Ignore all the whiffs I did have.
It wasn't as many as it could have been.
that typical audiobooks are done, where it's like, if this is a chapter from female perspective, there's a female narrator, and if this is a chapter from male perspective, there's a male narrator, and they're doing like, if it's female's chapter, she's reading every single word in that chapter.
Sure, yeah.
Whereas there's, I don't remember what that one may be called, like dual POV or dual narrator.
Yeah, there's been a lot of like as the audiobook market has gotten
is
like
this
truly huge in the last couple of years, there's been like so many different approaches to, are we going to have a guy who's just good at doing, or a guy or gal who's good at doing a lot of voices? Are we going to have like 5 different people reading this? Like,
Yeah, so that's like a full cast situation. The ones that I like, they're referred to as duet style.
Okay.
Where like even if it's a gal reading a gal's chapter, if a guy says a line in gal's chapter, the male narrator is reading that line.
Okay.
And anything other than that, I am now like, this is intolerable. So I don't do a lot of audiobooks. I did really just like the Bryn Weaver books. What's the first one? 2 Moments. Butcher and Blackbird. And Leather and Lark. And then Scythe and Sparrow came out like 10 days ago, maybe. Excellent. But those are not romantasy. Those are like dark romance.
Okay.
Why is my screen black?
Because there's a cutscene about to happen, Joey,
for the class.
I would assume. Or the game crashed.
They
Cutscene.
sent me that gummit. I was gonna fight that thing.
That's really too bad, Joey. You got story to experience first, boy.
He said, no, I don't. I'm skipping all
Oh, and
of
the game
that.
just told me, it was like, oh, you can now carry 2 weapons into a fight instead of 1. It's like, okay, I don't know what my second weapon's gonna be. I'll put I'll use something else. I'll throw a longsword on.
You don't have to. You can do whatever you want to
The
do.
weeaboo weapon.
The weeaboo weapon.
Longsword gets flack online because it's the weeaboo weapon, but if you don't like longsword, you just haven't used it yet. It's so fun. It's so fun to be a weeaboo.
I will also say another deterrent for me for audiobooks is like just the attention span of it all. If I'm like doing something else while I'm trying to listen to it, I'm going to miss something.
Sure,
and
yeah.
that's going to frustrate me. So I may as well sit down and read the book myself.
If I'm on a long drive or whatever, then it makes sense. But
Yeah.
also, I haven't like, you know, I would be reading it normally, and then I'd have to go find where it was in the audiobook specifically for driving. So usually driving is just like, okay, here's this podcast I haven't listened to in 6 months.
Right. Right.
So I had to do recently. I had one day I had to drive like, I don't know. It was like 2.5 hours out, 2.5 hours back or something for work. Blasted through a bunch of podcast stuff on that one. I will point out, Aiden, do you need to check with Spencer on timing because it's 5 o'clock? Do you need to figure out if you are or aren't going? I forgot to mention at the top of this that you may or may not be sticking around for long.
I asked him and he was like, what are we doing? And I was like, I don't know. He was like, well, then I don't know. And I was like, well, okay.
Do you want to step away and have like a phone call with him and figure that out?
No, I'll shoot another text.
I was just gonna say, because if you want, like, if he wants to come over and hang out here, we could do this for a couple more hours and then he could come join us. But if you need to go, then you can go and that's fine. If you need to step away and figure that out with him, that's fine. I'm not gonna stop you because I noticed the time and I thought I'd just check.
Sorry, I made this and I didn't even look at it because
It made what?
I made a. Can I swap to it right now? Where is it? I made a longsword.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you switched to it. Yeah,
There we go.
looks more like a gun.
I know.
It's just
crazy.
got a cool.
Oh, it's because it's
cool
got like
sheath.
a Oh, sick.
Yeah, it's-
Let me go out here and.
he's
Wee.
he's in
Don't
the
tell me what I
Discord
can't
with the
do.
boys. So
Say again.
he's in the Discord with the boys.
Okay, so he's having a good time.
He's probably fine.
They're fencing with their wieners over there, and he doesn't need to come over here.
Hell yeah. This cat is our chef. He gives us.
I see that he's got a tomato beanie. It's got like, it looks like kind of like macadamia nut necklace or something.
Dude, I love it, dude.
Oh, I got no problem with this. No, I know these dudes. These dudes cook up a storm for you. I've seen tons.
do.
I've seen plenty of cutscenes. This is another game with like the food in this looks so good. Whatever. Plenty of
We're gonna be
cutscenes
getting
of the
to
cats.
a cutscene in a second.
Of the cats cooking for us?
No, not the cats cooking. Somebody else cooks for us, and they make like cheese, and it's like, oh my
cheese.
god. No, I don't want to talk to him. That's optional, and we don't do optional content.
Find
We're
whoever's gonna make
streaming.
the cheese for us. I'm much more interested in this than
We're
the
gonna
monster
get. We're
hunting.
gonna get to the cheese in a second. Once.
Who's this guy?
Oh, I
What
didn't.
species is he?
Oh, there's I forgot there's another separate species. They're called Wyverians, and it's really funny because women Wyverians are always very slender and attractive, and males are freakazoids.
Monty, classic.
Look at them.
Classic.
But
What are
there,
you-
Oh,
there's
goodness.
some of them look like that. Some of them are like taller than this tent. Like they're all weird.
Dude,
It's
there
great.
is. I'm playing Grand Blue Fantasy Relink recently, and it's so funny because you always see that. Like, okay, we're gonna have the monster race, but the women are gonna be hot. And
Are you
but
talking
the
about
men-
the giraffe?
I don't know the name of the race, but yeah, it's like
horned
I was like.
people?
I was in the codex, and it's like it has pictures of like a stock character of each gender, and it's like big dudes with horns, and they are drawn with like lines in their face, and they're burly, and they like it's hard to explain without seeing it, but their face is drawn with a certain level of definition, like fine detail, and then right next to them, the female moe face,
Yeah.
no detail, big eyes, anime mouth. That's it.
Great.
Yeah, male giraffe are usually like stoic, huge muscle dudes, and female giraffe are tiny and they have large breasts.
This is the name of the race
Crazy.
from Grand Blue. I haven't learned any of the lore terms there that aren't direct Final Fantasy or
Rip-offs,
Skies
yeah.
of Arcadia ripoffs. Is this from the Grand Blue Fantasy
Yes.
Versus, maybe?
What do you mean?
I was
My
where have you
knowledge,
picked up
or-
this lore? I mean,
Yeah.
because I was gonna say I don't think the actual cell phone game is available outside of Japan.
No,
is it?
it's it's a browser game, and there is an English version. but
Okay, all right.
I don't know.
But I was so
But I've not played it.
it's
No, it's
Versus
just
where you
it's
picked this stuff up.
osmosis from watching people play the fighting game.
Sorry, you laughed really hard a second ago about something in your phone. What was
Spencer's
it?
response to "When do you want me home?" was, "I don't care. I'm playing Autism Squared."
What is that? Squared?
I don't care, babe. I'm busy. Don't bother me.
It's whatever he was talking to you about the other night. The Minecraft but hard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that game.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
game.
Realistic Minecraft
Yeah.
game. Yeah.
So we'll
yeah.
see.
So I skipped the cutscene, but yeah, these crystals they keep.
Yeah, somebody in chat said a second ago, no, actually the people of these lands have just they don't need weapons because
So,
they use crystals to ward off
This
the monsters.
is kind of turning one of those things where it's like the narrative doesn't like the world building is more interesting because the reason it protects them is there is an apex predator that is a lightning beast that after it goes through a zone it leaves these like in its wake.
Oh, so they
Or no,
sense-
sorry, it's I'm putting two and two together and I'm getting three. Sorry, lightning probably from the monster. It creates like
lightning strikes sand,
sand
creating
which takes glass, as we know from Bionicle.
Yes.
And the noises like there's another lightning beast. I don't know if it's the same one or not.
Fucking hate
but
that I went there in my head too. with
Exactly.
I only know that line because you reminded me of it.
Exactly. Basically, there's a weird railgun monster that is an apex beast, and
Okay.
it sounds like these crystals when it's charging up. So monsters hear that and stay away from the village.
All right.
So cool stuff. We like that.
I'm sorry I'm messing up these names. Alexandra, I'm assuming. I think the portion I heard of Fourth Wing must have been near the beginning, but my main point of contention was that the MC spent time obsessing. How much time the MC spent obsessing over how hot the male lead was in every scene, particularly when she was fighting him and was certain he was about to kill her. Lol. Focus, girl. Listen.
All right.
Dangerous men with the potential to kill you's hot.
Here's the
Don't
thing.
you understand?
Do I agree that okay, so literally the very first time you lay eyes on Zayden,
I think it's important also to put in some context for anybody who doesn't know that the Fourth Wing novels are currently like the most popular books on Earth.
oh yeah, they're crazy super popular.
The most recent one, which is called Onyx Storm, I think is like it's the first thing to break Deathly Hallows' pre-orders for like a fiction novel since
Yeah.
Deathly Hallows. So I'm not saying you're wrong for disliking it or whatever, but I'm also saying if you're like, oh, she was listening to some book and I thought it wasn't that great, I don't know. It's everywhere.
There are plenty of people that don't like these books, and
That's
I think
fine. People-
like you're allowed to not like
No,
them.
you're
That's
listen.
fine.
I'm not saying I'm not saying they're popular, so you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, in case you thought this was just a random thing, your coworker was like, I don't know if anybody's heard of this before.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually a pretty big deal right now. I have no opinion on it because I haven't read any of it.
I'm not skipping this because I know this leads to the food, and I don't want to skip the food.
Okay,
by
got it. That's
accident.
fair. We're waiting for the food.
So the
Where's the food?
The very first time you see Zayden, before you have clocked that he is Zayden, you're like, damn, that guy's
is Zayas.
dangerous but hot though. And then you realize, wait, that's probably the guy that's like gonna try to kill me. Maybe I shouldn't think that he's hot. And
But it's too late because
it's
once
too
you've
late.
decided somebody is hot, you're going to be distracted every time you're around.
and
them.
a lot of her inner monologue is like,
yeah,
I
they're
Oh, here's
shouldn't
the cooking.
I shouldn't be
Making
into this
food.
dude.
There's one shot we're gonna get in a second where they're like drizzling
Bread.
cheese, and it's like Jesus Christ, man.
That does look tasty.
As we gather,
Say grace.
may we so share in the wind's bounty.
Yeah, whatever. give me rub a dub dub. Give me the grub.
You're being so disrespectful to this culture that happens to speak our language, even though we haven't had
Yeah,
contact with them
right.
for
They have
thousands
their
of
own
years.
language too, by the way.
Oh, they do, but they also speak English?
They also speak English.
All right, well, that's very convenient.
It is.
Do you use a special kind of flour?
I don't know about special, but it pairs.
Beans.
The beans.
I don't know what this is all about.
What do you mean he's jamming?
He's. Oh man.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, buddy.
man.
That's stupid.
That looks so good. Oh, the cheese ball.
Oh man.
Like home cooking.
She did kind of sound like Jessie there. It is not her, though. I looked it up. It's someone else. So now I swapped from Anne to the other Erica.
The excessive
The other
eyelashes on character I
yeah,
made
and we
were a
get
great
massive
call.
Buffs
Yeah.
because the food's so good.
Because I notice them every time.
Every time I see this girl, it takes me out of it because she looks like she's about to take my like. Do you want that mocha with whipped cream or not?
All right, and that's over. So we shot at a large monster.
I saw a large monster in this Monster Hunter game.
It's crazy, bro.
So,
Also, this is literally where I got to. So here we go.
All right.
New territory.
Zayden, he very quickly makes it pretty obvious he's not going to kill her.
Okay.
Spoiler alerts, guys.
crazy.
I just had I knew. Sorry, keep that in mind. But I just had like a little panic attack. Where I
You
went-
find it very quickly.
No,
like-
no, not in the book. Just hold that
Oh.
thought. I had a separate panic attack, which was, oh my god, did I remember to connect the computer to the internet for this stream? We've been talking to chat for like 2 hours now. Anyway, sorry, continue talking about the book.
So, and it's like, it's pretty apparent to the reader. Female main character is like, I don't know, it could be a long game, and it's not. He's just horny for her
Head
too.
to the forest.
So, the scene that I imagine you heard where they were fighting and she was certain he was about to kill her, without giving too much context in case anyone is interested in the series and hasn't read it and wants to.
Or being asked to read it by a significant other.
Yeah, basically, like, that happens after the point where it has become abundantly clear to the reader that these two are not killing each other.
Okay.
And yeah, like, their relationship,
Well, you're hitting your own guy there.
He'll be all right.
Joey!
He'll be
I
okay.
think I'm probably in the minority when I say this, but their relationship is not my favorite part of the book.
Uh-huh.
I really like
gonna need
the
more raw meat.
relationships between dragons and their riders.
Did I set the ground on fire right there? That's
and
kinda cool if I did. 'Cause this
like-
weapon
Yeah,
does
your
fire
sword
damage.
was doing fire stuff there.
It was. I think it only works if I'm hitting a monster, though.
Probably.
I like a lot of the
Humans and dragons.
yeah, the their connection and their relationships banging. Not literally. They do
Okay.
not bang the dragons in these books.
So it's not like a Yoko Taro.
No,
thing.
they do not bang the dragons in these
That
books.
was so funny. When we were talking, I don't know if we were talking about this or something else, but somehow you also brought up like in Drakengard they have sex with their dragons, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot Kine did that. I was just thinking about the girl and like how she used to have a relationship with her dragon before it turned into a piss baby. And then Aiden gave me one of those faces that you give when someone says something insane. And I was like, no, you don't understand. He literally turned into a piss
You
baby, and then I
understand.
refused to elaborate.
Oh, yes.
Ninja Bunny will know what I'm talking about. I don't think anybody else will. How are the wilds? Asks Marinated Octopus. Well, we just got slightly further than Joey got in his own time playing this the
I
other
only
day.
got to play 2 hours, so
Yeah.
here we are. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore, but all I know is I got a grill, baby.
Good, excellent. Let's cook it up.
Grill
I-
a meal.
I want to address the sarcastic ones.
Uh-huh.
This is the
Sure.
this is the
This is how Zutara shippers feel.
Look, I'm not saying that I was a Zutara shipper back in the day, but personally, I think there was much more depth to that relationship than there is to Violet and Zayden's.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Damn.
First
Really?
try. First try, baby. Trophy earned.
Good job. The Zutara stuff never made sense to me because those characters have like 4 scenes together in the entire series.
Look, I got it. I understood.
Does it come down to literally as simple as in season 1, there's that episode
Yep.
with the pirates?
Yep.
And she's running away and he grabs her arm and he says, I'll save you from the pirates. Is it that?
No, it's
and then,
the
and then he
scene-
ties her up.
It's
He
the
ties
scene,
her up after that
it's
too.
the scene in the cave.
That's
the scene in the
No,
cave.
that's the second season where
When
she's like, I could maybe heal your scar with
Yep.
my magic water.
It's that scene.
Okay, no, but
That's it.
I feel like that's not enough. I feel
People
like I
have
need
done
more than
so
that.
much more with so much less.
But
Jacob.
Zuko is a
I'm a master.
better
of grilling.
person
Y'all don't
than
even
Zayden
know.
is.
You can screw that
By
mini
the
game
end.
up, and I got it 3
by
times.
by
in a
the
row.
end
I'm
of
impressed,
Avatar.
Joey. I believe you.
You should be.
Zuko is a much better person, a much more reformed person.
Well, also your book series is still ongoing. I just want to point out.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. When that sword got cleaned and then it was going back into the sheath, it looked like a giant nail file.
This thing? Yeah, it is. Look at it.
Yeah, that's not a sword.
Well, it could be. It's fine. It's a long sword, Jacob. It's not a regular sword.
I think long swords are still typically sharp.
I don't know about that.
I like that they don't even attempt to like even try to trick you with like, we're gonna try and animate it like he's doing the sheath thing.
No, it doesn't matter.
Because none of these anything in a game where there's got like a sheath on their back and they put the sword into it, it's like physically
It's,
impossible.
it's even better
always
because
clipping
there's a
through it.
special sheath right here. Look, you do into attack, you go whoosh, because you can go wow.
Even in this was actually something that that Sakurai talked about in some of the animation videos. Like it's something that where he's talking about work on Smash. Is like even in that game, we had Link when he sheaths his sword in his animations in Smash Ultimate. He pulled his scabbard down to give himself more clearance to get the sword in, and it still technically clips. You
Yeah.
you can't put a sword in a scabbard that's on your back.
Yeah.
It can't be done.
But that's
Unless
that's
it's
the
a very
magic
short
of,
sword.
That's the magic of video games.
Yes,
and
it's true.
Whatnot. It doesn't matter how realistic it is. You can be cool. It doesn't matter how realistic it is that you got to use a big weapon to fight a big monster. It's fun.
Hey K said, "Let him cook?" with a question mark.
Here's also.
I let him cook.
Look at this thing.
That's a good guy.
He's
I
a
like
cool
that
guy. What happens is you kick him and he will paralyze you. But he can do it to big
But
monsters
Bean's
too.
gonna back you up though.
Or yeah, do something.
Bean
Do something.
Bean
Bean can
declared
help you.
herself to be in the fight and then didn't do anything.
Yeah.
That sounds like Bean.
I was about to say that.
That sounds like Bean.
All right. It told me to go this way, I think, so I'm going this way, I think.
But yeah, gang, what else is going on? You will not see us all sitting on this sofa again anytime in the foreseeable future. Maybe after like 2-3 months, if we're lucky. So if you got stuff you want to talk about, you got to go now.
Let's wait here. I don't want to wait. I want to kill.
I need to kill. I need,
I need
to
to
kill.
kill. I can't even skip it. I'm going to be watching all this on my own time, so it's fine.
Get any sleep at all?
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it all again later anyway.
Yep. It's like I could just keep using this character as well, but,
I swung. I came from on high and dropped my longsword into that monster at an gregarious angle.
I gotta do a fight with the longsword so I can show off the anime moves.
I mean, you did do a bit of a fight a second ago.
well, that wasn't a real fight,
Okay.
though. That was a one-sided tussle.
Yes, it wasn't a real monster. It was a miscellaneous monster in the field. It wasn't a monster you hunted in the Monster Hunter style.
Exactly. Full of diverse monsters.
Diverse. I didn't know they were forcing DEI
Well, yeah,
into this
of course
game.
this game's woke, Jacob. I told you, men can wear women outfits and women can wear men outfits. And
Yeah, this really is a fantasy game.
Oh Lord.
that's part of the reason also why I was like, oh, I want to wear a female character. Jesus. I want to use a female character this time.
different kind of monster and skin him alive.
Because the problem, like I said, I always jump between doing like a male and female playthroughs, and it's like the problem is male character armor is more like it's the stinkers aren't real stinky necessarily, but sometimes with female armor, it's like, oh, you just want to be a slut.
I don't know. Yeah, this is true. There can be a real limitation for female armor in video games.
The game, for the most part, it's not bad about that, but sometimes it's just even when it's not that. Because I mean, listen, there's classics. You got Nargacuga armor. You got the Kirin armor. Listen, I'm not hating.
No, listen, the
but
video
it's like
games have gotten
sometimes I
better
wanna
about
be-
it in general, where you still have the slutty options, but you can
Sometimes I want to be cool.
you can dress a woman like she doesn't want to get stabbed right there in that one spot.
Sometimes I don't want to be a bad bitch. I want to be a bad bitch, but like in a different context.
Exactly,
Okay?
exactly.
This
No,
is right by the desert.
The question was asked. It's crazy how fast it changes. There was there was somebody asked earlier, like, what do you guys do when you're making, custom characters like OCs or self-inserts or whatever? I'm like really, I commented about, people said that Arnon was a self-insert in 14, and I don't think he is. Even though, because again, it's just like if he's skinny and white and has dark hair, he looks like me.
Wait, I'm allowed to skip this. I forgot.
But you should have watched it and gotten content. See, look, it kicked you out of the cool new biome. You didn't even get to see it.
I know. I'll get to see it when I play them by myself. Oh wait, is this a new?
Oh, it's a new camp. All right, no, so all right, okay,
Awesome.
you're still there, but you didn't see how we discovered our new location.
Talk to Nada. Nope, not gonna do that. The whole thing is that he got attacked and we got to find his home. Who cares?
Yes.
Who cares? I need to kill. Are you ready to leave? Yeah, Eric.
Any day now.
Shall we
Let's go on foot for this one.
Okay.
I guess you saw a monster in the cutscene. You're gonna go kill.
It's probably a big spider. Earlier, the chat asked, what does the arachnophobia mode do for big spiders?
Okay, should we go back into the base and try to find the arachnophobia option?
Yeah, let me...
But yeah, I was trying to think of like games where I have even made custom characters recently, and I'm really struggling to think of anything other than when I had to make a character for FF14. I really can't think of any. Joey, can you think of high-profile games I might have played with custom characters? Oh, cool main menu. You're hanging out with your gang. That's fun.
Yeah, it's
I like
good.
that.
It is your character too. So
Yeah, whatever the last loaded save file was. No, I recognized Bean. Yeah.
it's cool stuff.
I like that. That's
I don't
fun.
know, Jacob, because you don't really play many games like that.
It's true. I don't know. It's just thinking like if there's anything that left out of you, it was like something where you did that, or it might have been something that I touched.
There we go. So we'll see if we can find any slugs now. Oh, it's even in
Yeah, it's in the
new
right biome. That's kind of what I assumed it was going to be when you started walking out. I love those types of things. Like
They-
Xenoblade Chronicles, did that for like every. I guess I think
Yeah.
all of the Xenoblade games
And,
do it.
and like in World, it like when you unlocked it, sometimes the zone would be the one that popped up, but it didn't have your character and stuff. So,
Yeah.
so it's good stuff. It's cool.
I really can't think of anything. I'm going to tell an embarrassing one though. Not embarrassing, because I'm not embarrassed about it, but other people will think it's cringe, but it's fine. Skyrim came out.
Also, despite that looking like a big cleaver, that's a hammer. Don't be fooled by it. But go ahead.
It hardly matters because you don't really have a lot of opportunities for real role playing in Skyrim.
You sure as hell don't.
However, my player character for my run of Skyrim when it came out was in fact
Oh my god.
what? Oh, it's just forcing. I thought you were like somehow like getting upset at my build up.
No.
I played as an isekai to Twilight Sparkle from My Little Pony Friendship is Magic.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't think of anything else to do, and I was like, okay, hold on, but she's a character who would want to do everything. She would want to specialize in everything. She would learn magic. She would like pick up and read every book. That's what I would want to do. So
Excellent.
fine, that's what I'm gonna do. That's something I can think of that I played like another fictional character that I just I inserted into the game and played.
That's the wrong way. Because the game told me it's the wrong way.
Spencer recently finished Dynasty Warriors, I think is
Okay.
the
Probably.
name.
Origins just came out.
I think, yeah.
I think people like that one.
He liked it. But the main. I don't know if he got to create that character or if it was just like a preset thing that he picked.
You probably could, because I know I've never been huge into those games just because I didn't really play them. But I was visiting a friend's house, and one of our group OCs was born from that because I was with Price, and we got a dude. We gave him a green and red sword and made his skin red and his hair green, and we named him Chile. Now,
Excellent.
We put him in several things since then.
So
I guess I should make like 98 Mr. 28 as a custom character in games when I have
He
to do
just
that.
looks like Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah, exactly.
he
Quit correcting me. I just want to
the
play.
guy.
Fuck you.
I'll let you see the guy.
Yeah. I think that's the protagonist of the one that just came out.
Okay.
The guy.
Dynasty
guy
Warriors Origins, I believe, is the name.
Looked to me, Spencer was like, "What should I name him?" And I was like, "I don't know. He looks like Tim Henson."
I don't know if I agree with that assessment.
Oh my god.
So Spencer named him Twink Henson.
Twink Henson. Okay, no, that's the good. No, okay. I was gonna say Twinkie. No, but he
Twinkie.
nailed it perfectly. It's Twink Henson. All right.
He's Twink Henson.
This is just a minor observation, but something I also think about with
Not
Monster
even one
Hunter
person
a
in
lot.
chat took a shot at me over the Twilight Sparkle thing. Chat's dead right now.
That's okay.
That was low hanging fruit, and I didn't get one person come after me for that.
I'm thinking about how many games would see a creature this big, and that's the boss, and in this, it's like, who cares?
It's
I
just
could-
a
I
cool.
could
That's
kill
just
it.
that's just a dude.
It's just a dude, and he would be dead in 3
I can't bring
swings.
this up on chat because it's like personal stuff for somebody else, but that's cringe. It's not like sad and depressing. It's just cringe.
Can you modify it to be shared or no?
Yeah, I can.
You don't have to. I was just thinking. I didn't know what I'm
Just
not looking at it.
a friend is getting back into the dating scene
Okay.
after a very long absence from the dating scene.
Okay.
And she's been talking to this one guy, and it's going okay, but he calls her Bud. And
You two were telling
you
me
did
about
tell us
this.
she was like,
The
It's like-
council of girls were summoned to figure out if he's friend zoning her or if he's gay.
And well, she consulted me, and then I consulted the boys. And the boys were like, either he's stupid or he's gay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've decided that he's just stupid.
Okay.
And that's fine. But she was like, also, why is the Bud nickname growing on me? It's like how Logan calls Rory Ace in Gilmore Girls. And I'm just like, oh, she's down bad
Oh,
if that's
no.
where she's going.
Oh no. Also, it's nothing like that name. Absolutely nothing like Logan calling Rory Ace.
Because he didn't call anybody else Ace, and this guy has said I call everybody Bud.
Also, yeah, he calls her Ace because like it's a specific thing about how she's type A and a go-getter. Like it's not a random nickname he picked.
And they're going. Cool. Great.
Area 7, something.
Yeah, can I
I gotta say, I actually don't hate the default costume for this game. The kind of orange and teal with the ball cap
it's-
and the hood.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's not bad.
The game actually also, like, that's what it defaults you to, but it gives you, 3, but 6 because male and female options.
Sure.
Like, let's see. We'll just throw on.
I hate the pose.
He's just getting comfortable, Aiden. You're shifting you need the goggles for the humidity of the jungle so that your goggles can fog up and you can't see.
This is the other one, and then there was.
He's got, actually, that might be a little bit better because he actually had shoes on. That was one thing I was noticing, like he was wearing sandals, which seems like a huge hazard for a monster hunter.
Yeah, but it's whatever. You can be goofy if you want.
Yeah, I know you can be goofy. I know this game's goofy. We were talking about that it's so weird that the Mila Jovovich Monster Hunter movie is so serious when this is like the dumbest franchise ever.
Yeah, no, it's great. And
This
there's
is
also
loud
been
and dumb.
This is-
Sarcastic one said, "My dad calls me Bud, so a big yikes from me."
This is also a series that has had so many stupid crossovers. Like you can just be Dante in World. Like you can like put a layered armor over you, and
Well, you know,
have
Big Boss
Rebellion.
can fight a Rathalos.
Yeah, exactly, in one of the
in
PSP
Metal
games.
Gear Peace Walker, right?
Yeah, there is a. Oh my god, there's so many stupid crossover monsters as well. There's a alpha. There's a creature that's like a. Think of it like a kind of like a T-Rex with horns. I call it Diablos. That's a really bad description, but whatever. You get the idea. There is an Alphonse Elric version of it where it's just that, but its head looks like Alphonse from Full Metal Alchemist. But even better than that, there's a creature called a Gormagala, and there's an Evangelion version where it's textured to look like an angel. It's good.
Sure.
It's good stuff.
No, Joey. So you've probably seen them around, like the cutscenes from the 2 PSP Metal Gear Solid games,
Yes.
Portable Ops and Peace Walker. Like they're drawn as like graphic novels that are lightly animated. It's a really cool art style, really cool presentation style. I like it, but there is in fact a cutscene in that style of Big Boss going, huh, and like pulling up a gun and hearing the click, and then the panel slides in, and there's a boat with one of the cats from this series in it.
Yes.
Rolling towards me, he's like, a talking cat.
Yeah, you can fight a Rathalos and something called a Tigrex.
Yeah.
I found something else.
Well, I think the T-Rex actually isn't a Monster Hunter crossover.
No, a Tigrex.
Oh, okay,
That's
okay.
a different monster, Jake.
There is a separate fight against a dinosaur, which is specifically a dinosaur that looks like Metal Gear Rex from the original Metal Gear Solid.
No, Pat brought that up, and I looked it up, and it's so gross looking.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Big Boss was also captured by several apes. Big Boss had an illustrious career.
Oh yeah, the Ape Escape apes, right?
Yeah.
So what good video games are.
My word.
What is this thing? It's so weird and
That looks
quirky.
like some. That looks like some from Elden Ring.
It does. Oh my god.
What's I'm not certain. Smell.
They're saying words right now.
This is a very distinct paralytic poison.
Take a sniff.
Well, you got to ingest it maybe for it to be poison.
You gotta.
You got to identify. You got to identify poison somehow. I must find more.
I must. The spice must flow.
For poison-tipped arrows. I very seriously considered the other night when I showed that Smash Bros. Bronx thing. Like, as soon as I remembered that, I was like, I should pull up Lisan Al-Gaib instead.
Oh my god. I cannot believe that's Lisan Al-Gaib is the only thing I knew about Dune, and then we watched the
David Lynch one.
David Lynch one, and they never say it once.
No, the guy who did that Super Smash Bronx animation has another video called Lisan Al-Gaib, but it's specifically Lis and Al-Gaib, and it's Stilgar given like a used car salesman pitch, basically.
Sick.
A bit eccentric, but
I was just waiting because I thought the monster was gonna pop up.
I'm sure the monster will pop up. They're dramatically building to it, Joey. This is the hunting part of the monster hunting.
Hey, oh, it's a boy. It's a twink. It's a beautiful Bishi boy.
don't tell me you wandered off alone.
I guess we're actually spoilers. I guess we're gonna see what the arachnophobia filter does to big monsters now. I threw it on. I was gonna look for those little ones, so I guess we're gonna get to see what the goofy version looks like before the real version.
I guess the thing about that was fast.
Yeah, it didn't
that
take
was
long.
like really, really fast. That was like 40 seconds. He was off screen, or she was off screen.
Life
whichever
comes
one.
at you fast.
What kind of
That
monster
still
we got here?
looked spidery.
Well, we'll see what it actually. We'll see how they change it, or if they even do. I'm sure they will, though. I still think the one. I think Lethal Company does it the funniest, where it just changes it to a word that says spider.
Back me
I
up.
was missing it. There you go. I wasn't listening to the voices. No, the one who got is a boy. Yeah.
It's so dramatic.
This is dramatic. If they touch the nest, they're in big trouble, as she was saying.
This isn't the time for a nap.
I'm gonna say that's still pretty spidery.
It's still very spider-like.
Okay, it's fewer legs, and for a lot of people, it really is the quantity of legs that causes the problem.
Yep.
It's got more, so maybe it's reduced number of legs. It looks like it's got too few legs for its body. Yeah, that might be it. Might be as simple as that.
Ah!
That's the poison. That's the intense paralytic. Don't touch it, you'll get stuck.
Oh, I can jump right here.
He whiffed instantly. Did you see that? He swung
it's-
once, missed, then
you
whiffed.
people. I jumped over the attack.
I think Bean might have landed more hits than you so far. Bean hasn't done anything. I'm just saying it's. I'm just trying to antagonize him.
I'm using weapons. I'm not. I say I'm not familiar with
my
them.
weapons.
I'm familiar with them. I just haven't used them.
Okay, no, Bean did throw a bomb, but looks like the bomb. No, the bomb did. Okay, the bomb did some damage. Had a big enough range, I think.
So I haven't been able to show off this mechanic. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
If you do a jump attack enough, you can mount the monster, and this mechanic works completely differently in every single Monster Hunter, and I haven't figured it out in this one. The mechanic is always the same in the sense of you jump on the monster and you start smacking it while dodging certain things. This time, it looks like you can open up a wound and then attack it that way.
So out of curiosity, you got two really big weapons, so like you're just attacking with like a little pocket knife right now. If you had a smaller weapon like a sword and shield, would you be using your primary while you were doing that?
No,
Would it make a difference?
It doesn't work for that specifically. That one's always the same, but there's a follow-up attack that you can do, which I screwed up, I guess, because I don't really understand.
Gotcha. Everybody heckle Joey so he'll feel pressure to do better.
And also, and here's the thing. This is what the naysayers in the chat don't want you to know. Sometimes Monster Hunter is about swinging your weapon and then hoping the monster walks into it, okay?
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Great swords especially. I was talking about positioning and charging up earlier. You can just be charging up and get ready to hit and the monster walks away.
No, I sincerely understand that, which is actually why I wasn't saying anything about your whiffs until chat started talking about them during the first fight. I do understand that about this game.
Is the number going up because he's
running
healing?
away.
That's distance. That's meters away from you. That's your.
I'm gonna lose my red sharpness. Look, my weapon is red and it's about to turn yellow. Okay, and that matters.
Okay, I'm sure it does. Couldn't you just like dip it in some of that red juice and get the redness back?
No, that's a different type of red.
Oh, okay, got it.
Damn it! See, now it's yellow.
It's piss now.
It does less damage now.
But it does give him ick because it's coated in piss. I'm just saying.
It's true. His weapon is actually coated in fire, and the way... Oh, hey, look at that. The way elements work in this game is a little bit weird. Well, it's not weird, it's just you have to understand it, right? So, the way elements work is... Elements and statuses are different. An element like fire works as thus. The monster may... So, your weapon does 100 damage, and it does 100 fire damage, right? Depending on how weak the monster is to fire, it will do so much extra fire damage. But if the monster is, immune or less effective against fire, then the bonus damage.
You walked into the paralytics, Joey.
I wanted to show everybody what would happen.
Okay. He was setting himself up.
I was. I'm also setting up an anime attack, but if I whiff, I whiffed. Don't worry about it. I don't like all this paralytic around. It's no good. Here we go. Anime attack.
Okay, anime attack. Yeah. Oh, it did the thing. It went down. It did multiple. There's many slashes through the air.
Yeah, it's super cool, and I'm super good at the game, as you can all see.
Yosh Kapoor just said something that I can't make heads or tails of.
What?
Quote, I just got an ad about a guy reacting to getting bit by a bat and an AI sex bot, so we're cooked.
Cool.
What?
There's a lot going on there. I feel like I touched the void a little bit when I read that. I need you to I think I might need you to elaborate slightly.
Jamie, pull it up.
Oh, Yosh is cooking you now. Joey apparently playing Monster Observer instead of Monster Hunter.
Hey, look.
We skipped the seems harder with fewer legs.
If I kill this thing too fast, then I won't know what it's all about. So I'm, giving. Oh,
Daniel,
hey, look, it's fighting.
Daniel Grazzini says, Joey, hold L1. Look at the glowing red spot. Hit R1.
I will. Okay.
I know. I just don't know. I don't know if it's something you know or don't know. So I was trying to help.
Yeah, it's how you wound. That's a new mechanic to this game. I was using it earlier with the other weapon.
Okay.
But I haven't done it on this one yet.
No, I don't want to. I don't know.
It's brand new, so it's not in my.
I know that's why I was checking. I was like, hey,
is
this like maybe
that's
the only reason I said it was like maybe it's a new mechanic he doesn't know about.
So it works differently for every weapon, but yeah. So you hold L2, you see the wound. It's basically you attack a monster enough in a spot, and you can get a big attack, like that.
Very good.
Oh, okay, cool. It worked. I don't plan on using longsword because I did it last time. But looks like there's lots of wounds. That's one thing. This is mainly for the people in the chat that play Monster Hunter. One thing I'm wondering about for online is like when somebody pops a wound, it's popped for everybody, right? But weapons will get certain buffs depending on it. So I'm wondering what's going to happen if people online are just going to be trying their best to constantly do it, or if it's going to be like, oh, this person's using this weapon, let them do it. I'm wondering how that's going to work. I think what's going to end up happening, though, is everybody with a ranged attack is just going to constantly spam it and ruin it for everybody else.
Entirely possible.
It is. I don't know that this thing's weak to fire, but I got a feeling it is, so we're going to see.
Okay, Yosh is trying to elaborate. I think the first ad was for a diagnosis app. I think And the second ad was this app for an
Quit
AI
jumping
sex bot
around.
that clearly is supposed to be a sex bot, but they can't call it that, I guess. So, because it was two separate ads. I think that was what was really causing me trouble there, was guy being bit by a bat and AI sex bot. I wasn't sure if it was two separate ads or not. This makes slightly more sense to me now.
The stupid
I
Twitter
definitely
bot,
interpreted it as like it got bit by two things.
Yes. The stupid Twitter
Got
bot
bit by a bat
apparently
and an
has
AI
a
sex
quote
bot.
Yep.
sexy mode now.
Say again?
So apparently the stupid Twitter AI shit has like a sexy mode now.
Oh, what does that even mean?
I will not. I will not. I will
Okay,
not look.
fine.
So I will forever remain in ignorance.
I just don't even know what Twitter's AI does,
I didn't either.
sexy or unsexy.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, it's like every other chatbot thing. It does nothing. It's stupid and worthless, and they sunk too much money into
Okay.
it.
Perfect. Love that.
Torchbot. Yeah, you can pick up shit to throw as well. Wow. I don't know what any of them do because most of them are new in this game, so I don't know. Torchbot, I think you could probably shoot it on. Well, it's water, so it's not gonna do anything. You shoot it and it'll make a little fire thing. It can scare smaller monsters. Sometimes it can disperse things in the air. I have destroyed its ass, as you can see.
This monster is definitely at a point where it's like, please just leave me alone. All these monsters hit that point when this. Oh no, destroying its ass has made it more dangerous. It's got a stinger,
oh my
Joey.
god! I think the stinger was already there.
Okay, well it's more exposed now, so I saw it. And I didn't see
Typically,
it
destroying a
previously.
part of a monster is only beneficial. Usually. No. It was a purposeful whip, I swear.
No, you were setting yourself up. You were setting up RNG.
Why is it, did it paralyze it? Oh no, the Bean put down a
Bean
shock
put down a
trap.
trap.
Heck yeah, she did.
Yeah, there are two types of traps.
Bean looked right dead at the camera when you said that. She was like, yes, I did. I did it just for you, Aiden.
I'm not going to be able to pull it off because I'm not familiar enough with this monster's moveset, but the thing that this... So, obviously, the Sword and Shield, well, the Charge Blade I was using has a shield. You can block attacks, right?
Uh-huh.
There's perfect guards and stuff. This does not have that, but you have, like, parry evasions that you can do.
Sure.
But I'm not going to be able to pull them off with this thing, probably. Also, Bean just healed. God bless.
I will repeat my previous invitation to folks in chat. Whatever you guys want to talk about, hit us with, because you will not see us all sitting here again for a long time. Oh, I said that just as Jordan Comber dropped a $20 donation.
Gracias.
Hey!
Thank you, Jordan. No accompanying text. Thank you very much. Even though you didn't type anything just then, if you have something you want us to talk about or you got a question, I will remember you made the donation. Feel free to ask, and I'll be sure to answer it. Or, directly, or if it's a question for one of the
Yeah.
other two people here. I'll jump right in front of Aiden and I'll answer questions about her.
What is this thing? This thing's cool, so I'm going to kill it.
That's
yeah,
rude.
Yeah, he might know. Listen, he can make really cool shoes out of that
I
guy.
might be able to. Also, you have to kill them to add them to your little book.
Yeah, that's the only way to learn about them.
Sharp Fang.
Listen, it's hard to conceive now that we can take photos of things, but back in the day, killing an animal was an important act of conservation to be able to take it and study it and take it to a museum.
It's a Gagios.
Jacob, why frustrated kid 1? You just mean because that's the URL on the main channel.
I got nothing but hi, everyone.
yeah,
Hi,
no-
Jordan.
Hi, Jordan.
Hi.
Hope you enjoy this stream that we kind of slapped together at the last second. Because my user, I thought like I could make like a dedicated video about this. Not that it'd be important; it would just be more like a slop content to get stuff on the channel and fill stuff out.
We love Slav.
But basically, when I got a PlayStation 3, circa 2007 or whenever it was, maybe 2008. Yeah, it was 2000. It would have been 2008 because Call of Duty: The World at War was, I think, out by then. That's just something like an easy point of reference for me to think about. I needed to make a PSN account, and I tried like 70 usernames, and they were all rejected as already being taken or whatever else. And I typed in frustrated kid because that was what I was. And I think I probably typed in a couple things other than frustrated kid as well. I started typing in like sarcastic names. And then that one, it said available, and I was like, fine.
Great.
I would like to play video games now. I spent
just wanna play video
sincerely
games.
like an hour trying to set up my PSN account. So
That's crazy.
when it accepted something, I was like, that's
Great.
what I'm going with.
Wonderful.
See, that's a very different look. That looks kind of like a Keyblade.
It does.
Yeah. So when it came time to make a YouTube channel, I just needed something other than just Jacob. So I thought I'll slap frustrated in front. But the email account was, I already had the associated email account that was Frustrated Kids specifically. And that's how YouTube generates the URL. I think I could get a custom URL. That's a pretty dress, pretty hair.
I like it.
I think I could get a custom URL and change it to something else. I could make it Frustrated Jacob specifically, but it doesn't really matter because nobody nobody searches your URL. If you Google Frustrated Jacob, that's what comes up. So it's pretty low on my priority list of things to do. But yeah, Frustrated Jacob was not intended as an angry video game nerd-esque mission statement. It was more like game grumps. They're not actually all that grumpy. It's just something that sounded good. The Frustrated Jacob doesn't sound good. Game grumps sounds good. Ever finished the Blizzard book from previously released podcast? No, I have not had. I actually did bring it with me on this trip. Because I was mentioning, if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I'm on the road for work right now because I do not live here anymore, but I was back in this part of the country for a couple of weeks, and basically instead of flying all over the place, I'm kind of sandwiching being here in between a couple of things in this region. I did bring that book with me. I haven't cracked it. I instead beat Final Fantasy Tactics Reborn. Not Final Fantasy. God, Tactics Ogre Reborn. I beat that during travels, and when I'm on a plane next, I will probably be reading more.
My instincts were right, everybody. It was weak to fire.
Excellent. Yeah, I will be back on Jason Schreier's Rise and Fall of Blizzard Entertainment shortly, or it's called Play Nice: The Rise and Fall of Blizzard Entertainment. I'll be back on that soon. I did read a lot more of it since that podcast. I'm halfway through it, but I haven't read it. Since that podcast, when that podcast released, I'd read 5 pages. When we recorded the podcast, I'd read 5 pages. When the podcast released, I'd read half the book, but I haven't read any more since then. Joey, this looks like a question for you. Yash Kapoor. Okay, real question. Would a sci-fi monster hunter work? Would a sci-fi monster hunter work? Or should the series just stick to having this grunge man versus nature aesthetic?
Okay. I will say, on a personal note, I'm willing to try anything with this series.
I feel very similarly.
I think if they wanted to do it and they had a clear vision for it, I trust the team could do it well.
You wouldn't want the studio to come in and say you got to make a sci-fi one.
Exactly.
You'd want to know that was what they felt in their hearts. That was what the game they wanted to make.
I would be down for a sci-fi Monster Hunter-like game. You know what I mean? I don't know about Monster Hunter specifically. Could it work? It depends on.
It'd have to be a spin-off in a different continuity or whatever.
It would have to be, and they're not afraid to do goofy spin-offs.
Yeah.
Oh, I take it all back. Actually, if this is going to be a deep cut, if it includes the EDF in it, then yes, 100% it would work. And it's
EDF, like the Earth Defense Force?
Equal Dragon Weapon. So this is some stupid ass.
That's what I thought he was talking about.
Earth Defense Force. I was
this
like,
is
I don't know
some
if that's the
stupid
same
ass
company.
Monster Hunter nonsense, okay? But in the first game, there was cut concept art and a little paragraph about they talk about the Great Wyvern War. Nobody knows what they're talking about with that. And the humans...
They've never looked back to it.
Basically, so there's a classification of creature in the series called an Elder Dragon. And those are the biggest and the baddest, right? Those are... They're almost gods. They shape nature wherever they go. They can cause calamity. What the hell is this thing? Doesn't matter.
What is going on here?
No clue. But
these are guys. These are goober guys.
These are goobers. But in the concept art, it was basically humans biogenetically engineered a cyborg dragon out of parts of elder dragons.
And this is just mentioned in a manual and never comes up again.
That was it. And there's just one picture of it, the Equal Dragon Weapon, and it's stupid. But if it ever came back, I'd pog super hard.
These dudes are something.
I don't know what they are, dude.
They must be new.
It is not uncommon to have. What is that?
An ancient talisman, maybe?
Oh, it's probably one of her things. She does archaeology.
Oh, she does
stuff.
We've skipped a lot of cutscenes.
We have.
It's probably a precious gift from the folks who gave us dinner.
If you ask her, if you're getting to know her and you're like, what are your hobbies? She's like, I like to study ancient civilizations and stuff, and I got some weird things. Okay. I don't know what these things are, but the series always has weird little creatures that have their own little civilizations.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's a series less about like the plot and more about learning stuff about a new ecosystem.
Yes, exactly.
Little guys, Linians.
Darkhorn.
The Linians,
nest.
yeah, go with the Linians.
These things.
They're gathering honey. Fools, ours. You respect.
Hell yeah, I'm so down for this. Oh, I can't go over there, damn it.
I'm sorry for losing my cool back there, but that was a bona fide andro-duodecimic groveling idol.
Okay.
Holding Marianne hostage? I was powerless to resist.
Whatever you say, Alma.
Learned about our other supplies too.
There's a really funny picture that I see a bunch online of. I think she used to be a
check it in a
VTuber. I think her name's like Kason or whatever. It's a,
Okay.
it's a Korean or Japanese, I don't know, a streamer, but they made their character look like Alma and also cosplayed as her. And there's just a screenshot that has all three of them like right next to each other, and they all look identical, and it's great.
Cartridge with a $5 donation. Thank you very much. What have you been up to? I haven't been to your channel recently. You got any new jams?
Any new jams? Any new bops?
Got any new jams? Well, how do I get to
Did not say anything, but there is. I'm seeing something. What is that? What is that?
It's
beast?
some kind of emoji of a pear dropping a microphone.
I'm going to hunt it in Monster Hunter. I'm going to skin
and
it
cook it.
and cook it and eat it. There's not enough monster eating in this.
Oh
series,
hey!
though.
Did you perform at Magfest? That's cool.
What?
It looks like a Cartridge DJ performed at Magfest
Hell yeah!
and did a Lazy Afternoons cover 6 months ago that I think I must have. Yeah, I think the last thing I saw in here was the Destiny's Union cover. I don't think I'd seen the Lazy Afternoons cover, so I'll have to listen to that later.
Why are we going so slow? I just want to kill.
I
just noticed there was one of these on the back. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, he's helping. He's surveilling you. You respect the forest because it's ours. We got to make sure that you're not doing
You
anything.
can also.
or
I
anything
haven't
that's supposed
done it, but you can equip your little beast with different adornments, and eventually you can change its color. I've not unlocked that.
to. Your
ability
beast,
yet.
as in your like the one you're riding
yeah,
right now.
it's called a sacred.
Got it.
Climb up.
Okay.
But yeah, I've actually used some of
Oh wow.
Cartridge DJ Cartridge. I've used some of his music before in the video I did on the new Nintendo the new Nintendo Switch Sports game, simply
Okay.
called Nintendo Switch Sports.
Well, let me pull my
Excellent.
binoculars out so I can't really zoom in on these things.
Had he did a remix of the Wii Sports theme that I used in that video. Actually,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm running too fast.
You're running a little too fast. You're
me
spooking all these little dudes.
It's okay. They need
Plum Peach.
They need to know who's in charge.
Plum Peach is looks like a mushroom.
Mushroom.
For this is our great Wyvir. Wyvir, our city.
What are these dudes underneath all their clothing? They're little beavers.
They're like little badgers or something.
Peas and Q's.
Peas and
Unusual eldritch tongue they speak, and yet it feels so fresh and relevant.
It's so hip and new.
No harm.
It's what's now.
Back our tiny house.
We no give back. We have claimed it as tribute. But we make deals, okay? A great menace is making the troubles by our honey
Oh,
mountain.
are we gonna fight a big bear?
Its pink fur is big, stylish, and cool.
It's pink for his big, stylish, and cool.
It's stinknacious.
Okay, I actually like this dude. He said big, stylish. That's basically how I talk.
That's awesome.
It's big, cool. It's big, good.
Pink fur.
Oh no! I hate that monkey. I hate the.
Is this the
Conga
is this
This
the
is
fart monkey you were
it's the
complaining about
fart
earlier?
Monkey.
This is the fart monkey. You literally were just
I
talking
hate
about
the
this dude.
fart monkey. Search for the. No.
Did we talk about the fart monkey on stream, or was that before the stream? You were complaining about how much you hate fighting
I don't
the
know.
fart monkey.
I hate this fart monkey, and everybody was so excited. Like they're bringing the Congo Lala back, and I'm like, no. Oh my god. All right, come, my beast. Let's go. You can also rename it, but I didn't because I don't know. I'd have to stop killing to rename. So I can't do that yet. I haven't named one in my game either, though, because I haven't figured out.
So I don't know why. As I was looking at my phone, I just kind of like my brain had a lull where I wasn't paying too much attention to the game or us
go
talking
that
or
way.
chat.
Oh, I can't
and I was
go
just
that
kind of focused on one thing. So it allowed my brain to process something else, which is my leg is in pain, like pretty bad right now, for as far as I can tell, no reason.
Uh-oh.
I just
Okay.
realized it's like very upset with me, and I have my right leg, and I don't know why.
I keep wiggling because I got bad knees.
It was an hour ago, but I just want to let you know because it took him an hour to respond. When I asked Spencer, is Aiden allowed to customize digital abs? He did eventually get back to me and said she's done worse.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, babe.
It's the fart monkey. It's Joey's favorite. You were so excited. Oh, some kind of new bear with pink fur. It's gonna be an exciting new monster to fight.
I heard I heard honey. I was like, oh, it might be. God, there's one in 3 that I really liked. I forget its name. It was in Rise as well. It was just a big lazy bear, and it was cool. I was like, could he be back? Nope.
He's too lazy to come back, Joey.
Are the Monster Hunter games?
It'd be crazy if
connected,
these
or are
dudes
they
killed him
all
before Joey gets to kill him, so
separate?
Joey doesn't have to fight him.
He's just gonna fart on him. They are. I don't know what this is all about.
They really like his fur. It's so pretty.
They're only connected in as far as they take place in the same world, and there are minor things here and there. Like Gemma, that's probably not even how you pronounce her name. But the blacksmith lady, it's implied that she was like a child in one of the other games, but that's as far as it goes.
Sure.
Basically all the games are like you are a new person in a new region.
Oh, that's what wakes it up. Not all of the fur pulling.
It was a little loose fur. It was loose fur. It's like if we were to go outside and brush Sadie right now, a whole other dog would come off of her.
I suppose.
No!
No! Oh man, I can't wait to see Mila Jovovich seriously kill this thing in a sequel.
Oh yeah, the sequel. It sets up for a sequel. Oh my God. Am I gonna start the fight? I'm with the status effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I can't.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Okay, see in the bottom right, it's like potion is X'd out. It's because I'm too grossed out by this.
Use a deodorant stat.
Do I have one? I don't think I have one. It's probably.
Bean Burrito said you should use. Bean Burrito said you reek. You need to get some fucking deodorant. You need some Axe body spray.
Oh Lord.
Where is it? There they are. Oh my gosh! I gotta figure out.
That menu was pretty stupid. I just gotta say. As in, it was not like the first thing I would have wanted to see in the middle of action.
I'm sure I could have done it better, but I didn't. To be fair, I don't think you're supposed to do it in the middle of
All right,
action.
there's at least a few people in this chat who don't know much about Monster Hunter because Yosh just said in all caps, "Oh wow, you weren't kidding! It's actually a fart monkey."
Yeah, it's a fart monkey, and it farts
Listen.
on you, and it gives you a disability.
You guys have listened to, some of you, like hundreds of hours of Joey and I talking, but I've spent even more time with him, and I can tell just certain things about the way that Joey talks. When he said fart monkey, I knew it was literal. As soon as he said there was a fart monkey, there's another fart monkey. There's a small fart monkey.
Oh my God.
Oh, there's 2 more. Oh.
Normally Joey's a big fan of monkeys, but I guess when you throw farts in there, he's not a big fan.
Yes, exactly. That's the difference. Oh, he can like burp too. What the hell, man? Oh my God. I hate this guy. Knocked him out. I'm gonna beat his ass silly now.
Somebody asked about like OST he's been listening to recently. Alexandra said last non-Final Fantasy OST I really enjoyed was from an indie game called Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane.
That sounds awesome.
I have not heard of that before. That sounds good. Insane in the Brain Music worked on the soundtrack. I'm trying to think of the last like soundtrack that I really got like kind of like listening to a lot. It's a difficult thing for me where like I don't get to listen to music casually a lot because my work is video editing with audio, so I can't like have music on in the background most of the time. I'm trying to think. I guess I could glance like in my iTunes and see what my recently like purchased is maybe, but I don't know.
For me, it would be
nothing new here.
It's not new music at all. It's new to me music. I came across some songs from the Shake 2 soundtrack, and I don't know what that is. It's a rhythm game of some kind, but I don't know if it's like an arcade game or if it was like a PlayStation game. I don't know what, but some of those songs are good, and some of those songs are quote good. There's some really goofy ones, but some of them are like bops.
I feel like I was listening to something, just like listening to samples of stuff on YouTube, and I cannot remember what it is now.
I got ball bounced.
I had a recollection because one of those like it was a Twitter account that like is posting like here's like footage of playing this game really really good / really stylish, right?
Yeah.
Specifically footage of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I almost sent it to you because it was like nothing spoilery. It was just like just to hey, here's since I know you like these characters, here's I know you barely know Yuffie, you only know her from
fine.
from Kingdom Hearts, but I was like, here's Tifa gameplay with her doing like crazy team combo moves with Yuffie. But the track that was playing, I was like, okay, I recognize this, but gosh, when did it play? And I remembered it is a track that plays once in the whole game. It is an optional card battle against one character that might happen once. It's this like really upbeat, like pseudo dubsteppy thing that is working for this guy's like stylish combat montage. And I'm like, soundtrack for that game was really good. Rebirth was crazy. I think the physical soundtrack was like 11, 12 discs, and that isn't everything.
Wow.
There was so much music in that game. It was stupid. But no, there is an optional card battle tournament, because pretty much all the card battling is optional. I think you may have to do like exactly one. I'm not even sure you have to play it once. But there's like the most mandatory the card battle ever is during a story chapter where it's like, hey, we're all gonna participate in this card tournament. Cloud, you want to? And you can say no if you're a narc. But if you make it to the ending of that, if you get to the final match. Then after the final match, another character... So the final match in that also has music that I think may play for one other... I think it plays for like the ultimate final card battle of the game. But after the actual ending of the tournament, then you play an exhibition match against another character, and that match has its own music that you never hear anywhere else in the entire game.
What is he doing?
He's burrowing.
Is he doing it on purpose, or did I knock him down?
You toppled him into a net-like terrain was one of the little thingies over on the side a little bit ago.
So I guess you specifically used it. You applied the topple status effect on the correct surface area.
I should not be attacking him from behind. That's scary.
He's eating a mushroom so he can fart. He's gonna get.
I know he's gonna fart all over me.
He's
gonna burp on me.
If he had eaten beans, that would have been much better. But it's fine.
He's the bean from the village that made you guys the cheese bread.
He shouldn't eat that bean though.
No, not
It'd be
that
bad
bean.
if he ate that bean. Then again, actually, that bean's pretty tough. If that bean got eaten, probably Bean would just kill him from the inside out, actually.
Also, I've not commented on it.
Bean's carrying explosives.
I mentioned
Bean
that this was an axe as well, and I forgot that it's got like a buzzsaw mode. And it's,
yeah. No, I mean, I don't worry. I may not have.
It has been like that was a thing you had to like enable in Rise, but that was the last time I used this one, and it was easily my favorite part of doing anything in that game. I was so happy when they brought it back. It's different in this one. You got to like earn it to an extent. You either have to wound a monster or you have to do like a perfect block into another attack, and it enables it. That's the thing. So what makes this weapon, like aside from mechanically just understanding how it works, what makes this weapon actually complicated compared to some of the other ones is that you have a lot of you have a lot of upkeep. It's basically, when it comes to weapons, there's a big, when it comes to how difficult they are to use, it for me, it's like how much upkeep is involved, right? With this, it's like you got to do attacks with this one thing to put files into this other thing so that you can buff your sword and then buff your shield and all that sort of thing. But there's a lot of weapons like the Great Sword that don't really have that. They just have do good.
Do good.
Can't believe they made Rebirth in 4 years, says Context Sensitive. Also, did you ever finish it, Jacob? Yeah, I beat it last year. I beat it last year, like November timing, I think. Shockingly good. Holy shit! Holy shit! What a game!
I sure do want to play it, but
ending is slightly uneven, and I do think that the game maybe has like a little bit too much optional content. But like, how do I put this? It was like the amount of optional content was not like, ugh, there's so much bad stuff here. It was like, unfortunately, the worst optional content is just kind of like just kind of flatly good. And the good optional content is actually really good. So I don't want to not do any of it. But when I was like trying to like rush through it in the first, I don't know, rush is a strong word for me, but like the first 2 months of release, 3 months of release when I did like most of my playing it, Like, by the time I was at the end, I was like, I don't know how much more of this I've got in me. I guess I still technically haven't beaten the Gilgamesh stuff.
I hate this monkey, Dave.
No, it's a good thing you killed him then.
This stupid, stinky ape. I hate him.
Jacob Geller's thoughts on the non-story of Rebirth broke my brain, says Yosh Kapoor. I don't know Jacob Geller. I'm assuming a video essayist who didn't care for Rebirth.
Jacob, does he... I don't know that I've seen him. The Jacob Geller stuff that I've seen has not been like video game stuff. I've watched him do like concept videos for like horror things and whatnot, but I've not seen a game thing.
I thought it was good. Complaining about the story of that game. I mean, I don't know. Like,
The sins of the father
obviously,
die.
everybody can enjoy or not enjoy stuff, but like I think the thing that people complained about a bit with the narrative of that game, it is like the middle third of a story, and the middle third of a story tends to be where it's the most like, shall we say, action without significant consequence. Does that make sense? Because you've set everything up and you're not concluding any of it. It's the body of the work. That's where so much of the what would be referred to as fun in games and Save the Cat. The fun in games occurs there, but you don't necessarily have the heaviest, weightiest stuff, and it doesn't conclude. So it is a bit of a problem, but also again, I really think that you're supposed to play Remake and Rebirth after you've already played the original.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm not waiting around going ugh, when is this going to finish? I'm going to be I'm really interested in this conversation that's getting deeper into Tifa than I've ever gotten before.
Yeah.
I worded that incorrectly. I'm really enjoying this conversation, or the fact that, because we talked about it a bit in episodes that still have not come out, but the fact that there's so much more chemistry between the party members in Remake because the game always knows that they're going to be there, so they can talk to each other, as opposed to having a variable party in the original game. And the level of depth that you get into, not just with Cloud's relationship with every member of the party, but the members of the party's relationships with each other, the way that they interact with each other is just awesome. It's fantastic. And sure, if you weren't familiar with the material already, maybe it would feel long-winded, or maybe you'd be dissatisfied with it kind of ends in a weird way. But when you know these guys,
and dealings.
when these characters are your best friends, just getting an excuse to hang out with them for 80 hours and it's just them talking to each other is fantastic.
Yeah. Let's head.
Oh, you're back.
I watched you listen to every bit of NPC dialogue in the slums of 7 Remake, so yeah, Rush is a bit of a stretch. This is true. It is worth noting that I also specifically, in the playthrough of Remake, I walk a lot more than I would in a normal playthrough because I'm trying to leave room for our theoretical conversations in the future and also kind of time stuff more dramatically and cinematically.
Recommendations.
Hold on one
Loser
second. I
shit.
see a stink bug. I'm going to get rid of it.
Is it a stink bug or is it another ladybug? Alright, show me. Alright, let's see what this stupid stinky monkey's armor looks like. It gives you a mohawk.
It's very punk. Oh, that one's not.
What does it give you though? What are the stats on it? What are the skills?
I'm also going to run the restroom. I'll grab that.
Okay. That stupid monkey's armor lets you eat mushrooms raw. What an idiot. I hate him.
Got something in mind?
But can I make something out of him? I cannot make cannot make that weapon. Can
What
I
are we
make a
making
you weapon?
today?
I can't. Crazy. So he farts on you and you can't even make a weapon out of him.
Something in mind?
Dang. Cringe.
He is cringe. I hate him. That's a cool looking sword. I don't know that there is. I actually don't think there is a. I can't believe this. There's no fart status that you can put on a weapon. So cannot believe this. Cringe. 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 That's there are not many monsters in. I don't think I actually dislike him. I just hate fighting him. There's I don't think there are any monsters in the series that I just. There are very few that I just hate. Right.
Right.
There are some that I think that are better than others, but I don't really have a problem with him.
He's
I
stinky.
don't like fighting him. He's stinky. Something that's not going to be conveyed on this stream too much because I'm just so good is how long these fights can go sometimes. We're in what we call low rank in the series, where it's like we're just at the beginning of the game. So the fights really are not. I need to see what the cat armor looks like. The fights are not too drawn out for the most part. They don't have like a ton of HP and stuff. But later on in the game, like it can be like real deals. Like before this game came out. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Redeemed. Look at that outfit.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he even has. Look, he even has the like the hands, the symbols.
Oh my gosh.
What a guy.
That's so silly.
It's so silly. Should we put it on or not? Well, no. Then we can't see Bane.
Oh my gosh.
No, we'll hold off. But like we were going through the DLC for World, doing the highest ranking stuff that like the base game will offer without going into like in game stuff. It's like there were a few fights in that were taking us like half an hour, 40 minutes to do, just because it's like they're really drawn out. I need to talk to Alma. That's what I'm doing. I'm just wandering aimlessly. Goodness.
Yash thinks that the conga was very cute.
You think it's cute until you start getting farted on in G rank, and then it actually matters because like it's throwing fruit at you all over the place.
There's a bunch of stuff in chat, but I think it's all about Final Fantasy VII, and I don't know a lot about Final Fantasy VII.
That's true. You probably don't want to know too much about Final Fantasy VII. Not anything that you don't already know.
Yeah.
These are those weird things again.
Those are icky.
They are kind of icky.
Are they meant to be like underground critters since they don't really have eyes?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. That's the alpha.
Ew. Gross. Gross.
Jacob, we have a Congolala apologist in the chat. I need you to execute them.
I mean, you're a mod. You could do that.
Oh shoot, you're right.
They said it was, I think, about the outfit for the Palico.
Oh, okay. Well, that's true. That is a very cute outfit.
Yeah, okay.
I will probably rock it in my game, but death to Congolalas.
There's been quite a bit of, you may have to scroll up.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's fine. Let's see.
And it's not just monkey type monsters. I'm okay with them.
Let's see.
There's one in Rise, I forget its name, but it throws fruit at you all the time.
Went to the Rebirth tour concert in my city. Game looks wild in a good way. It's honestly not as crazy as you might think. There are a couple of things in it that are like really crazy out there. Like, oh my god, I can't believe that they did this.
Need to run to the bathroom.
Oh,
so
all right, that's fine.
I'm just gonna let the cutscene ride.
Well, what if it jumps you into like a fight or something?
Well, then I die.
Okay.
Is there a button we can press to pause
I mean, I'm
it?
sure I could reach over there and pause it, but no, it can't pause, can it? This is a Dark Souls game. All right, I guess we're in trouble.
If I die once, I'll just sit back.
Jacob, you're gonna look me in the eye and say that minigame in the desert with the tanks was good. I literally don't even remember what you're talking about.
Can I go with them?
Am I allowed to type a sort of general spoiler in chat? No, because Aiden doesn't know anything that doesn't happen in Remake Part 1.
To what end does a hunter...
No, be sensitive about Final Fantasy spoilers, please. We have finished filming Remake. I know I've said that on the show before, but if anybody in here doesn't know, we did finish filming Remake a while ago, but a long way off from releasing all of it. Partnered character dynamics, probably my favorite thing about Remake. Yep, nope, still just as strong, if not stronger, in Part 2. I would argue, in many ways, it's stronger in Part 2 because there's a lot more downtime. So in some scenes, like we made jokes in an episode that will be coming out whenever it's like we're like 2 episodes away from it. In the sewers in Remake, when Aerith is like trying to get Tifa's mind off of a bad situation by talking about this is what we should go do for fun after we do this, and like it works in like an abstract concept of Aerith is trying to cheer Tifa up, but it also feels somewhat ridiculous that they're having this conversation in the middle of this bad situation.
Yeah.
In Rebirth, there is time. It is so non-urgent that the characters can be like, yeah, we can hang out. We can hang out in this coastal resort for a couple of days. Who cares? It's fine.
You made it.
In fact, it's already auto-walking for you. Even the gameplay is handling itself.
I'm not. Oh, now we're moving slow.
Now it's real.
Hold the
Okay.
button, it'll go.
Now it's real. For a minute there, it was just doing it for you.
What are we doing back here? This is so confusing. This is so stupid. I cannot believe I don't know
had
what's
to go
going on
back-
since I'm skipping the cutscenes and not reading dialogue.
We had to go back to the village to warn them because big bads were headed their way.
Variable party is my biggest problem with FF7. Original, especially the segment in 7 that Rebirth takes up. I was hoping it would fix my problems with that, but Remake turned me off. Well, get turned back on, because Remake's good, buddy. Remake's good. And Rebirth is also really good. Characters and music are my favorite in Remake/Rebirth. The way the music flows from cutscene to gameplay is amazing. The amount of work that they put into the OST of both of those games is absolutely insane. Totally ludicrous. That was one area where I feel like we may have done a disservice to you going through 7, because I feel like I was keeping the volume kind of low so it wasn't echoing in the mics like too bad. I feel like it probably didn't give you enough time to really marinate on a lot of that music.
Does this guy have a weapon? That's crazy, but they don't have weapons.
I thought you said they didn't. I
Stupid.
thought they said they didn't have weapons.
They said they didn't have weapons.
Okay, he's a rogue.
Oh, he's got a
you know.
stupid little baby spear. That's what they were talking. They were like, your weapons are so big.
Oh, okay. So they have weapons, just not Monster Hunter universe weapons. They have like normal people weapons. What is he even doing out there?
I don't know.
What is he doing out there in the dunes?
We're fighting sandworms.
And I can see that, yeah. Yeah, it's
Also-
all about teamwork. It's about drive. It's about power.
It's about drive. It's about
Oh my
power.
goodness.
Let's see.
There was, oh my god, this is such a stupid meme, but it was like, you say that, and there was just a clip that was like me telling my friend, explaining to my friend my Ryan Gosling Chainsaw Man fan fiction. It's like, it's about drive, it's about power. Fucking awful.
That should be a tag on like Goodreads. It's about drive. It's about power.
Where am I escaping to? Where does the game want me to escape to?
But, the only things I've been playing recently are Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which I'm not super far into. I guess honestly, I'm probably pretty far ways into it because it's a short game.
You telling me about that again the other day reminded me to put it on my wish list, so that's gonna happen in the future.
Yeah. And I've been playing a bit of
Dumpsty.
Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga with my brother. We're not super far into that. We beat the Phantom Menace and like barely started Attack of the Clones when we got like, indefinitely sidetracked because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came out, and that's all Josh was doing right now. That game's just really strange. Not strange, like bad, but like I was very surprised to turn it on and realize that it was a Mario Odyssey. Like it's about like there's moons everywhere. And then I finally beat Tactics Ogre Reborn. God, yeah, I said it right. Tactics Ogre Reborn, not Final Fantasy Tactics. I beat Tactics Ogre Reborn after like however long it's been, 2-3 years. Finally beat a run of that. I don't think I'm gonna do another one, not because it wasn't good, but because like I just watched all the alternative like courses of events on YouTube, so like I'm covered.
I pressed the wrong button. I'm so sorry, everybody.
Oh, Yosh just remembered that Andor Season 2 is coming out soon. Just
Hell
spontaneously remembered that. Yeah, dude. Do you guys watch that trailer? That trailer is really funny. I watched that trailer in a car. Like I was in the backseat of an Uber going somewhere for work. I was going from an airport to somewhere. When that trailer came out, Joshua texted me, "Trailer out." It's like, thank goodness, because I was going crazy. I literally texted him. I was literally scouring I was literally looking at somebody who had edited together like all leaked and like barely released clips and whatever the other day. Which, with that in mind, because there was a trailer shown like behind closed doors at D23, and somebody filmed it in the crowd, and it's just on YouTube and it hasn't been taken down. So like I had watched that, so I really assumed that whenever they released an official trailer, it was basically just gonna be that again. No, almost no repeated footage.
Huge.
But the trailer was kind of lame. I watched it muted first because I was in the backseat of an Uber, and I really thought I was gonna have slow, pensive music accompanying text fading in of critical accolades for the previous season, right? Like, hey gang, if you missed it, this is like a serious show, you should watch it,
Yeah.
right?
This is real.
Then when I watched
Real good.
it with music on, it's playing a like licensed rock song about how the revolution starts now. And it was it didn't feel correct for a show that's mostly about people being miserable.
Yeah.
There is a I guess I'm gonna get like a little bit of, this is gonna be like a maybe spoiler for Andor Season 2, but it's not out yet, so I don't know. And obviously like it's been kind of a crapshoot on what elements of lore get retained at any point in Star Wars. People complain about, oh, Disney scrapped the lore, but like realistically, those books in the old days like retconned each other constantly, and George Lucas didn't give two shits about what was in them. So when he did the prequels, like he just deleted tons of stuff that was like set up in the books because who cares? One Clone Wars TV show deleted another Clone Wars TV show and deleted like tons and tons of comic books. So like it's all like they've always been like just kind of randomly picking and choosing about what to use, you know. However, there is in season 1.
Knock him down, though.
It's just like a minor background detail. It's not discussed really at all. But when some of the Mon Mothma scenes where she's talking about like legislation, she's talking about like we need to be passing protections for our citizens, because she says something is happening to the Gormans. Something is happening to people from the Gorman planet or something like that. Okay. Their civil rights are being violated, and this, we may not be taking this seriously because it's way out there, but like, what's just, we should be taking this seriously. She like gives a speech about it in the Senate at one point, which again, it's like, it's not really important that that's what she's talking about. It's just like incidental that that's what she's talking about. The scene is actually about, the news comes in on the AP about the heist. As everybody's getting the news wire about the heist, so that's just what she happens to be talking about. And there's one or two other mentions of it at some of her like dinner parties. Apparently, the Gorman massacre is an important detail in the old EU of a major imperial overreach where they killed a bunch of people at a protest and was like a significant flashpoint in like recruiting people to the Rebel Alliance. And there is, in fact, a scene in the trailers of a bunch of people at a protest that clearly starts going bad. So that might happen, but that's my point, is that is not like a happy, fun, like, yeah, we're gonna go punch the bad guys show for that song to be playing for.
Damn.
But anyway, no, that trailer and Daredevil Born Again is the most I've ever seen billion-dollar IPs try their hardest to show the show is actually the best one. The rest suck. Like, no, guys. I know that you think that the reputation of these is bad, but I promise this one is good.
This one's good, though.
That's
we promise.
So funny.
There's a
You
new
don't get
Daredevil
it.
show?
Yeah, there's a new... Well, I guess it's a follow-up to the Netflix Daredevil show. Which, don't get your hopes up. Because there's already a follow-up to the Daredevil show a couple of years ago, like last year, called Mute or something. I don't remember what it was called. Echo. They were big hyping it up that it's like it's going on Hulu, not Disney Plus, because it's TVMA. It's like, and it's it's about Kingpin, and it's a follow-up to Daredevil, and apparently it wasn't good. I also heard that I
really like the character of Daredevil.
I don't know if I've only heard like a couple of people comment on this, but apparently the Daredevil show version of Kingpin showed up like after it was like, were any of those Netflix shows canon or not? What's going on with them? Apparently Kingpin showed up in the Hawkeye show, and apparently he was like aggressively mischaracterized by people writing a quippy Marvel PG-13 show as opposed to Daredevil. But again, I don't know because I haven't watched any of them, so I have no strong opinion. But no, there's a new season of Daredevil coming up called Daredevil Born Again. It is TVMA. I have no idea who's attached to it. I don't know if it's like the original creative staff or if it's totally different people.
Great.
Same cast, but who knows?
Perfect.
Yeah. No, I know Daredevil wasn't the main focus of Echo Jordan Combra. I mean that it was set in that same like it was selling itself as a continuation of the Netflix mold of the Daredevils and Jessica Joneses and Lucas Cage's and I hesitate to mention Iron Fist since apparently nobody liked it. But the point is that R-rated New York City street level stuff with Kingpin. Echo was part of that continuity.
Bad idea for this guy to be up there.
Whee!
Did he take himself out?
No, I knocked him
He
down.
climbed up on there and Joey shot it down, and so then he.
Oh, I thought I didn't realize Joey.
No, it
shot
did not collapse under its own weight. Joey brought him down there.
Idiot. Goober. No, you hadn't seen it a lot, but monsters, when they roar and your character goes, "Aye, my ears, they hurt," and they can't attack.
Oh, I didn't know this. Yosh says apparently Daredevil Born Again was in production before the strikes. And apparently they were like, so they had to stop, and they took a good long hard look at it and said, this sucks. And they like completely reassessed their entire production pipeline for Marvel television shows for streaming.
Awesome.
Wow, okay. But yeah, no, it is funny. There was very much that tone to the... Again, when I was watching it muted, I assumed that was the tone of the Andor trailer, was like, hey man, you may think that those Star Wars shows are shitty, but this one isn't. But then I watched it with the music, and I was like, I don't know if they're hitting the targets they want here.
Jordan, I haven't seen Echo. I just like the character of Daredevil, like the concept, I guess I suppose I should say, instead of I have not seen anything of.
Oh, I assume you'd seen the Netflix show.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
Oh, you've seen the Ben Affleck movie? Was
Yeah.
that what you were about to say? I forgot you watch all this trash.
You're
the only person I know
crazy?
who is like who I was. That was why I was insisting like Aiden. You need. As I don't even think of you as like a huge comic book person, but. I was like, Aiden, you were like, oh, I think I'm gonna wait and see Deadpool and Wolverine, like when it comes to streaming. And I was like, Aiden, you need to go and see Deadpool and Wolverine.
I did
right now.
Yep,
and
we did.
You literally saw it the day before the marketing switched over to we're just gonna show all the cameos in the commercials.
So I have seen the Ben Affleck Daredevil not because of my ex, but because of my dad. Actually,
okay, all right.
That was a Bradley special.
Mm-hmm. But no, you should if you find the character interesting at all. I think technically you can still watch those shows on Netflix. They may have all been moved to Hulu, but like for a minute there before Disney had its own streaming service, they were really trying to figure out what are we gonna do with this IP. And they did a couple of Marvel shows on cable. They did the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. series, which I watched the first couple seasons of and enjoyed, but it was definitely getting long in the tooth by the time that I skipped out. And they did 2 seasons, like they did like in between those seasons. It got canceled. They did an Agent Carter series about Peggy Carter back in the 40s that I actually kind of liked, but it didn't do very well. That got canceled on a cliffhanger.
Excellent. We love that.
Yeah. And I mean, it's fine. I guess, she lived to get dementia in, Captain America Civil War, so it doesn't matter. Or no, I guess she died in Civil War. She had dementia in Winter Soldier, the good one. One of the few of those movies that actually like elevates into good movie territory. It's like original Iron Man, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, all the Guardians movies.
I clearly have. I should have been paying attention.
Don't worry about it. And I'd say that Avengers and also Avengers Infinity War also kind of elevate into actually good movie just because of like what they achieved. Well, Joey, I hope you figure it out since you weren't paying attention.
This game's bad because I don't know what's happening.
Let's go.
This is stupid.
But yeah, no. They did a couple of the TV shows that were like they ran on ABC, so they couldn't be that crazy. But they also were like, hey, this is really popular. Netflix, we got this new breed of prestige TV that's not quite HBO. The budgets and structures are really different. You want to do something? And so they did relatively low special effects, relatively low production costs.
Was that part of one? Okay, I did watch the Jessica Jones.
The Jessica Jones series followed the Daredevil series. I think there were 3 seasons of Daredevil, 2 seasons of Jessica Jones, 1 or 2 seasons of Luke Cage, and 1 season of
I think I watched that one too.
Iron Fist apparently was not very good. And then they did kind of like an Avengers team up style like short season called Defenders, which was about all 4 of them doing stuff together. But I think people like that first season of Jessica Jones. I've never heard much about the second one. And the Daredevil show's pretty well regarded until apparently the back half of season 3 is not very good, is my understanding of it.
Okay.
But it's around, and you could go watch it. A lot of people say the first season of that is like some of the best TV, like of that, it falls into that golden era of TV type like categorization. It's got a couple of really, really good iconic fight scenes. There's a very good fight scene. It's kind of when he's first getting out there and doing stuff. Like a one take in a hallway that's just like really, really long. Not quite Old Boy style. It's kind of like a riff on Old Boy, but shot very differently. Back half of season 2 also isn't very good, and 3 seasons of Jessica Jones. Shows how much I know.
Attack the Alpha.
All the Marvel Netflix shows are on Disney Plus now. Okay. I wasn't sure because there's a lot of like kind of rights kerfuffling over that for a little while there.
This is so
Daredevil movie with Wake Me Up! That's correct, Circo Duck.
Bet you have to whack this thing to get its attention.
Attack the Alpha!
I'm attacking the Alpha Bean. I think.
He's in that mosh pit somewhere.
There he is. This is so intense. I'm very glad that I prioritize FPS over.
I had the
graphics.
opportunity to go to a Shrek rave, and as insofar as I was in a town
What?
at the same time as the Shrek rave was happening, but I decided not to go to the Shrek rave.
Why?
Because I looked at videos of the Shrek rave, and I was like, I think I would have a panic attack if I went to this.
You'd have a panic at the disco, as they would say.
Not much of a disco going on there.
Damn. Uh-oh. Oh yes, finally we're getting lightning storm stuff.
Oh, is this going to be the super beast?
I doubt we're gonna get to see the super beast.
Maybe you'll get to see a glimpse of him through the
I hope so
fog
because he's
cover,
super
you know?
cool. It's like a what if a dragon but was a rail gun.
Yeah. No, I've seen it. He's in the key art I think I used for the thumbnail for this.
Ray Dow is his name.
At least I think I've seen it. I haven't been following this game closely because I knew I wouldn't play it. It's not a condescension thing. I try to keep up with everything that's going on gaming wise, but like whenever it's like every gaming presentation this has popped up at, other than the Game Awards, has always been like I'm half watching it while I'm working.
Of course.
I don't know. This really feels like we're about to glimpse it through the clouds.
We may. I don't know. It's either that or the.
I don't know how you think you're gonna find anything. Oh, I guess he's just testing the consistency of the sand.
Don't worry,
Yoinks.
we're gods in cutscenes, so it's fine.
Yeah, you're invincible. You're basically untouchable.
We
in this
didn't even
cutscene.
have to sheath our weapon or unsheath it.
This dude's fighting for his life out here against these snakes.
I know. He's doing the the King Kong thing.
Pretty this is pretty crazy cinematic, actually.
It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good when they do this stuff. We haven't really seen it, but this game also lots of monsters have. It's called Turf Wars, and it will do like a pre-canned animation, like when they're in the area, they'll like just start fighting, and it's super cool.
Yash Kapoor said Wonder Woman fans are suffering.
What? Okay, what's the deal with that?
Okay, just canceled. Got canceled.
Oh, cool. Okay. What did game or movie or what?
Game.
Game.
Wonder Woman game was announced a while ago. All that we ever saw of it was a teaser trailer. It got canceled.
Okay, well,
There's
yeah,
another in a
because
long line
Warner
of
Brothers
WB
is-
spending money on things and going, actually, never mind. It got canceled for probably a lot of reasons. I mean, like, you guys who were working on it, like, we were really excited about what we were trying to deliver. And I hate to be, like, condescending toward people who just lost their jobs, but, like, you never know. Maybe it actually wasn't taking shape and they had good reason to cancel it. But the real reason is
not
that
eating
apparently Suicide Squad and the combination of Suicide Squad and
they're fighting, and I didn't even notice.
the failed relaunch of Multiverses and the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League game cost last year the Warner Brothers' gaming division. They lost like over $300 million or something like that.
Ooh, that's a
It was-
lot.
I'm not. To be clear, I'm not saying like that it was what they spent. Like that was their loss.
That's a lot.
And to be completely fair, they made like a shitload of money a few years ago on Hogwarts Legacy, but they didn't make money last year. I don't know how much they made. That's a huge amount of money to just straight up lose for an entire division. And it was the consequence of the two main. They also made the Quidditch game. Hey,
Look at this cinematic shit. Wow. I'm going to talk about that exact move in a second.
There was a Quidditch game that was A, bad, and B, free with PlayStation Plus subscriptions day one.
Oh, that was day one?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
baby.
it also lost a shitload of money.
That's crazy.
It's just very funny because before they announced these losses, they were like, we're focusing very hard on our gaming division on 3 core IPs. DC, specifically Batman, Game of Thrones, Hogwarts Legacy, not Harry Potter, Hogwarts Legacy, and Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I mean, Mortal Kombat will always sell, but it sure isn't wooing anybody.
Kyle
right
Bosman
now.
was throwing out some theories recently about there were some folks who I forget who he was talking about specifically, but it was basically basically some guys casually mentioned in an interview like, oh, we had a meeting with so and so and so and so, and it was like both. I think it was like James Gunn and people from the Mortal Kombat team. So he's like, I think we're gonna get another Mortal Kombat versus DC, which hasn't happened in like 15 years.
Okay.
But that was just a random theory mongering about a guy happened to have mentioned that he was having a meeting with somebody else who works for Warner Brothers, so it could mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
But I wanted to talk about that clash a second
Yeah,
ago.
go ahead,
Where
go ahead.
I was just doing it. It was a weird little cinematic thing, but I thought it was a neat little like it's a mechanic that works with some fights, and it's just like you block an attack perfectly, and you go into this little clash where if you win, then it knocks. the
Wiggled
monster
his
over.
ass really suggestively at us a second
He
ago.
did.
Be like that.
Go ahead, Joey.
But I was just gonna say the only reason I bring it up is because that's a weird little addition, but it's something that they've kind of done throughout a lot of these games. This is just a good example of like there was a cutscene years ago in like one of the like DS Monster Hunter games where somebody does that in the cutscene, and ever since like that era, they've been like, well, with these games, we kind of been like when we add new features, we want to make it where it's like anything that you see somebody do in a cutscene, we want you to be able to do it. And they've been retroactively going back. It's like, well, somebody, you know, it's like, well, they're like really mobile in this one, so we're gonna make 4. Like before, the games were very just like all the arenas were mostly like little flat areas, and in 4 they added like traversal to like vertical traversal to it to certain stages, and that
Yeah.
was a big deal. And it was all going into like world where you saw the very first area had a big tree where there was just multi-layers all over the place, adding a bunch of verticality.
Sure.
It's fascinating to see like little minor touches throughout the series like get changed here and there to like they have they've always had like a very clear vision of the series that's just
Yeah.
what can we actually accomplish.
I appreciate that. Like that's like you're saying, like there was, you know, talking about the first game having real problems. Like the ideas have basically been there the entire time, and it's like, and that's part of why I emphasize, like, you know, until relatively recently, everything we're watching right now, I'm pursuing this monster across a field as he runs away. This was previously separated by loading screens and more or less happened entirely in the abstract. You had to consult a map to be like, okay, what effing zone is he in now? Because you couldn't actually follow the monster.
Yeah, and because I'm rushing through all this, we're not seeing it. But it's like nowadays, like before you fight a monster, you see it in a zone, you're gonna be seeing it doing stuff that the monster would do in the zone. Little ecology touches here and there.
Oh, there were slugs. Turn around.
Slugs, yes.
See, there they are.
Yeah.
This is where we started. This is literally the
It
first
is.
little spiders we ran into.
These are those spider weird.
I really
mosquitoes.
thought
So
it was
they're
gonna
just like the models probably, but covered in slime.
Yes.
I was really wondering, like, are they gonna like truly like design another original monster? Wouldn't that mess with the
But
lore?
even
And now I see no, it's like total nonsense.
It's great. I love it though. It's so funny seeing now.
He's eating you with his thousands of teeth.
I know it's good. But yeah, I love like that's the
I
thing is
really
people
feel like
saw
these
the.
are more slimes than slugs.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about because of the little.
It's more like it's like
the
flubber is
stalks.
wrapped around the spider.
There were a lot of people that were like, I shouldn't do that. There were a lot of people that were just like, listen, I'm going to play this game with arachnophobia just because I love these things. Look at this.
It's pretty ridiculous.
I'm showing my love for it by killing it, of course, because I'm a Monster Hunter fan.
Context sensitive asked, polling for anything at the Oscars. I actually really don't know what's nominated, but I was literally having a conversation with this I went to Joey's Pals' movie night that they do every Friday for the first time I've ever actually gone in person, which I could probably talk briefly about some of the movies we saw. I was actually talking about it that I basically haven't taken the Oscars seriously since 2013, which was the year of The Wind Rises versus Frozen, which should have been no contest, but was in fact no contest the other way around. Because like I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound condescending, but like I want to be clear, I like The Wind Rises. There is a certain level of like boomer guilt associated with certain older folks at the Oscars, where it's like I feel bad about how I disrespected my World War II's living through parents. So I'm definitely gonna give The Pianist the Best Picture. I don't say that to be condescending toward The Pianist either. I've never seen it, but it's like there is a bit of a tendency of stuff like The Pianist or The King's Speech, or Saving Private Ryan. Saving Private Ryan didn't win Best Picture, but like for things in that scale to kind of slide toward the top very often.
I think we're going to get to see a clash right here.
I see that, yeah. The
whiffing
beasts
because I'm
going about their
buffering.
business in their natural habitat, regardless of a hunter being here.
Yep, and this is not a pre-canned animation, and I'm not surprised because it's no contest. Our little boy right here is the goober that's there for you to beat up at the beginning to learn your controls.
Conan being host gives me hope it'll actually be funny. I was literally what I said the other night is like my biggest hope for the Oscars is that I'll see a couple of funny clips of Conan hosting it. I like The Wind Rises should slot into everything that Academy voters love. dramatic biopic, anti-fascist, anti-war, period piece, slight bit of schmaltzy aspirationalism.
Slug.
If that had been a live action picture, it may not have won Best Picture, but it absolutely would have been nominated. But it lost to Frozen because nobody at the Academy Awards watched it or cared about it. Like, so every year, Vanity Fair interviews 4 random Oscar, I guess, like committee persons, people who are allowed to vote. It's a thing they do every year is they like get the temperature of what's going on by asking 4 people, which there are so many people in the Academy that 4 people is like a ludicrously small sample size.
Yeah.
But I think if they asked more and they were recording people's quotes, it'd probably start to like be easy to tell who was who if you were in that scene. So whatever, they randomly ask 4 people, hey, so what are you voting for in this category and why? And that year, Jacob, are you talking about the 2002 movie The Pianist or the 2024 film The Brutalist? I was literally about to go there. I'm glad Yush is on the same page as me. Both are movies about Adrian Brody playing a Jewish man who was persecuted during World War II. The Pianist is about a guy literally being persecuted actively during World War II. The Brutalist is about a Jewish person who immigrated to the United States but suffered through World War II. Anyway, and it's nominated for Best Picture this year, if that wasn't clear. Won Best Picture in 2002. I distinctly remember 2 of the responses when asked about the animation category in 2013 were, oh, you know, I watched all of those with, you know, my grandkids, and you know, we put them all on, and, you know, whichever one they liked the most, that was the one I voted for. And then another one said, this category is so shit every year. There are 2 effing Chinese things on the list. He was referring to a Japanese film, The Wind Rises, and a Scottish film. Oh God, I forget the name of it, but it's like it's a really well-regarded animated film that I've never seen. It was also probably better than Frozen. It was nominated that year, but I forget the name of it. God, I can see the character in my head. 2 effing Chinese things. So ridiculous, you know. I literally, you know, I took my kid to see these things. I left midway through, you know, to answer phone calls outside in the theater.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, you left your fucking kid in the theater? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you stupid? But my thing is, again, like, you're literally on the thing to talk about how much you love movies, and you see these people seem to hate movies.
Yeah.
So I didn't see any quotes
They're like
specifically.
Sonic fans, Jacob.
Sorry?
They're like Sonic fans.
I like Sonic fans, yeah. I didn't see any quotes about the animation category this year specifically. I don't even know what's nominated. I'd have to go look. The two sound bites that were making headlines of like, oh my God, these effing people, were all 4 of the anonymous voters said, I am abstain. You can't vote in a category unless you watched all the movies, especially Best Picture. All 4 abstaining from voting on Best Picture because they refused to watch Dune Part 2.
Awesome.
Whoa.
Yeah. One of them said, I could not finish Dune Part 1. I refuse to sit through another 3 hours of Dune. So, abstaining from voting on Best Picture at the Academy Awards.
And thus why you made the joke earlier that I take my job more seriously than some Academy voters.
Yes,
My
yes.
unpaid job of
Yes.
reading arcs.
Yes,
That's
that was
hilarious.
what I was talking about earlier, yes.
Because I will, in fact, suffer through trash. And I don't even think Dune would be trash. Like,
No! But these are fucking asshole old people who are like science fiction.
Meanwhile, me reading absolute slop because I signed up for it.
Yeah. It's fucking nominated for Best Picture. Pull up your bootstraps. Watch the movie.
It's 3 hours. It's your job.
It's your job to watch these movies.
It's 3 hours.
I mean, I guess they're not paid either, but my point, they have the job because they work in the entertainment industry on movies.
Yeah.
So, like, F off. Watch the movie. But the other one was 2 guys said, I'm not voting for Ralph Fiennes as Best Actor in The Conclave. 2 separate people both said essentially the same thing. Said, I'm not voting for him because he's won previously. So I'm going to vote for somebody else.
Oh
Which,
my-
first of all,
so silly.
First of all, yeah, these are not children. These are professionals. You vote for who did the best job. They all know the score. They're professionals. They want to be recognized. I distinctly remember specifically, like, last season of Game of Thrones. Oh, God. Now I can't remember his name. Dinklage. Peter Dinklage won an an Emmy for Best Supporting Actor, I think for the last season of Game of Thrones, which, sucked.
Yeah.
And he didn't know and he didn't like. And he said in his acceptance... Jonathan Banks should have won this for Mike Ehrmantraut in Better Call Saul. He said in his acceptance speech
That's
he should have won
hilarious.
this.
Man.
That seems
Wait,
very
John.
on brand.
If anybody knows, has anybody's...
Oh my gosh, this doesn't mean anything to anybody, but the monster we fought was slightly bigger than normal monsters. Yay! There's a variation every time you fight a monster. There's a range of how big and how small it can be.
If anybody knows Better Call Saul, Jonathan Banks was nominated for the episode 5-0, which is the first episode of Better Call Saul that is exclusively about him, where we find out what happened to his son. And he lost to, I'm guessing, I don't even know, Peter Dinklage's stupid, dumbass speech about the importance of stories. But anyway. So no, first of all, dumb to say I'm not voting for this dude because he won previously.
Yeah.
Secondly, both of them, as some people may in the chat, may be going, wait a second. Because Joshua also had an instinct when I told this to him. He's like, has Ralph Fiennes won an Academy Award? And I said, these two guys didn't vote for him because they both, they was like, yeah, he won for Schindler's List. And Joshua went, oh, I guess he did not win for Schindler's List.
Ooh. So he hadn't even won anything before, and they were
they both gaslit themselves to think he won for the same movie, which he has not won.
That's crazy.
Why is it making me cinematic? I just want to kill.
I just want to kill.
Tree over there.
Burbs.
Birds. Oh, those are
Like little grubs. They're going.
It is, but look at the little birds in the trees.
They got little, like, frog faces instead of bird faces.
That's cool.
Denis Villeneuve, I can always say his name wrong, has never historically had much success at the Oscars, right? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know if Sicario was even nominated for anything, which it freaking should have been. But yeah, and I think Dune Part 1 was also nominated for Best Picture last time around. So he's been nominated twice in a row for this duology. And I mean, I wouldn't have expected him to win in either year, but the idea of somebody being so petty about, I'm literally not going to vote for Best Picture this year because I refuse to watch this movie. Like, what an asshole.
That really... Especially, like, Best Picture. Like,
It's 10 movies. Any category. Just watch the 10 movies for Best Picture.
You can knock that out.
Especially because you're probably going to get yourself covered up on Best Actor nominations as well while you're at it, you know?
I can see why Gene Parker was like, these sections suck.
But no, it was funny to read that, and I'm like this is like just a reminder of why I haven't given a shit about these awards in years, but also specifically what I was thinking about, like, when reading those was, I think that I actually have more confidence in the selection choice at the fucking Game Awards than I do for the Oscars. I think there's probably way less internal politics. I think more people involved actually have a better understanding of the breadth of the art on display.
Yeah.
Across what problem of the list?
It really messes me up every time I see her in her glasses and her. I really, really think she's gonna ask me if I want whipped cream on my mocha.
But she's so cute, Jacob.
It's not. I mean, she's cute. It's fine. It just, like, doesn't feel correct.
It feels wrong. I'm rank 3 hunter now. Wow, that's what HR is. It's hunter rank, not that shitty thing that you have at work sometimes.
Whoa, I'm sorry. Yosef Perez is making a documentary about game development. Yoshi Kapoor says, I hope it gets nominated for the Oscars that year so our runtime can close the loop. So our timeline can close the loop.
That would be crazy.
Yosef Perez is a game developer who famously was obviously drunk on stage at the Game Awards like 5 years ago, and he loudly declared, this is where, real artwork is done. This is what's exciting, and now, like, this is where it's at. Fuck the Oscars, man. Fuck the Oscars.
Amazing.
He should absolutely get nominated for Best Documentary.
Yep.
Oh my God, I'm gonna call him up and be like, Yosef, I'll do anything you need. I'll go to Hollywood. I'll suck any dick I have to get you that nomination.
That would be
I will be your
hilarious.
strongest warrior.
I'm certain there's a faster way to fast travel, but I couldn't figure it out.
Time for a quick break?
What? No. I don't want to break. I want to kill.
Stop, Joey. They'll let you kill eventually. They don't want you to get too excited.
He is excited.
I may put a stop on new stuff and just like do some other hunt, redo some hunt. I don't know. I don't know what this game has.
Yeah, Circo Duck. I only read one of the quotes, but the headline was 2 separate people incorrectly identified Fiennes as having won for Schindler's List.
Amazing.
Which also, by the way, he would have gotten an Academy Award for supporting actor in that movie. He's the lead actor in Conclave, so it'd be a different award anyway, as if it mattered.
What are we making?
Don't say that, says Circo Duck in all caps. Don't say that, Jacob. No, I'm serious, Yosef. Give me a call, dude. I'll become your strongest warrior. I'll get you that Oscar nomination.
Listen, 30 minutes of discomfort for the
30
main.
minutes.
Well, I'm being generous.
I think you're underestimating my skills. You cannot resist or you'll be destroyed. On the vacation.
Oh, man.
30 minutes is a long time. That's what I'm saying. It's a fucking long time.
Look, okay, ever since I started watching, AGDQ, it's like I go by their estimations now. Back in the day, they used to do, like, realistic things where it's like, oh, this is probably going to take 25 minutes. But the problem is, this is my assumption is, somebody gets 27 minutes. It's like, that doesn't look good, even though it's like, whatever. So now it's like, if a game's speedrun is like an actual estimated 25 minutes, they'll do like, estimation 40 minutes. So when somebody gets 27, they're like, wow, he did so fast.
Yosef is arguably our best representation for gamers, says Yosh Kapoor. I feel like...
Did you see his drip at the Game Awards?
Yeah, he's crazy. I think it's like, in terms of dudes who I would want being out there in front of normies, I mean, he's a bit much, but sometimes you need that energy. Sometimes you need that enthusiasm. I really feel like the ambassadors of legitimacy are like him, Kojima, Tim Schafer, I don't know. I know people have their issues with Neil Druckmann, but I think the fact that he's been able to like be so central in like a lot of like the marketing, like the little HBO like postscripts for The Last of Us, like, people may have issues with him, but I'm just thinking the normie who's watching the HBO show and says this is based on a video game.
Yeah,
like look, he's doing something. He's getting something done over there. I've seen this woman a dozen times, but something about looking up and specifically just seeing her head kind of move slightly and her nose tilt up with her lips going, and her titties hanging out really, really gave me pause for a second there.
Also, you missed it. This is the stupid monkey. This is the great.
Oh, that's the monkey outfit.
Yeah,
excellent.
It's great. Love it. What about this? Oh my
Metal.
god. What is that?
Literally. Look, his little legs are dangling.
Oh, that's
her,
what it
her
is.
legs.
Oh
I
my
mean,
god.
yeah, because it's got robot legs.
That's so good. Oh
That's
my god.
hilarious.
I love that. What about this fella?
Woo!
Or maybe those are fake. Hold on, actually go back up because he's not any taller. Those are fake. Maybe those are fake legs.
I don't know.
No, because her legs definitely couldn't fit inside those robots. So
Yeah.
yeah, no. She's scrunched up in there a little
That's
bit.
sick.
Yeah. All right, that's good.
This
I like
just
that.
looks. Doesn't that not look like Midna?
It does.
Oh,
it
it
does look
does.
like Midna. I was gonna go Simba, but yours was better.
We're gonna do that. Make me cat gear.
This is great.
Okay.
Jacob, don't discount our controller modding boy Timothy Chalamet. Yeah, he's he could be really good for us. There was an interview for Dune Part 1 where Zendaya looks like she's wants to kill herself because he starts talking about nerd shit. He starts talking about how, back when I was 16, when, like Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, it was Modern Warfare 3 era specifically, I think he was talking about, I was, selling mods and I was modding controllers for people. I was, hacking people's accounts. I was making money selling mods for hacking people's accounts in Modern Warfare 3. And Zendaya's like, people paid money for this? He's like, yeah.
Dude, literally earlier, somebody...
Robert Pattinson, also a Final Fantasy shooter. He has in multiple interviews talked about Aerith, my first love, but I couldn't decide between her and Tifa, though.
Oh my god.
I forget that he has an accent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
really
you
do.
never see him playing a British person.
No.
British. Yeah, but it's telling me about online stuff, but we're not connected.
It slips out a little bit when he starts to shout occasionally, but he never shouts in Batman, so it doesn't really come out.
I'm gonna fight this thing again because I want to make a new weapon.
There's one moment in
Except in the
Twilight.
park.
It's in I think Breaking Dawn, Part 1.
Okay.
Because I think he's getting. It maybe. What's the one between Eclipse? It may be an Eclipse. I don't know. There's a bit where he's like says, "Bella, we're supposed to be partners," but he says like, "Bella, we're supposed to be partners," and it like just barely comes out for a second.
I think by the end of that series, they were so done.
Oh, he was done from minute one.
Yeah.
Do you know the passive aggressive thing he did when he was like arguing about how much that character sucked and how he's performing him?
No.
So basically, he was complaining about like he was giving a performance. I forget if it was like he was being coached on like you need to be doing this instead, or if it was before shooting it, he was complaining about the character. I think it was his agent sent him a copy of the book, and he highlighted everywhere in the book where it said Edward smiled, like trying to point out that he's more positive. And then Pattinson sent it back where he highlighted everywhere that it said Edward frowned or scowled. No, he hated that from like minute one. I think Kristen Stewart did too. But you know, you gotta eat.
Yeah.
You gotta eat. And she wasn't an Academy Award nominated or winning. Did she win for her Princess Diana movie? I know she was nominated. I don't remember if she won or not. Because again, I'm not paying that much attention to the Oscars.
Fuck the Oscars.
Fuck the Oscars, man.
That was so good.
Pattinson's voice in The Heron was insane. Yeah,
It was.
he's a psycho.
Still
It
need
was
to see
real
that.
good.
He can go crazy, clearly. Well, he's in Mickey 17. He's got a crazy voice.
I haven't seen
What's
that.
that?
It hasn't come out yet. It's the new Bon Joon-ho, is that his name? The Parasite guy and Snowpiercer guy.
Ooh.
It's a new science fiction movie about a guy played by Robert Pattinson, and his
Oh,
voice.
actually, I know.
The voice that he's doing in the entire movie is kind of like this. And he looks
Ooh.
kind of little, he's a little like kind of squirrely, and his hair's like a little bit too kind of sweaty all the time, and he doesn't really look. He kind of sounds like this all the time, and he's kind of pathetic. And his life sucks so much on Earth that he signs up to be disposable labor on a space colony. And nobody ever signs up for disposable labor because it literally means they flash clone you so you can do tasks where you're highly likely to die.
So it's that Space Breaker game, whatever it's called.
You gotta, I don't know, you gotta say the name.
God, what is it? It's the I'm gonna have to
Among Us? I don't know.
Among Us. No, it's the
No.
game where you build stuff. It's like Shipbreak or something.
Okay, well, Mickey 17 because he's I think it primarily focuses on the 17th or 16th copy. The trailer, at least part of the tension seems to be that at one point he gets cloned again without dying, and then it's like, well, which one of them do we shoot? Which one has rights? I guess the most recent one, or I don't know, maybe the one that's been alive slightly longer. I don't know. Anyway, I've only seen the
Hard
trailers.
Space Shipbreaker. Sorry, that's
Got
what
it.
the game.
It premiered at Cons or one of those like a month ago, and shock gasp from this director. Apparently, it's really good.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
The reason I quit out is I want to see what this spider looks like without the anti-spider tech on.
Okay.
Now we're gonna see him eat a succulent meal of fish with a slab of cheese on it. Once again.
I don't remember what the thing I was going to say was.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Talking about Robert Pattinson. Talking about
Yeah,
you
talking
got
about Robert Pattinson. It seems like he and Daniel Radcliffe have taken the same option of like, I made shmoney. Now I'm just gonna do weird shit.
Well, Daniel Radcliffe, I would say both of them. In addition to weird shit, they're also like a real actor makes weird shit.
Yep. Yep. But
Radcliffe in particular is like I'm gonna go do theater for a while. I'm gonna do these types of performances. He's like I'm gonna hone my craft. I will not die the Harry Potter guy. Not even that I think he's like, as much as J.K. Rowling has, poisoned that, I don't think that he's like, like not proud of his work on that, but also like, I think every time I walk into a store and I see a Harry Potter thing, very often, like Lego sets, and stuff do this, like, they have like, a little picture of the movie actor in the corner, like, they used to have like Darth Maul in the corner for like the original like 1999 run of Lego Star Wars stuff, so whether it's Legos or other toys, there's often like cast photos, and it's always like Harry Potter 3 Harry or Harry, and I'm like, it must be weird, like, this could be like the 16, 17-year-old version of the character, which is, like the 25-year-old version of Daniel Radcliffe. Like, they could put that version on screen, on all these products. It's like, it must feel weird to, like, go places and just see, like, the version of, like, the 14-year-old version of you, like, all the time. Yeah. It's weird for me to see it, because I know what he looks like now, and I know what older Harry Potter looks like, too.
yeah.
One of these days, I'll watch those movies.
All fired up.
We'll get there one day. By we, I'll be forced there one day.
A couple of those movies are like, I mean, I think I think that most of those movies fall into a category of like, these are fine adaptations of fine books.
Yep.
But I think that Harry Potter 3 in particular is just like, that's also the best book, so it's got an advantage.
I thought you were about to say it was weak, and I was like, that's
no.
one of my favorites.
No. I think that
3, 5, and 6 are like, those are my faves.
I think 1, 3, and 5 are the strongest. I think that 1 is like this, like, you know, just really good, like, simple children's literature thing. It doesn't look that different. It does not look that different.
It doesn't
not
have
look
more
that
legs.
No.
It doesn't. So
I guess the arachnophobia doesn't help you with this. There's not 8 legs, so you just deal with this.
We're not gonna get to fight the. I know there's another spider.
Crazy to have an arachnophobia option in your game, and the third boss is a spider who's not affected by it.
You're right. It's good though. There's another spider in the game that might be affected more, but we're not gonna get to him for sure. That was if that was a monster that was in the Milla Jovovich movie.
This
except
is
they
so much
butchered
more
it 'cause it
spidery than the
sucked.
spiders that got censored.
Yep.
Like, I didn't even identify those things as things that would need to be arachnophobia
I didn't
protected.
either.
No, listen. I don't know. I'm not arachnophobic. Okay, I'm not judgmental against spiders, so I couldn't tell you. They can if they stay in their lane, it's fine.
Yeah, but
Ow!
anyway, actually, I don't know what's I don't, because I didn't see a ton of movies in theaters this year.
I
We saw Wicked.
Saw Wicked. I think that's actually nominated for Best Picture, which I think that's part of like that we have 10, so we can include some populist choices now. The number getting kicked up mainly happened when The Dark Knight wasn't nominated in 2008, which I don't know that it deserved to win, but it definitely deserved to be nominated.
I don't know what I did right there, but I sure did.
Let's see if I know anything like if I got a stake in anything that's been nominated this year, because I'm betting I don't.
I know I've seen more movies this year, but it's like I'm struggling to think of anything that I would have watched that would have been on there. Long Legs was neat, but that's a horror movie, so it's not going to be there.
Sebastian Stan is nominated for The Apprentice, where he plays Donald Trump. It's a Donald Trump movie
Yeah.
that I watched some clips from it. I wasn't like super duper impressed. I mean, like I don't mean like he was getting a bad performance, but I mean like, you know, like, oh wow, he can do a Donald Trump impression. That's crazy. So can everybody else that I know.
Yeah.
That's so condescending to an actor who put in a lot of work, and yeah, it's more than just doing a funny voice. But
They should have gotten Zach Hale to do it.
Timothy Chalamet for A Complete Unknown, which apparently he's pretty good in that.
Yeah.
And he's on his way to being like an all-timer, as long as he doesn't, you know, diddle anybody.
Yep.
that's the downfall, is you diddle somebody, and then it's ruined forever. Edward Norton's in A Complete Unknown, supporting actor. Actress in leading role, Cynthia Evero, that's how you say her last name right, for Wicked.
I think so.
Ariana Grande is nominated for supporting role for Wicked. I think that's the only this is like the only performances I've seen that are listed here. She does give, as much as you and I were talking shit about Ariana Grande, not me so much, but you especially, before going to that movie.
Yep.
I think she's really good in that role. I don't know that
No, she really was not bad.
I don't know that she necessarily deserves to win over, I'm guessing, more dramatic roles in these other supporting roles. But again, that's also another thing where like the Oscars tends to have a very harsh slant away from like musicals and comedies, and if it's fun, the Oscars don't like it, which I think is a big part of why like the Golden Globes and the Emmys have like separate categories for musicals and comedies and romances and and dramas. What's nominated for feature film? Animated feature film, I mean. Flow, Inside Out 2, Memoir of a Snail, Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul, and The Wild Robot. The only one of these that I've seen is Vengeance Most Foul, which was, I mean, it was Wallace and Gromit, so I'm not going to say it was bad at all, but it was not as good as Curse of the Were-Rabbit, in my personal opinion. It was still enjoyable, still good.
Joey, I think this is directed at you. Did you watch The Substance?
No, I've thrown it on my list.
I'm aware of it, but
It sounds cool.
sounds like it goes on my list of things that I don't want to watch.
It sounds like something that I'm going to subject my friends to one day.
Costume design nominees. This is something where I can a little bit judge just from having seen a trailer of anything. A Complete Unknown, Conclave, Gladiator 2, Nosferatu, and Wicked. The Complete Unknown, I feel like that's just like kind of period costuming. Conclave, Gladiator. Conclave is also like everybody's just kind of wearing a uniform. They're all just kind of dressed the way they dress in the Vatican City. So maybe I don't know about that one. Gladiator 2, Nosferatu, and Wicked all. Yeah, any of those win. I'm not mad about it. I guess just from
For
like,
what?
Best costume design.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I guess Nosferatu will be there. That's a horror movie. But it's like
It's nominated for costume design. I haven't spotted it for anything else, but I could have missed it somewhere else in here.
It's good. And that's my stance.
Horror films do not get nominated for things at the Academy Awards, my guy. You're lucky it got a costume nomination. Let's see if it got
But he's like a real horror.
It got makeup and hairstyling nomination. So those are the two categories where horror films can slip in there under the radar.
I mean, I don't know what else it's going up against, but hey, it deserves to be there.
It's up against A Different Man,
Don't know
Emilia
what that is.
Perez,
Don't know what that is.
The Substance, and Wicked.
Okay.
Wicked, honestly, like, this may sound stupid. I don't know that much about makeup, but I imagine it's hard to make somebody look green for an entire feature film without it looking like makeup.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other
How
makeup
much-
in the movie too. But...
How much of that was makeup though, and how much was like?
No, that was all makeup.
Oh really?
Yeah, that was all on camera.
We got
Okay.
No,
Monster-
they weren't doing special effects on literally every single shot of her. That would have been ridiculous.
That makes sense. I didn't think about it that way.
Music original score: Brutalist, Conclave, Emilia Perez, Wicked, The Wild Robot. Best Picture, here we go. Honora, don't know anything about it. Brutalist, I know a little bit about it. A Complete Unknown, it's a Bob Dylan biopic. Conclave, I know what that's about. That's a political thriller set inside the Vatican City about the unexpected sudden death of the Pope and trying to figure out who's going to be the next Pope. I want to see that. Dune Part 2, I know what that is. Emilia Perez, I have a vague idea of what that is. I'm Still Here, no idea. Nickel Boys, no idea. The Substance, no idea. Wicked, I saw that.
The Substance is about the substance.
Okay, I'm glad we cleared that one
It's
up.
an anti-Pat movie because
there's needles?
like it's mystery
Needles and goop all the time?
substance.
My understanding.
Nosferatu is also nominated for production design.
Sick.
My understanding of Substance is you get the goop and you inject it into yourself, and then like a younger version of yourself emerges from you, but not metaphorically, literally.
Neat.
Yeah,
Okay, interesting.
looks real yucky.
Why would you want that?
Cause Jacob, I don't know.
I mean, like, I would want to be, like, I understand wanting to be younger. Why would you want to be replaced by a younger, better version of yourself?
I think maybe the point of the movie is that it's not better.
Okay. Ooh, Joey, Alien Romulus snuck into the visual effects category. It's nominated.
Amazing.
Wow. They should give it an award for bringing back a dead actor and making him a key part of the whole movie.
The
There should be-
android guy.
Yeah, there should be a special category at the Razzies for brought back a dead actor. Everybody wins. This should be like everybody wins a Razzie who brought back a dead actor, and everybody at the Razzies all gets to boo together for how much you suck for doing that. We should embarrass these people until they finally have to stop. Anyway, you got a cool weapon.
Yeah,
now.
I really like the look at this.
That
This
is wicked.
Cool. This that spider we just fought.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason I was like, I hope he's gonna pick like the trick weapon stuff because I want to see some of these because I feel like that's the immediate, like, other than obviously fighting big monsters. I feel like the most immediate thing to get people on board with this series is honestly showing the charge blade.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I just feel like that's such a unique
Can I make a
thing.
I'll use a switch axe if I can make it decent. I could make that. Let's see what else I can make. Because switch axe is actually, I mean, you say that, Jacob, and it's like, I can't, Congo, stinky. I can't confirm it, but I can tell you that when I started Monster Hunter back in the day, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, I was like, a switch axe, an axe that turns into a sword, that's cool, I'm going to use it. And I did. Oh, it's got a cool, that's cool too, but I don't have the materials. We'll make the fart monkey weapon.
Ready to work. Alrighty. Perfection.
I'm not going to be as good with this one, but hey, it's cool.
Sarcastic one said, I haven't seen Inside Out 2, but it will probably win. I don't know. Disney hasn't been as locked down on that as they... Remember, folks, a few years ago when they confidently distributed winner Best Animated Picture to Target and Walmart displays around the country the day following the Academy Awards for Ralph Breaks the Internet when it lost to Spider-Verse 1.
That's so
The
funny.
next day, they'd already sent all those displays out, and they'd already I guess they were putting them up the night before or something, and they were still up when people walked into stores the next day.
That's funny.
It's especially funny because the fact that they fucking thought Ralph Breaks the Internet would win.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially over Spider-Verse. Like,
I think there was a Pixar movie that year that was better than that. Like, I mean, I'm just like, I mean,
I didn't see Ralph Breaks the Internet.
Ralph Breaks the Internet is the worst movie they have released since Home on the Range. It is like universally reviled.
Sick.
I don't know that I've seen Home on the Range either.
Also universally reviled.
Excellent.
We'll fight this one.
I saw the first like 30 minutes of Inside Out too because
The second one.
Yep. I'm probably not even 30. It was probably closer to like 15, 20. Because
That can't be true. What?
What?
It has an 88% on Rotten Tomatoes. I've never heard one person say anything nice about Ralph Breaks the Internet. I've never heard a single nice thing about that movie.
interesting.
I do not believe that.
Is that like the crowd score or the critic score?
No, the crowd score is 64%. It's starting to slide that direction, but for a movie like that, it's my kid really enjoyed it.
Yep. So
Am I going?
words,
No, I'm
Aiden.
going the right way.
Inside Out 2. I saw the first chunk of it because it was playing in the lobby of where I'm doing my practicum.
I see. Gotcha.
Because it's for kiddos.
Yeah.
And so I
I-
was sitting there chilling. I was there when it opened, and the person who was there to interview me had not shown up yet. This
I
was
liked-
foreshadowing. But that's going great.
I liked the first Inside Out.
I did too, yeah.
I've heard the second one maintains a level of quality, so.
I mean, the first 20 minutes or so were great.
I see. I've never seen it. The only thing I've seen from it is every now and then I see a post that cracks me up. Well, they're like, "Why don't they just kill sadness?"
That's basically the plot of the first movie is Joy tries to kill sadness.
Awesome.
The whole tension is it's about a girl who's just starting to get old enough to be feeling more complicated emotions.
I think he's glitched up
He
there.
looks like he's pretty glitched up out there. There he goes. Whee!
Scary.
But
No, don't worry about it.
kind of the whole tension of the movie is basically the Joy emotion is trying her absolute best to
You're gonna get hit.
say, hey, sadness, don't do anything because I just want Riley, the girl, to be happy. And you're ruining it. I just want to be happy and you're ruining it. And it's a story about basically a 10-year-old girl, I think, 12-year-old girl in that first movie,
Yeah.
who has moved for the first time in her life and left all of her friends behind, moved from the countryside to like downtown San Francisco. And she's really upset about that, but pretending that she isn't.
Yep.
And she needs to learn that it's okay to,
To be
cry
sad about it.
and process it.
Yeah.
But no, like the that's what's happening on the outside, and that's what the movie is actually about. But the our shall we say zoomed in supporting the metaphor conflict is Joy thinks that sadness is ruining Riley's life, and she just needs to deal with it.
Sick.
All I know about Inside Out 2 is that it introduces anxiety.
Yes, it
And-
introduces a bunch of other emotions.
Yeah. Like the that I saw, like the part of the movie that I saw is like overnight
Ow!
she like starts puberty. And so the control panel expands
And, and tons of new people
and now
walk in. Yeah.
new people walk in.
Yeah.
But that was like right when the supervisor showed up. So. And now I do my practicum there. So I mean, productive interview, I guess. It got my my emotional juices flowing so that I could do well.
Put you in the right
interview.
headspace.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know how much we actually have to say about the movies we watched last night at movie night, but often when we meet up, it's after Fridays. We get to talk about the movies you saw.
It's true.
We saw 3 movies last night. We saw I Think All My Friends Hate Me, which was film festival fodder if I've ever seen it.
For sure.
I didn't hate that movie. It was actually pretty funny.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I mean, well, as much as you can enjoy that film.
Yeah,
It's It's one of those movies you're gonna watch it and it's gonna put that feeling in you.
It is a basically like it is a comedy horror film, and I don't mean like it's a parody of horror films. I mean it's a film that makes you want to both laugh and feel really tense. And it's really like the horror is how awkward it is to hang out with people who you used to be friends with and you really don't get along with them anymore, and it seems like they're constantly negging you. And you can't really tell what's like. Are they messing with me? Is this like an elaborate prank, or am I just off my anxiety medication? It was a little bit messy in terms of like messaging at the end, but it's fine because it was just vibes based.
Yeah.
It was I wouldn't watch it again, but I didn't hate it. And then we watched Undercover Brother, which I absolutely loved.
I was expecting that to be a complete shit show, and I really did have a good time at the end.
I thought it was going to be a period piece. I thought it was going to be like a straight up like James Bond parody, except what if it was a black guy in the 60s? It is not. It is set in 2001 when the movie came out, but what if the black guy still acted like he was in 67?
And it works better because nobody ever acknowledges it.
Yeah,
either.
absolutely. The opening narration acknowledges that he has held on to the core essence of his blackness, but nobody else in the film ever acknowledges it.
Amazing.
It is about the Brotherhood, which is secretly fighting against the man. Who is trying to destroy the black man, obviously. And it was really good.
He getting you.
I know, he's getting my ass. I'm also trying to... It's okay. There's another aspect. This is going to sound like copium, but this is real, okay? And I'm going to get into another aspect of it in a second. But every time a Monster Hunter comes out, like the weapons are always different. They're always slightly different. Moves are shifted around. New things are introduced. Some things are taken away.
I'll read that in a second. Sarcastic one. Go ahead, Joey.
So it's like this is one of those things. It's like I know I can grab this guy. I know I can. I just can't figure out how to do it because it doesn't work like it did the last time I used this weapon. But for that very reason also, so like any advancement in a series, going back to like the previous editions can be tough because you've got also there is weapon controls and stuff. But the funny thing is it doesn't tell you everything here for some stupid reason.
There's secret
tech. But in like going back to the previous like I mean in this you're seeing me grabbing items with my slinger. It's like you can't do that in World, and so it's like that's something that you're gonna miss. But whatever. The thing I would recommend if you're ever playing Monster Hunter and you want to go back to an older game is use a weapon you're not familiar with because you won't miss the new tech.
Yeah, you're not gonna be trying to muscle memorize stuff you can't do.
Yeah, because
your muscle memory is going to be trying to do things you can't do.
Exactly. And I opened it up, and I remembered the last time I was playing. When I was playing the beta, I also couldn't figure it out from the menu. I ended up finding it out through just playing, but we'll see if I can do that again.
So really fast. Sarcastic One reminded me what the lineup was in the year that they thought Ralph Breaks the Internet would win because it is definitively in last place. The Pixar movie that year was Incredibles 2, so definitely better, but still not their best showing. Incredibles 2 was not great, but yeah. Mirai, Isle of Dogs, and Spider-Verse were all better picks. Mirai was the Mamoru Hosoda film that year.
I'm not familiar with that.
He's the guy who did Summer Wars and Belle.
Sick.
And also the original Digimon movie.
Oh, that guy. Okay,
yes.
okay.
And whatchamacallit, Wolf Children, The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, so on and so forth. So that was his joint for that year. And Isle of Dogs was Wes Anderson's second stop-motion movie. Which was not like phenomenal, but I've seen it.
I
guess
Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Yes.
Guy? Okay, yeah, because that movie kicks ass.
So you have finally seen Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Yeah,
I didn't remember if you'd seen it or
sick,
not.
Dude,
Yeah,
I love that movie.
Yeah, I'm glad you've finally seen a Wes Anderson because they obviously
is that the only Wes Anderson you've seen?
I don't know what else has he done.
Moonrise Kingdom.
Moonrise Kingdom, Royal Tenenbaums, Life Aquatic with
The Hotel.
That was the Grand Budapest Hotel. Yeah, but no, it's crazy because like it's very funny to watch an animated movie and everything, editing, framing, performances. It's still a Wes Anderson movie.
Yep.
It's like dead on exactly still his thing.
It was.
I just think about like that compared to, for example, like Tim Burton gets all this credit for Nightmare Before Christmas when all he did was like he wrote the original like kind of like poem that it's based on and he produced it. And like the guy who actually directed it, I can't even think of his name right now. And I'm talking about how he's under respected.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I can't remember his name. because Tim Burton's name was slapped all over that movie.
Yep.
It's just very interesting watching Fantastic Mr. Fox, and you're like, no, Wes Anderson's paw prints are all over this. But no, Undercover Brother was funny. It lasted exactly as long as it could carry its joke.
Yes.
And it was very like early 2000s comedy insofar as there was some stuff in it that absolutely did not work and was really awkward.
Yes.
But it just moved so fast that it didn't matter one bit.
Cool.
Neil Patrick Harris is in it, and like maybe half of his jokes bomb. Not like his performance, but just like it doesn't quite work. I don't know. This is a weird thing because obviously the jokes it's a movie by black people for black people, and he's there to be the white guy to get made fun of. I don't feel like I'm going like I missed it or whatever. Like I sincerely was laughing at a lot of the stuff, but there was just some stuff where like, oh, that didn't quite get. Like, they just didn't quite follow.
There were plenty of jokes.
There was just some jokes that weren't, like, totally realized. But Neil Patrick Harris's last moment is, like, so crazy. Comes out of absolutely nowhere. It's been, like, I guess I'll spoil it because it's a 25-year-old movie. Who cares? It is, like, aside from the fact that they swear and say the N-word, it would, like, easily pass as a PG-13 movie. Until the very end, when Neil Patrick Harris... he's the token white guy in the Brotherhood, basically.
Okay.
He's the intern.
He's the intern, but he eventually gets recruited to the team.
Yes.
He spirit.
They're pinned down by some bad guys, and he's like, I'm gonna fight them, right? And so far, it's been like relatively like limp kung fu, people punching, going, oh, right. Neil Patrick Harris punches into a guy's chest and rips out his heart. Then he reaches over to the other guy and pulls his head out along with his entire spine. Like he does Mortal Kombat fatalities on them effortlessly.
It's just, and it's completely out of nowhere.
It's so
out of nowhere.
It's so out of nowhere and unprecedented to the movie. It's really
like
funny.
it's not. There hasn't even really been like blood hardly.
There's been nothing. There's been absolutely nothing. That's what makes it so insane.
Was it meant to symbolize something?
No,
it's
just
funny.
a screwball comedy.
All right, great. Cool.
It doesn't symbolize anything. It's like abject nonsense.
Can you dig it?
Perfect. Love that.
Like Aiden, let me ask you the symbolism of the scene where Black Sista is kung fu fighting White She-Devil, and as they're kung fu fighting each other, they stumble their way towards the bathroom, and they stumble into the shower, and they turn on the water, and they keep fighting, and then eventually it just turns into a montage of them like voguing at the camera before eventually cutting back to them kung fu fighting again.
Excellent. Perfect.
It was
Undercover Brother and the two white goons he was fighting while the other two were fighting, they stop fighting and pull up armchairs and start like eating popcorn as the two of them are going at it. It's that type of movie.
Oh, goodness. Okay, I got you.
It was very entertaining.
It was very good. And then we watched a
surprising amount of like actual like as much as I just like said some dumb stuff about it, surprising amount of like authentic cleverness in that movie.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, and then we watched a black and white movie called The Freshman. It's a 1925 silent comedy, which I saw back in college. I remembered it slightly more fondly than I think it deserved. I remembered more like physical work in the film. It's mostly like slight situational gags, but it was still entertaining. There was still some really funny stuff in it. The most impressive, I would guess I would say, physical work is just a scene where the main character is at a dance, but he's wearing a cheap suit that's like actively falling apart.
Yes.
So it's like, it looks like it's put together, but it's like falling apart in very segmented, carefully choreographed ways as the scene goes on, and the tailor is like sneaking around trying to sew him back up. Like that's probably like, I would say that's a kind of the central like comedic set piece of the film.
Gotcha.
That scene's actually really funny and really inventive. Not a ton to say about it, though, other than there's something about silent films that's lost now unless you have narration, which is novelistic flourishes. Because your title cards with text aren't just for this is what the character said, they're for scene transitions or for introducing characters.
Yeah.
And, like, it introduces the dean of the college by saying a man with, it wasn't worded this way, but it's like, a man so self-serious that he refused to get married for fear that his wife might call him by his first name.
Goodness gracious.
And this is like a minor character who's only there to be the butt of like 2 jokes. But
Yeah.
that title card is a joke.
Yeah.
And then like the coach of the football team is like a man so tough that he shaves using a blowtorch or whatever.
Good lord.
Yeah, and it's
hilarious.
like not something that would ever make sense to like put in a movie otherwise, unless you
Yeah.
were literally going to show it. But it's like a novelistic, prosy, flourish, which is something you can't really do in movies anymore. So that's kind of just kind of interesting, the way that the craft changes over time.
I'm just trying to remember something now.
No, sure. We should probably wrap up this stream relatively soon anyway. We've gone on longer than I thought we were going to. I think maybe hunt one more monster and then we wrap it up, or I don't know. Maybe we should just wrap it here. I'm not sure.
Well, I'll just go fight something.
Aiden, do you, since you're no longer rushing back to your man, can you hang out for a while tonight, or do you need to get out of here soon?
I probably was gonna head out whenever we wrap this up.
Okay, that's fine. I understand. You've had enough testosterone for the day.
Like, I'm not going home to another testosterone producing person.
No, I only asked because I was like, if he's just going to be sequestered away playing video games anyway, I was like, do you just want to stay here and hang out with us?
He may get off when I go home.
No, I understand.
We'll see. Either way, I probably need to start working on school.
Sure, yeah.
Let's see. What can we...
Joey has to leave town before we're not gonna be able to do anything next weekend.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna be myself gone by next weekend.
Okay.
Next weekend I'll be here. Weekend after that I'll be out of here though. But I was gonna say
I have that on my calendar.
I was gonna say theoretically, probably not.
I don't.
If both of you guys had like enough free time, like a weeknight, we could squeeze in watching that short movie we were talking about watching in a short discussion, but probably not because I forget what your class schedule is.
I have class until 9 Monday and Wednesday, and then Thursday I have group, and then Friday I have hair appointments.
Then forget it.
So,
Forget it.
Probably not this.
Do you want to maybe hang out next weekend though, just you and I theoretically before I skip town?
We could, yeah.
Cool.
That would be fine.
Yeah. We could discuss that movie without Joey.
It's true.
We could.
Yeah.
I just want to watch it. I don't have to talk about it. I can just watch it and then sit there on my feelings.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going
It's
the
so
right way.
crazy. Maybe the thing that was censored about that spider is it's like, what is it called? It's thorax, that big area at the back. No, it's because it was only
No,
the
'cause
boss variation that had the flower, right?
It
It
moved
just it
in
flares
and-
up as you're fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really didn't. I don't think that did
don't think
anything
it-
to that spider.
I don't think so.
I don't think it did even one thing.
Maybe it did something to the eyes that I didn't recognize. But
Oh, Jordan Combo with the slightly late, but I'm sure still appreciated. Congrats on the engagement.
Oh yeah, thanks.
That-
We did the rest of it between now and then.
Yes.
we did get married.
Mawed.
Marriage. December 30th. Married. And I cried like a little baby when we read each other's vows.
that's what you're supposed to do.
It's
that's-
it's fine.
That's why we did it like the way we did it. So we didn't have like a wedding. We just went to the courthouse and then just did our thing. And so after we took all of our nice pictures, because we met a photographer and took some pictures to have nice pictures of that day.
Yeah.
Went to the courthouse and then came home and changed into something more comfortable and went and got Mexican and then came home and read our vows to each other so that we could cry in the privacy of our own home.
Hell yeah.
And it was very sweet.
Ouch. I should have eaten before doing this time.
Yeah, me too. I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
I should have had cheese and tuna, as those were the only ingredients.
That's a
I
white
bought.
fish. That's a tilapia, not a tuna.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
There's one other item I
Had
was
like
gonna
2 fish in his life.
Somewhere along the line of those like prior 5 conversations, there's another aside that I forgot about. I don't remember what it was, but yeah, well. Somebody in chat said something about how do we feel about the redesigns in the Shrek 5 teaser.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
And I don't have a strong opinion on it because we've seen like maybe 5 seconds of them in motion.
to me it looks bad because it's not what I recognize, and that's where it ends.
I guess people I guess I also can understand people being optimistic, like hopeful that they were just going to keep the Last Wishes visual style.
Yeah,
Which
but
was-
this
I don't
is
think-
not gonna be Last Wish.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever going to happen, but it would have been crazy if this was less a Shrek 5 and more like Puss in Boots: A Last Wish
That would-
featuring Shrek from the Shrek franchise.
That would be so crazy, but no. Last Wish was so good. Too bad it didn't make money.
Because it's the same thing we were talking about earlier with like Andor and Daredevil Born Again. Their marketing campaigns are both like, hey, no, listen, this is
This
like
one's good, though.
This is the good one. Like, who the hell thought the third Puss in Boots movie was going to be anything to write home about?
Exactly.
I missed it at the time. I heard it was good, and I was like, maybe I should get to the theater, and I never quite made it. And it was really like, once it was kind of too late for me to have time. It was like, no, you don't understand. Like, it's really, really good.
It's like good. It's not just good for a kids movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This guy's moving around too much, and it's making me miss.
Sheila, we also disliked the concept of marriage, but we did it for taxes.
You
so-
shouldn't take Shayla seriously when she says these sorts of things. I mean, she's serious, but I'm just saying you shouldn't take her seriously.
Oh, I don't think it's like a commentary on like you shouldn't have done it. Like we just
Oh, paralyzed.
we did it for taxes and health insurance.
Well, I think-
The American dream.
I was gonna say, I think you would have gotten married eventually
For
anyway.
sure.
It's more that it
Absolutely.
happened sooner than you'd originally planned for taxes and health insurance reasons.
And truthfully, like having the excuse of we did it for taxes and health insurance, like
means there's no pressure on when you do like an actual like if you like
Well,
could
yeah.
we do like a party or
could
whatever,
we sure,
yeah.
but it like it removed the grandmothers being like, but you have to have a wedding.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to have a wedding. We were
Well,
like,
no, you don't understand.
we're
We
just
have to do it
doing
very fast because of this.
Yeah, we're just doing it, and man, I'm so glad that we did it this way. Like
Mm-hmm.
that really was like, that was very good for
Mm-hmm.
me. And I know he doesn't care. Of like, he's a boy.
I mean,
Some boys care.
Some people
boys
care,
care.
and some don't.
Mine doesn't.
Some people care, and some people are like me, who was disappointed to find out that the Chuck E. Cheese wedding promotion was an April Fool's joke and not
Damn
a real
it.
thing.
You just like, dude. I just went on a whole little arc by myself. You said Chuck E. Cheese marriage promotion, and I went, and then you said April Fool's joke, and I went,
Right?
A whole
Right?
internal little thing there, all by myself. I wonder if Dave and Buster's does weddings.
That's not the same, though. This
I
guy's
would say
exhausted.
it is the same because they actually have more and better games, and it's probably cleaner actually.
But it's so expensive, and okay, Chuck E. Cheese is.
You're
too,
spending
but-
money for the wedding anyway, though. Is my point.
Oh my! Actually, I didn't think about it like that. Because like
Exactly,
oh my
it's an
God.
excuse to go to Dave and Buster's.
Oh yeah, no. So like average wedding costs when we were looking it up, they were like, if you take
Bullying
the
this
cheap
asshole.
route,
See,
you
guys,
can
I am good at
expect
this game.
30,000.
Yeah.
I haven't died
30,000 on a
once.
wedding.
There's no. Listen. You ran out of Dave and Buster's for an afternoon. The 30.
I whiffed.
It's
Never mind
probably
that.
below that, right? It's I'm running out of Dave and Buster's for me and 20 of my friends for 5 hours. It's probably less than that.
It might be.
And
yeah.
you could just also have a wedding while you were there. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think Dave or Buster is gonna show up and stop
Yeah.
you.
Hell, they could promote it on their social medias, and everybody would be super happy, and they'd be like, "Oh, this guy, this guy's injured."
It's like the people that did their engagement photos at like Taco Bell, and Taco Bell was like, "What if we paid for your wedding?" Man, that would
Oh
have been
my
the
god,
strat.
that goes so hard.
It's like when
Taco
it was
Bell
like when
wedding?
Natalie Portman gave birth to her daughter in a Walmart, and she got $500 from the president of Walmart.
Is that what happens after that?
Yeah, and then well, I shouldn't say any more about that movie. We need to watch that movie. We gotta watch Where the Heart Is. That movie's crazy.
Yeah, and that's average. That's like low end of average.
The other night at movie night, when after we watched I think all my friends hate me, and Price was like, I don't understand what the point of that movie was. And I was like, I mean, I defended it a little bit, but I was like inclined to agree. Like it didn't really have a strong ending. Boy, I don't know what the point of Where the Heart Is. I was watching that movie, and like on a scene by scene basis, I was like, what is this film trying to say? And by the end, I had reached no conclusion.
It'd be like that.
We gotta watch Where the Heart Is. Maybe I'll watch that with you tonight, Joey, and then I'll catch it with Aiden later. Maybe instead of the movie, the good movie I was thinking about watching.
Oh lord. Okay. We'll see what happens. Oh boy. So I've been gaming so hard that you don't normally see this, but monsters go to sleep when you beat their ass super hard.
Damn.
And
You see how he just gassed himself up there despite all of his whiffs earlier?
Yeah. Well, it was all tactical. Oh
Yeah,
my god, I forgot that I can do that.
This
So
is
this
the
is what you
strat.
do. You put the monsters asleep, you put bombs down, and you ask the person on your team with the strongest single hit very politely to go wake the monster up. And so they do like this. They go,
It's crazy how these are like monster-specific explosions. They hurt you, but just not nearly as much as it seems to hurt the monster.
correct, because bombs, this is so stupid. So when the monster is asleep, the first hit that like it gets hit by does, I think it's like double damage.
Hey, gang, I think an important point of reference, because we're getting some 30,000, what? And Jesus, our restaurant does 10K. I think it's important also to, 10K estimate for me was maybe 100 to 150 people. I feel like your grandparents would have wanted a bigger wedding than that.
Not that 100, 150.
Okay, all right.
I wouldn't have. No, absolutely not.
Weddings are too expensive.
I really, like,
That's my partner.
between my family and Spencer's family and friends, like, maybe 100. But, like, I really would not have wanted it to be that big. I really would have, like, capped it at 50, if at all possible.
If people want the birth rate to go up, maybe they should start subsidizing weddings.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, as
Now-
we'll subsidize childbirth, but maybe you need to move like a step further than that even, and just get them married in the first place.
Like, now the issue is where I was like, what if we looked at like caves as venues and things like that? And I was like, I want to have like a cool, neat,
Yeah, to be-
interesting, unique wedding.
Yeah, you want to. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
be fair. You weren't like walking down to the church and getting.
Right.
You were thinking about themes. You were thinking
But-
you had pitches.
Because I was like, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
But even that to grandmother's was like, but it has to be fancy. If you're gonna do it in a cave, it still has to be fancy. And like, and trying to make a cave fancy is expensive. So
I mean, to be fair, I think towards the end there, when you were still thinking about it, the concept had like shrunk considerably.
yes,
But of course, it didn't happen. Anyway,
no.
it will happen sometime. I'll come back for it whenever it happens, if it happens.
What-
Some kind of party.
I think the plan at the moment seems to be that the grandmothers are planning something.
Oh, okay.
Because
Yeah, let them do it. Let them pay for it too.
Grandy has been, oh my gosh,
I like that one.
Grandy has been very insistent of like, have Nana call me when they get back, because they go warm for the winter.
Yeah, yeah.
So have Nana call me when they get back. And they're not back yet, so I don't know what the plan is. But
This
I'm
doesn't really work
sure-
with this outfit for the cat though, because they keep crossing their
the
arms
legs.
over. Bean keeps crossing her arms like over her own legs. There, that's not really working super great, but whatever. It's fine.
It's good stuff.
I like this crazy sword you got at the very end. That was exactly the kind. I mean, obviously we were doing it mechanically the whole time, but that was exactly the look that I wanted to be able
Yeah.
to show off for these types
Yeah.
of things.
And it's a shame we don't get to fight the other spider because it's Switch Axe, not Switch Axe. God, Charge Blade is like probably my favorite in the whole series.
Do you want to do one more serious because that was kind of like a minor hunt. Do you want to do like one more big hunt and then wrap it maybe?
We could
Are you okay with that, Aiden, or do you need to take off?
I may take off.
Alrighty. Oh, you know what? Before you go, actually, Aiden, I do need to ask you a question.
Okay.
I was waiting specifically. I believe it was Oliam Noruega asked during the Alan Wake streams because those are all about writing, and I was going to see if he popped up, and I was going to have you answer a question.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe he'll watch this VOD later. But on the Alan Wake streams, because it's all about a writer. Asked, like, do either of you guys, that is to say myself and Joey, consider yourselves good writers? And Joey talked briefly about, I thought I was pretty good, like writing papers in high school or whatever, but I don't have much
I
cause
thought I was
to.
a competent writer, but not a creative one.
Okay.
And I basically said, I don't know, I'd like to be, but I don't really know, and I don't like a lot of the stuff that I write. And Joey said, you're probably your own worst critic, and I said, absolutely, but that's how my brain is wired. So, with that in mind, Aiden, you having read, I don't know, couple thousand, 30,000 words, something, I don't know.
Probably
How many
like that.
words?
I don't know.
Maybe 30,000
I didn't
words
count.
of I guess I could find out. I could look at the draft. About 30,000 words of a draft of a novel I'm writing. Without talking about the actual content of it, what would you say about the quality of
It was
it?
really good.
Oh, thank you.
And
And you said it's really good, and now Jacob is taking every single word and picking it apart. It's like, what does she really mean? by that?
36,000 words so far.
So I like when I finished the draft that I had, I literally I was trying to turn the page and it wouldn't turn, and I was like, "You can't end it there!"
That's all
out loud. I
that's all I
said
had.
those words.
I had maybe like 5 more paragraphs
I
at the
was
beginning
like-
of the next chapter. You just would have been more annoyed if you'd have been able to turn the page and it had stopped in the middle of a thought.
I was like, I
Oh, no, a
need
sauce for it.
immediately need more. As we have discussed, I do be reading. So like, give it up.
Yeah. Well, I know, because the discussion we had the other day really actually helped me with, again, the conceptualizing kind of the next thing that needs to happen. So as soon as I have time, I'll crack on with it. I kind of got slowed down because I really could not figure out like how am I going to do this this thing
Next.
that needs to happen
Yeah.
next. Yeah.
The
Well,
thing
I guess.
the thing that I like unintentionally gave you an idea you liked.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't say unintentionally. I asked you, do you have any ideas, and you gave me one. I wouldn't say you unintentionally gave it to
that
me.
was like not where I thought my thought process was going to end. I was like, here's the thing, but then we could like, I thought we were going to go
still-
further, and you were
we
like,
still
no,
got there.
great.
I really just needed like a framing. As
Yeah.
like, I know what's like literally gonna happen next in terms of like the progression of it, but I need like I needed a flashback to establish something about a character.
Right.
That kind of to explain a kind of like formative experience to explain a character trait. And I was struggling with that a little bit.
And I do be working with kids right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I am seeing those formative experiences
was-
as they happen.
That was part of why I asked.
Yep.
I mean, I think you would have had, I think it's good to get a second opinion on stuff sometimes anyway.
Yeah.
but-
And we're intruders. I'll draw its attention.
That's not the monster he said? There's a
That is
different
not
monster?
the monster.
There's always a bigger fish, as,
He's talking
as
about-
Qui-Gon Chi once said.
He's talking about the flagship monster of this game, which we will not fight for a while.
No, maybe we'll see it in this quest though. If we're
Oh,
just directly
oh no,
teasing
we're
it.
not.
No, okay.
No, sir. We're seeing this monster.
This is
That's
alright.
it.
Who knows? It would be crazy if like he showed up at the end and like struck this big monster you're fighting with.
It wouldn't be the
lightning or
first time
something.
that something like that's happened, but
That's kind of what I was thinking. That's kind of the lines I was thinking along. Yeah.
I
Whee!
like water monsters. That's another curse of Monster Hunter for me is that I started with Monster Hunter 3, which was the Monster Hunter with underwater fights. And you know me, I'm a freak about underwater creatures. And that game had so many cool monsters, but the problem is underwater combat sucked, and they are never going to go back. But as
Probably
we see
not.
here, they're not afraid to give us water stuff. That's big. Oh my god.
They could do like a, they should do it. They could do an ocean game. They could like if they devoted all of their energy to doing a good
for sure.
underwater
It's
Monster
just
Hunter game. I'm
one
sure they
of-
could figure it out.
They could for certain. The problem is, it's one of those things. It's like I loved it, but I don't think there was enough love on the team to be like we're gonna figure this out.
We're not gonna do this. Are you getting like a reduced damage indicator there with the blue?
Yeah, that's the weird thing. I think I've not seen the numbers do that. So,
Is there an elemental resistance perhaps?
so it's not element. This weapon doesn't have an element. It has a status, which is different.
Okay.
But no, different parts of the monster. I really should have talked more about mechanics in this, but this
It's
is just
fine.
a
We've been
choice.
talking about other stuff anyway. I didn't want to get
Oh
too
my
because
God,
there's
he's
so many
kicking my
mechanics in this. I
ass.
didn't want to get bogged down. Like here's a 6-hour explanation of how
exactly.
Monster Hunter works. Okay, bye.
So no, different parts of the monster are weaker to
Yeah.
different types of attacks and different types of elements and stuff. And
That was kind of what we were
typically-
talking about earlier. Of like
With
a
the
sword,
type of
a sword and a
weapons.
hammer are two different things in this
Yeah.
game.
Yep. It's just one of those things that, like, and sometimes it's like, oftentimes monsters, it's like the legs of monsters usually are just like nothing will do good damage to them. It's because it's the leg, right?
Yeah.
But I've not seen these blue numbers in the like. I'm guessing it is just showing that you're doing the lowest possible damage that you could against it, but it's tough to say. Oh yes.
Sarcastic one with a $5 donation. Thank you very much. Just sending a few bucks to show appreciation. If this is the last stream for a while, here's to the future of the channel. Yeah, this will be the last stream for a little while. I guess I'll give a slight channel update just so you guys kind of understand what's going on behind the scenes. I've mentioned previously, it has happened now, despite the fact that I'm sitting here next to these guys. I have moved. I just happen to be back in this area. So I've been busy moving. I've been very busy with work. And I've been very slowly chipping away at some supplemental at YouTube stuff. This will sound bad, so don't get upset with me. I am withholding the next couple episodes of Final Fantasy VII Remake. The next couple are edited. We've shot the whole thing, only the next few are edited. I'm withholding them until I can get some more main channel stuff done. I am working actively on some highlight compilations. Haven't started editing anything yet, but I've been writing video essays for the first time in a while. Do not take this as me like saying channel dead or whatever, but I am gonna try and make I'm trying to make one kind of more serious content push to see if I can't make it so that every time I release a video on the main channel I don't lose 200 subscribers. I'm gonna see if not that I don't like the small community that we've got here and that I recognize a lot of you guys pretty quickly when you show up in chat. But for the amount of effort that I put in and the amount that I tend to stress over this channel,
Whoa,
that's
I
a me.
finally died.
You did finally die. See, it was worth doing one more
Oh my
quest.
god. Also, I should state, I was like, this guy's really tough for this. If you see it says repel, don't kill. It's because
Yeah.
they're like, you can't rightly kill this guy right now. I could, but
All
they're
the
like,
more,
you
all the
can't.
more reason that the actual signature monster might show up during this quest.
Yeah, true.
But don't anybody take this the wrong way about the channel or about me. But it's like I, for the amount of work that I put in and the amount that I like stress and tend to feel bad when stuff doesn't do super well, it's just hard for me to assess like how much energy I should be putting into this channel. And that's partially a me problem. Maybe I need to talk to a therapist, but I don't think that talking to a therapist about my feelings about my YouTube channel should be my highest priority in the world. But just like the fact that I tend to just not feel a great deal of satisfaction after I release a video and it's like, cool, 1,000 people watched it and I lost 100 subscribers. That was, 2-3 weeks of work and I wasn't even super duper happy with it in the first place, and it got like 20 comments, 10 comments. It's, again, I don't this is a weird area because I really, YouTube isn't my career and I don't want it to be my career. But just a matter of assessing how much energy I should or shouldn't be putting into it. Obviously, we've got a Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough shot and finished, and an Uncharted 4 playthrough that's shot and, finished, except for the fact that I got to reshoot a bunch of it. And we got another mystery LP that we shot last summer that's... Not last summer, it's summer before last, I guess. Or was it last summer? Summer before last at this rate. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. That's...
Yeah.
I forgot to mention this game has the most important thing in a video game.
No.
Was it last summer?
It was last summer because
Yeah.
we were having to schedule around Spencer proposing.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Yep. Yeah, I remember that now. All of the anything that we've shot, I fully intend to release, and I'm sure I would still stream periodically. But basically, I want to try and have a push of like a simultaneous push of main channel content and Let's Play content to see if I can't make the numbers go up for a change. And part of my strategy on that is a handful of times when I've really... Because I've many times over the years I've thought about doing this. And I have done it once, a couple of years ago when I did like a real push-up. I released like a lot of videos. This is when I did like the Legend of Zelda Hyrule Warriors video and like the Anthem video. I think the Paper Mario video might have been around the same time. Like there was a point where I really pushed and it didn't go super well. I mean, I made some videos that I liked, but I didn't get like the numbers that I was looking for, and I burnt myself out really fast. And one of the big things, kind of my takeaways from it was putting out a video and it doesn't do super well does not fill me with the lust to go make another video. So I'm going to try and stockpile some stuff this time around, so that I can maintain. Because also a big part of like actually getting consistent viewership on YouTube is unfortunately releasing videos consistently. It doesn't have to be every day, it doesn't have to be every week, but it has to be on a schedule is kind of the general wisdom. So had to have a cadence to it. So for me, with a full-time job, and I'm also trying to as seriously as I can with a full-time job and a hobby and other things going on, I'm trying to write a book. 36,000 words in a long time is not enough. It's not nearly fast enough, but I'm getting better. I'm getting better at writing more consistently and moving forward more consistently, so I'm hopeful that the pace will pick up. But point being, I really want to have a decent quantity of stuff ready to go before I start releasing things, and though you guys who are already my loyal fans and are here in the present tense are suffering for it because I'm not releasing more FF7, my thought process is I would prefer to be able to, if I'm putting out a video essay that does well, and people are like, somebody new shows up and is like, oh, who's this guy? He has a second channel with Let's Play videos. I would prefer it didn't say last video released 5 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would prefer that there was stuff coming out at a regular cadence, and unfortunately for me to maintain that, I'm just going to need to get way ahead.
Yeah.
The fact is, like, back in the day when you guys, like, when you could enjoy 3 episodes of a Let's Play in a week, part of that was because I was less busy, because I was in college, but part of that was that I would get, like, I was, like, 20 episodes ahead of whatever was being released. This was also back when I was releasing episodes that were, like, 20 to 30 minutes long instead of an hour long.
Yeah.
But, like when the Dream Drop Distance playthrough released episode 1, the entire playthrough was cut already. And that was, I released those on, like, I released an episode every weekday until that playthrough was done. Because it had been a year since Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, and I knew people wanted to see us play Kingdom Hearts 3, so I rushed it.
Yeah.
Which I shouldn't have, because I stalled out on releasing KH3. I tried to release that. That reduced to, I think, 3 episodes a week, and then right towards the end, I could not do it anymore. I had been ahead, but I couldn't stay ahead, and that fell behind by like I think that took like a 3-week hiatus or something, like right at the finale. But anyway, point being, and also like I really want to continue with Uncharted, but like the next episode is going to be so miserable for me to put together. It's going to be like the next 2 episodes are going to be like 2 weeks of my life doing nothing but that. It sucks because it's a situation where if it had just been like a chat, like a couple of levels of like just some gameplay of shooting guys and solving archaeological mysteries, then I would have said, screw it, who cares? We're just gonna reshoot it. You know, back when we did it back then, like I would have just said, hey Joey, get back over here. We're gonna retape these episodes, and you know, I'll maybe release the original audio like as a bonus feature or something. The problem is the next 2 episodes are like the emotional like apex of the game.
Yeah.
Where we're like discussing themes and what's dramatically going on and like character motivations, and Joey's like reacting to stuff for the first time, so it was not that sort of episode to be like, well, we'll just do this one again.
Yeah.
Anybody who's knows Uncharted 4, or if anybody remembers that it's been like a year since the last episode of that came out, but if any of you remember the literal cliffhanger ending that we left that playthrough on, yeah, obviously we've got a lot to talk about in the next episode. But yeah, that was that all that stuff failing was part of why we switched to pre-taped for FF7, was to guard against that. And then we didn't do it for the mystery LP, because at that point I was like, okay, I feel like I have finally, like, there's no issues anymore with the setup. We shouldn't lose anything. Though even then we had redundancies. I was doing like backup streams of both the audio and the game footage. We didn't lose anything, so we didn't wind up needing them. Well, we did, but it was user error when I accidentally didn't unmute us during that one session, and we taped 3 hours without audio.
Yeah. I was the whole time you were talking, I was like, but didn't we? But it's also in my head. I've been like, is there another mystery?
I didn't lose a file. I didn't like no file got corrupted. I just made a mistake recording the file. There's a difference. We still had the game footage, so we literally just like recorded new commentary over those episodes. And that is not a game where we were having like big narrative pogger pop-off moments, so it didn't really affect it too much. The main disadvantage of that was it was a weird thing where there was one episode that was just cursed. It was one phase of the game where Joshua was like really frustrated while taping it, and he was just in like kind of a bad mood. So I mean, I think the 3 of us were like fairly like entertaining and funny during it, but it was like just like the vibe in the room was a little off during that segment.
I wish it would have let me keep going. I was kicking its ass.
You were going
sicko mode.
Yeah, you were beating it up at that point. You were going
Ew.
crazy on him. Uh-oh, he's running away.
I love it.
But
Dude, I was hoping there's a real sick freak in this game. I was hoping we were gonna get to it. It's like a big mosquito lizard.
when we re-recorded audio for that session, Joey and Joshua were both elsewhere and busy and couldn't make it, but I was trying to save time, so I was like, Aiden can get here earlier, we'll just start recording and the other guys can join in when they get here. And that episode had some stuff that was just like, hey, here's just commentary where we talked about stuff that I think was funny. At least from my recollection of it. I obviously haven't cut any of it. But the main problem is that episode devolved into like a 30 or 40 minute discussion of the Writers Guild strikes.
Yeah.
Which is, because you're like, so what's going on with that? And I was just talking to you about it because it was ongoing and it was interesting. But now that's going to be like a year and a half old news by the time that Let's Play, that episode releases. Oh, well. But anyway.
Oh my gosh, Jacob, you were right. I can't believe it.
I was right!
You were right.
I'm right all the time. That's my writer instincts, because I'm right. I write because I'm right all the time.
Oh my gosh, it's the big monster.
Hoping that I imagined the whole thing.
Well, your whole family died, so I don't think you did.
The White Wraith. It's real.
Maybe
No,
don't.
bad move.
I don't know that was the thing to
Bad
do,
move.
ma'am.
Well, I guess he is kind of distracted. Maybe she thought she could get in there for the kill while it was distracted, but it wasn't distracted enough.
No.
All right, that was our little taste. That was our little preview
is
of the apex predator of this game.
Of the Arkville.
I thought there would be a little more lightning, pachu
Well, he's not
to
the
it.
lightning railgun.
Oh, he's
guy.
not the lightning railgun guy.
So there's apex predators of each individual zone.
Oh,
but-
the zone, but he's not the game's
He's
apex
the
predator.
flagship though. He's the one that's like on the box and stuff.
That dude or the lightning railgun guy?
This guy.
This guy, okay.
That guy's the flagship. The lightning railgun is just the apex predator of the dunes.
Okay, that's just the guy that you like.
Yes.
Okay, got it. He sounds much cooler than that dude that I just saw.
I'm gonna hold off until I actually fight him, but like that's kind of my early hot take is I don't think Arkveld is that cool looking.
I guess we'll see.
But I didn't fight him. He was in the second beta, so I don't know.
But no, Circo Duck, gasp, a book, good luck. Maybe you dipped out for a second, but no, I was talking about Aiden is currently the only person who's read any of it other than me because I needed somebody to look at it. Originally, my plan had been that you weren't going to see it until there was like a completed draft. But
That's fine.
extenuating. Well, no, it's just that there's only so many people that like I'm like. This is so Joey hasn't seen it, but that's because Joey is like once I get to a second draft, like you'll read a second draft. But I need somebody who hasn't already read the whole
first
thing,
draft
who doesn't
to read-
already know,
Yeah.
the themes, who doesn't know where it's going. I need another person to be able to read it and give a this isn't working.
they
I didn't understand this.
Yeah.
So on and so forth reaction, and I don't have like a huge roster of people who I immediately trust to hand it over to.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously at a certain point you just got to get over that, and more people got to read it. But point being, especially since it's still a work in progress and only 36,000 words, it's like I'm not just gonna be handing that to anybody. Hey, just look at it.
I can't believe they're actually letting us do this. This is huge. Usually you repel a monster and it's like, here's a scale, you idiot. Fight it later.
Yeah, fight it later. That was again my instinct on maybe the big monster will show up and
Yeah, but no, they actually gave us the full materials. That's sick.
Wow.
I could talk to her, but why bother? I want to go back and see what this thing looks like. If
See what the
it'll
armor looks like, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if it's even gonna let me. I don't know how to maneuver this.
I think you're gonna have to talk to him first to clear the quest, Joey. I think if you tried walking away, it would probably say, "Hey,
You're
come
right.
back. We got to talk about this. We got to talk about how spooky that monster that we have to hunt
Yeah,
was."
good idea. Wait, I don't know.
I think it's warping you back to the base anyway. I think that's what you wanted.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what you
woo,
wanted the
let's
whole time,
go.
Joey.
Where are you, lady?
Lady, where
Forge-
did you go?
Forge me some.
No,
shit.
you have to talk. You have to advance the story, Joey.
No, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, it's fine now.
You gotta run in with the thing. Use the facility.
I don't want to talk about the White Wraith. I want you to make me armor.
Yeah.
Could you make some armor for yourself while you're at it, though? Just something to protect you against the hot embers flicking out like onto your skin.
No, she's
I'm just
good.
thinking,
Oh,
like,
and it's a new rarity. Wow.
I mean, like I was
Wait,
cooking,
That's the pants. What's the full outfit look like?
just like cooking. You're cooking something hot.
Wait a minute. Oh my
and
god, it's not
There's some
gonna,
sauce,
oh.
and the sauce is hot, and it spits up a little bit, and it hits your arms, and you go. Ah!
Yeah.
They're
If
not
you're
gonna
a-
let me. This is how they do it. They're like, oh, you can only see the pants and the feet.
Yeah.
You can't actually. Not even. Yeah, okay, yeah, the feet. Can't see this stuff because you don't have the materials, you idiot. So.
Jordan Comber says you need beta readers, and that's tough to get. Yeah. No, I like. Also,
I am so happy that men can wear female armor now. We're gonna
Yeah,
get some.
excellent.
We're gonna get some fun stuff online.
no, there is also like I mean like
see the
somebody
weapon?
I think Jordan you asked like like you were I think you said you were just cutting but like like Patreon preview when like yeah Patreon exclusive sneak peek when lol yeah like it's not a I'd theoretically I'd like to finish a book and maybe publish it but
That's a cool looking weapon.
It is.
it's got like a paintbrush tip that moves. I think I kind of like the flower blossom on the scabbard on the previous one or on the hilt. I mean, a little bit better, but it's still cool.
Got something in mind?
No, this one's a real winner. This is the one that I'm wearing right now. They were showing in promotion for the game.
Yeah,
when
that's
they were
pretty
like
cool.
the charge blade. Look at this cool ass new weapon.
But oh jeez, excuse me. No, like generally speaking, I mean, like I think the trend is you got to write like 4 or 5 books before you write something that somebody's going to publish. I mean, it's not always true. You always got a freak who their first book gets published. Lindsay Ellis, I think, technically speaking, Axiom's End is the first book that she wrote, but it's a heavily revamped first book that she wrote after writing a second book. She couldn't get it published. Then she went and wrote another book that did not get published. Then she came back to the first book, changed it substantially, got it published. So I'm going to say that's technically 3 books.
The Chillhammer's
I
back. I love this stupid.
that
thing.
looks so dumb. I
so
love that.
it's even better. Okay, actually,
The
let's
text,
see.
something about it is giving
look,
like okay.
it paralyzes because it's filled with paralysis bugs.
Sure.
So you hit somebody with it's just a cage for them.
In-
Even though they could fly out, it's great.
In like on your model, it doesn't look this way, but in the menu you just had
Oh,
there,
it looks bad.
No, I was gonna say that's has very like what is it called, like air to go Fudiger or whatever, like that mid 2000s internet glossy
Yes, you're right.
green, and it has that vibe.
Also, look at the hammers have some funny things. Like look at the Chatacabra one where it's just
it's just his face going.
It's good
His teeth are there.
Icky.
Sadly, I definitely am not far enough along, but they always have joke weapons as well that are like great. So I'm not gonna be able to show any of those off. I think my favorite one ever was it was in, I think I had it in 4, but it's a lance, big shield, big lance, but it is you are holding a shark and you have a no swimming sign. Those are your weapons.
It's really good. But yeah, I guess like briefly a little bit more about long-term channel plans. Like I said, obviously we've got Let's Plays pre-taped already. We were joking about little romance novel mini game, a little game show or whatever. We'd probably just tape that over Discord long distance at some point once you built up enough ammo for it.
I need to start writing my ammo for it because I'm at the point where like I'm gonna start
Forgetting the
blending
details
books
of these
together.
of these crappy books that you're burning through.
Yep. I don't know that I wanted the actual trash piles. I don't think I want to include, just because they were. But then again, I don't know if they keep throwing wild stuff.
Ooh,
in
that's
the
a big
98.
advantage. Jordan Converse said, I think Aragorn was the first book that Paolini wrote, but I might be mistaken. Shayla said, yeah, but if I recall, his parents also had a publishing firm.
Yeah.
That does help out a little bit.
Yeah, that'll.
But hey, as I understand, those books are good. It's not not like he just got there being a nepo baby or anything. He also wrote a good book.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if his parents are just businessmen, they're not going to publish a shit book no matter who wrote it because it's bad for business.
Yeah.
Just gets the meeting a little bit easier.
Yeah. Well, and probably put him in contact with good editors, and he probably
Exactly.
just because that's his first book does not mean that it was even his 10th draft of that book.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. That's the thing that's weird, like the question mark on like first book quotation marks. Again, why I said like Lindsay Ellis's first book is technically published, but if we asked her, she'd probably say it was her third or even her fourth book in terms of like experience.
Yeah.
Once we include the Transformers fan fiction that she wrote in her younger days. And I guess if we factor that in, I've got some unpublished fan fiction that technically like rounded out and finished. So, but I wrote it all when I was like 13.
Well,
so
there's
I don't know
also
if it counts.
an assortment of ideas that I have read from you that like maybe didn't turn into a finished project.
Oh, I've written like all kinds of stuff in terms of
Yeah.
like scenes or notes. Like I write. Oh, he's finally found a place to fish. Life is good for Joey.
Let's go. Life could be dream.
Life could be a dream. No, like literally, no. I come up with stuff all the time, and I'll write scenes. I'll write bits of scripts. I have like tons of fragments of a bajillion different ideas. Like just last week, I had like an entire afternoon got consumed by why is Penny Parker the Spider-Man variant who drives a mech? Why has she not had a real run yet? And then like briefly reading about the limited issues that she has had, and then like my brain just like boom 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 boom. First 3 volumes of a Penny Parker story.
Yep.
And supporting cast and character arcs, and it just like happened. But that's that's how people
Suck at
are. That's,
fishing
I think
in
everybody
this
has that
game,
sort of stuff happen to them occasionally. The vision just appears in their mind instantaneously. Yeah. Shayla just mentioned, 170k words of a Hunter x Hunter fan fiction in a bit more than a year. I'm low-key obsessed.
Interesting.
Shayla Flowers got Shayla's got a Hunter x Hunter fanfic, and also a Pokemon fanfic that I think, if I recall correctly, especially because you tend to hyperfixate, I think the Pokemon fanfic has taken a backseat to the Hunter x Hunter fanfic last I heard. Because I haven't heard you talk about that Dawn fanfic in a while. I think it was Dawn anyway. I don't know the Pokemon characters enough. I read some, because obviously I read a bit of it, but I just don't remember the characters' names for Pokemon because I didn't watch the anime. But yeah, so who knows if anything will actually happen with fanfiction written as a tween totally counts. I don't know if anything will actually happen with this book. But I'm making a really serious try at it. It has not taken a backseat. Okay, just checking, Shayla. You hadn't mentioned the Pokemon one in a while, so I didn't know if it had kind of gotten on the back burner. But yeah. So with that, yeah, like I said, I'm trying to write a book, and I've got a full-time job that demands a lot of my time, and I travel a lot, so limited time to work on YouTube stuff. But I'm trying to get the juice in me for video essays again. It's really hard for me to convince myself to do stuff sometimes because this is stupid because there are 17 of you watching this stream, and you're watching it because you like my video essays. Some of you just gave me money because you like our Let's Plays and video essays, but I have a very hard time convincing myself that my videos are good a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Which is a general problem, like, overall, but also, like, I have a hard time going back and being like, I'm at that point in the Dunning-Kruger effect where I feel really, really stupid because I actually know a decent amount, enough to know that I don't know that much about the given thing, right? Like,
right.
Again, you feel like you know less in the Dunning. Everybody knows what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, I assume. Joe, you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
I'm assuming, just by context, I'm assuming it's the effect of like getting to a certain level where you realize you know nothing.
It's
but
like the
you're technically
spectrum
above where you were before because you realize that. Like you're deep enough in that you realize how little you actually know.
Yeah.
It is a chart that measures, and there's other words for it as well. But it is basically, it measures perceived confidence versus competence.
Yeah.
In basically anything. It can be knowledge or a skill or whatever, but basically when you have initial beginner cursory knowledge that is better than you had 5 minutes ago or better than the layman, you really feel like you know a lot about this thing. And once you actually get really, really good at it, your confidence plummets. And you feel like you're terrible at it because you realize how much there is and you recognize all the gaps in your knowledge. And then eventually your level of knowledge and confidence kind of evens out and plateaus, but you actually never get back to that level of confidence that you had at the beginning when you were just starting to learn.
Yep.
Unless like learning a new language or something. If you truly become fluent, then sure, your confidence is higher, but for the most part it doesn't go that way.
The way that our program describes it is a spectrum between unconscious incompetence and conscious competence.
Sure.
Or no, unconscious competence. You want to be so competent that you can do it unconsciously.
Yeah.
Which makes more sense when you're talking about something like being a therapist, where like I need to be thinking about the conversation we're having. I don't need to be thinking about how I'm supposed to respond to the conversation that we're having.
Yeah.
It's okay
you're present in it. You're not kind of, there's no part of you that's looking at it from up here.
Yeah, not at least the entire time. Like there definitely is, especially in terms of like if you're reviewing notes and putting together a treatment plan and a case conceptualization and that sort of thing, like you're no longer in the moment, you're thinking about the moment.
Yeah.
And that's kind of when you're holding it from that like higher space of, okay, I'm integrating this with theory and interventions and evidence-based practices and things of that nature. Like that's when you do the kind of top down instead of like in the moment. That's when you're supposed to be able to unconsciously just do the thing that you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but just going back to a lot of my old stuff, I'm like, I said a lot of stuff about game development that's just like just flatly wrong, and I feel like a lot of my stuff just has no shelf life as a result. So whenever I think about making something, I'm just thinking about, will I like this in 4 years? And again, like I said, when you work really hard on something for like a couple of weeks and you put it out and it doesn't do that well, you don't want to start working on something again immediately, which is why I'm gonna try and accumulate stuff ahead of time so that can't really hit me as much. I've got a couple of weeks for things to not go well, maybe, and for me to be like, okay, I can, it can keep going. It's fine. Sidewise did a really good video going from unconscious incompetence to unconscious competence. I haven't watched a ton of Sideways' videos, but everyone that I've watched, I've generally liked. Dude, I am very happy to have you on my very few monthly Patreon givings. I've thought about canceling my Patreon several times in the last couple of months because I haven't done anything, and I really feel awful about the people who are giving me money on a day in, day out basis, and I haven't posted anything. I have very seriously considered canceling it and offering refunds, but the people who are there aren't canceling and haven't complained, so I thought maybe I'll just leave it, because it's also not that much money. Like, I haven't, nobody's handing me like $50 a month or whatever. It's all like, like $1, $2, $5 type stuff for the most part. So I haven't felt too bad about it. And also I've kept going like, I am working behind the scenes. I'm working. It's just not coming out. But anyway, so yeah, that's kind of what's going on behind the scenes with this stuff. If you guys see any streams in the immediate future, I'm going to be with YouTube. My focus is going to be, my focus is going to be on like video essays and on prepping edited Let's Plays. So I don't know how often I'm going to be going. I'm going to take 4 hours out of my weekend to stream. What I will probably do to try and maximize synergy is if I do a video on the main channel where I'm talking about a particular game, like the next day I'll do a one-off stream about that game to talk about it some more or something like that. Cool. But other than that, unless I'm back here with these guys, which again will not happen anytime for a while, I don't know, maybe like April or May timing at like the earliest. Mm-hmm. Then maybe we would sit down and do a stream together. But I don't know. Other than that, probably not a lot of streams. But yeah, so that's what's going on with all of that. Aiden says my book is coming along well, and I'm trying my absolute best to believe her. But it's very difficult for me. Can you explain? Can you explain using your degree why it's difficult for me?
Not politely.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
I mean, like, I don't know.
Wow, I shouldn't have put my foot in that.
And in layman's terms, we call it brain goblins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brain damage, exactly. Somebody a second ago said, give yourself some brain damage, that'll fix it.
You're talking about knowing too much. Knowing enough to know that you don't know anything.
I think that was actually far enough back that I was talking about not having confidence in any of my own work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We accept the love we think we deserve, I think it was.
I don't think that's the issue. It's just like a...
For some people. But,
for you, I meant specifically.
Shayla said do it impolitely, which is predictable.
I don't think it's that you don't think you deserve... at least specifically with, like, relationships. Like, I think you understand that relationships...
This is gonna be like when Kai Cenat had a counselor on to help talk him through the difficulty of Elden Ring. Had like a therapist on his stream.
Like,
he needs to get a therapist back because he's talking out the side of his head now.
Because
he's like complaining, and he's like, people need to stop worrying about getting handouts and just do their job. And it's like, my man,
says man who makes a living off of handouts.
Exactly.
But like, because you do know so much about the crafts that you are attempting, you're just like, but it can't be good because here's all the things wrong with it, and you're like, not thinking about the fact that everyone else who's looking at the thing that you're doing doesn't know that those things are wrong with it. Yeah. And you're like, but it's incorrect.
No, there was one thing that was absolutely immediately appreciable at work recently, where there was a video that I did not cut all by myself. Mm-hmm. It was last year, so recently. But I had like 17 different projects going on, and I handle a lot of our internal video stuff myself. But this was like, it was just one too many things. It was like, hey, this piece that I hired a studio to shoot. Mm-hmm. And I was like directing it, and I was like monitoring the edit. Like I went to this studio's office like 3-4 times to sit in on the edit, and they were sending me cuts through a website called frame.io that's like basically lets you leave time-stamped comments. So like I was participating in it, but I wasn't the one opening up, a Premiere or Final Cut and making the cuts myself. There were some audio issues in that drove me absolutely crazy. If you so let's say because it included interviews. If you're coming in the middle of I'm using only the back half of this sentence, right? Okay. So there's already sound in the air that the microphone is catching, which is the echo of whatever they said previously, right? So when you come in the middle of a sentence, you want like a very soft volume kind of helping to bring you into that. Mm-hmm. You want to basically have it like go from 0 decibels to whatever your normal thing is, even just over the course of like 3 frames. Mm-hmm. That makes it so that there isn't like a pop on the audio track of just a sound starts, right? Even just that very slight transition smooths the sound out like a ton. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. And that happens like 3 times in that video, and I didn't have access to the correct, because I did make some edits to it myself, but I didn't have access to the correct files to change that. And it drove me insane. And nobody else noticed it, including actual literal, like, marketing professionals from an agency who do video work.
Yep.
But it kills me every time that video plays anywhere because I could have fixed it in 2 seconds if I had the source
It's a
files.
good thing that you're not, like, obviously you care about audio, but it's a good thing that you're not, like, an audiophile, audio engineer, because for everything I've heard is that it's, like, there is, like, no upper limit to how much crisper and cleaner you can get.
Yes,
So
yeah,
people-
no, it's really good that my knowledge of audio is really
That's what I'm
basic,
saying.
bitch,
It's
simple.
like, don't you ever, like, don't seek out that knowledge.
If I got into mixing like more seriously than
It'd
what
be
I just do
over.
for our Let's
It would
Plays,
be
I would
over.
kill myself. I would spiral into abject depression. It would be so bad. Yeah, Shayla remembers me bitching about this audio problem at the time.
I
it was-
vaguely remember it. Once you
Yeah,
got
no,
there,
I
was like,
bitched to you
"Ooh."
about it. I think I bitched to Joey about it a little bit, but Shayla had a disadvantage of being on the other side of the planet, so I'm up at like 1 o'clock in the morning, like editing stuff, and she's like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "I'm gonna jump out a window. I'm losing my mind." Anyway, Jedi Sentinel said, "I will donate $50 right now if you do. I assume do it
probably-
impolitely." Here's my
probably.
question. Can you assess me impolitely without giving away anything like too personal that I wouldn't want revealed on the
No.
show? You couldn't do
No.
that. No, I was afraid of that.
No, absolutely
Will
not.
not happen.
Because I don't mind
use
like
them for nothing.
I don't mind talking about my brain problems, but if it was going to be like, well, Jacob, you had this formative experience.
I
as
mean,
a
I don't
child.
really know like a ton of
No,
your
I know.
formative experiences.
I know you don't. I was using that as an example.
Yeah, but just like that's not something I would feel comfortable doing.
All right, then let's not do that.
Because
then,
who
I guess.
knows where the landmines are?
Exactly. Yeah,
You know?
that's what I was gonna say. Is like I wouldn't know unless you wrote like if you could somehow give the entire thing to me right now beforehand, and I could approve which parts of it. Then
No.
then I would give you $50.
That's not how it works.
But no, that's not how it works.
Really is diverse, huh?
Meanwhile, I've heard album remasters that added errors that weren't in the last release. Oh, that happens all the time.
Oh my god.
Anybody heard about James Cameron's greatest AI 4K releases of 2 of his masterpieces?
Oh, God.
If you go buy the 4K discs of True Lies and not Alien. No, it is Aliens. Aliens was True Lies and Aliens both got vandalized by AI.
Oh man.
Excellent.
They were trying to do noise reduction, like taking away film grain, because that makes the movie better, is getting rid of film grain, even though this just like, I think actually people who like movies like film grain because it makes it feel warmer and real and whatever.
Yeah.
But the process of trying to eliminate the film grain is like the AI doesn't understand.
pink now.
The AI doesn't
Oh, yeah.
understand that in that shot where
They
Sigourney
probably
Weaver is
skinned the thing.
the AI doesn't understand that in that shot where Sigourney Weaver is kind of in the background, that grain structure isn't like freckles on her face. Or like in that shot of Vasquez, like way in the background,
Oh,
that
no.
grain isn't a single frame of her getting a big cartoon mouth on her face.
The crate, like, obviously, like, it's like, I know why. I know, I'm not stupid. I know why they're doing it, but it's like, it's so funny because, like, there are people that are so passionate about these things that they would, like, they'd just do this. They would just fix these things.
The
for you.
freaks who have fixed up the original release of Star Wars have put in so much work over decades, like finding old prints,
Yeah.
and they wouldn't need to. What's crazy? I think the craziest thing is that George Lucas is part of that. Like, and again, as much as I make fun of him, I got a lot of respect for George Lucas. He's part of that same like Scorsese, and like Spielberg, like gang of film preservationists and how important it is to preserve film and restore film and whatever. Which is why it's so nuts to me that I can't watch the original version of Star Wars.
Yeah.
There would be no such thing as a Han Shot First t-shirt if you could just watch the original version of the movie. Everybody would be like, have you seen the special edition? It's this really cool thing where Lucas went back and tinkered with it and added a bunch of new special effects. It's really neat.
He changed some things up. I don't really agree with all of it, but it's an
It would-
interesting little second viewing
It would be
experience.
a neat curio that people watched like the extended editions of Lord of the Rings instead of like this reviled thing. You
Yes.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's so wild.
Don't look down as the camera
Yep.
automatically pans down for me.
As
Video
the
games
camera
love doing that.
forces you to do
No.
that.
I haven't touched a button, or I haven't had to touch a button for the last like 5 minutes.
Yeah, Jedi Sentinel said, okay, that's fair. Don't give us anything private. I was like, yeah, listen, she's like actually training to be a therapist.
That's
like,
me.
The impolite version is private. But I was just curious in your head, like, what is that register as? That's why I asked.
I feel like not anything that we didn't talk about in the last week.
Sure.
You know?
But some of what we talked about in the last week, I wouldn't want to air.
Sure. No,
publicly.
I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, I think you've heard it.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I assumed.
yeah.
We had a pretty in-depth discussion both about the draft itself and also like. So Aiden, this is my problem, and you know that I have like it's not that you've never heard this
Right.
before. You've heard it plenty. You've heard about it when I was complaining about audio popping on a video a couple of months ago. But yeah, it's so yeah. No, we've definitely had a discussion about it recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joey.
Look at that stupid thing to collect it.
Neril did a video last year about those two 4K remasters that we may have to watch because
Okay.
it's real cringe. Not the video, the work.
Yes, exactly. That sounds good. Who the hell?
What's your plan?
I just like the only reason I'm doing this is I wanted to go to the training mode, and it won't let me because we were stuck there, and it's like, well, you can't leave. We gotta go.
I was really like debating Dignity Chicken versus $50. But
Everyone has a price.
But YouTube takes the money. After I would get it, after I got it, it'd be like $35 or something like that, and it's not enough. Then again, I did go.
Jacob says he knows his worth.
Then again, I did offer to go. Then again, I did offer to go suck cocks for Yosef to win an Oscar.
It's
so
true.
I don't know. Maybe
Some things are priceless, though.
It's true. Yeah. It really is. It really is the idea of fuck the Oscars, man, accepting an Academy Award.
It's too good.
There's a lot that I would give up to see to manifest that into reality.
Yep.
Plus, if I did that, Yosef would probably offer me a job, so that'd also be cool.
Yep.
Oh, Jacob, you suck all the dicks, man. I said fuck the Oscars. You took it literally. That's crazy. Come play one of my games, man. That's so sick, dude. It's gonna be so good. But hey, don't get too near my cock. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man. What a guy.
I got a wife and 2 kids. No one near my cock, man.
Look at all this interesting stuff. Get me the hell out of here.
Because you're just gonna go out and watch all these cutscenes later. At this rate, you should just use this character that Aiden has made in
Yeah,
Bean.
I'm tempted. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow.
No, you can't do that, Joey. That's not allowed. That's illegal.
Ah!
You'll fall and hurt yourself.
It's an illegal left.
Elden Ring added a jump button.
Uh-huh. And I'm really happy for you, Joey.
You'll twist your ankle. If you jump
There's no
off it.
fall damage. Fall damage doesn't exist in the world of Monster Hunter.
Yeah, because it only lets you fall where it's safe.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Aiden, that's really good logic right there. That drop right there, you would have clipped out a world. You don't know, Joey. They were saving you.
It's making me go somewhere, but can I not?
If it won't let you drop, that's because it would kill you, and there can't be any fall damage in this world.
There's probably fall damage in the Mila Jovovich world.
There's probably fall damage in the Mila Jovovich world.
That oh my god.
There was a lot of damage when he talked about falling to your Chinese. It really damaged him at the box office.
This oh man.
Set back United States-China relations
you-
by 15 years.
you-
When we go to war over Taiwan, we can blame
It's gonna
Mila
be because of
Jovovich.
It's man, if you watch this game and you thought to yourself, I wish the colors were way more desaturated and it was way more depressing, then you might like that movie. Everybody dies in that movie a lot, and they make up stupid bullshit where they're like, yeah, the dragon is completely invincible unless you shoot it in the mouth.
Well, that's what because people
Because
watching
it's
the movie are
magic.
like, it's a video game. It's a
video.
weak point.
What is this? What was that? What are you?
It's a guy.
It's a guy.
Some kind of guy.
Ember Rough Lizard.
Hunter's duty, you know?
What a cool guy. I'm trapped here forever now. I can't
Bean
leave.
Burrito is lecturing us on a hunter's duty. Like, I think I know what
She
I
would
think.
do that.
That said pop-up camp, and for some reason my brain processed like, is this talking about Pop-Tarts? What? My brain was like, read
Is that
it too
blue?
fast.
Are you? You're not supposed to be blue. Is that blue? Am I crazy?
That's pretty
blue.
racist of you to say, Joey.
That's blue. You're not.
Why are
pure
you
lost.
Why are you black?
A spray of honey that cures and heals anyone. That's awesome. Go get in my pocket. Sick. I love this game.
A sleep toad. He sprays a spray that puts monsters to sleep.
Safety, dangerous. Yeah, okay. Screw it. Why not?
Alrighty. Well, I think that's actually a good place to end. You're gonna head in there, take a nap, save and quit, and we can see we can also see what the title screen is for hanging out with the gang in this location.
It's telling me I can play with Palico if I hold R2. Is that what we're doing?
Beep bop bop. It's gonna be weird in this outfit because you can't really pet Palico.
It's not working though.
Because the hand's gonna go to the metal parts. Maybe just press it instead of hold it? Tap it, like mash it. He's looking at him. Oh, I can't. What was that? You ever do that to Bean? Just give him a little touch and make him go, huh?
100%, absolutely.
I have seen a clip.
What was that? Again, Bean would not feel it right now in
No.
the mecha suit as she is.
I've seen a clip I probably won't be able to replicate, but there's one where your cat is like jumping, and then you do a big jump and it launches it into the air.
That was actually especially embarrassing in the robot suit.
Here, we'll,
Because it was like physically curled up into a defensive ball, essentially holding the little controls.
there we go. Now you can be extra embarrassed.
Little baby.
Get up here. Is that a condescending thing to do to like an intelligent, sapient life form?
I don't know.
That's the weird thing. I don't know. I've not.
I don't know. Like,
Come here, Pluto.
They seem
parents do it to like kids.
I suppose that's true.
they seem to love it,
They seem to love it. They
But
love
it's
getting
like-
scratched.
but I don't really know. You know,
Oh, well.
it's also funny because there are also bad ones that are a different color.
What do you
They
mean?
steal from you.
Wait, can't you customize the color of yours, though?
You can, yeah.
So what, are the bad ones a color you can't customize
Why
them
did
to?
it go over there? I don't know. Well, it's technically a different species. They're called Malinxes
Okay.
instead of Phalanxes.
Okay.
Why did the camera do that?
I don't know. I don't know, dude. Save and quit. Or are we poking the cat some more?
No, it's fine. Couldn't save and quit in there. Have to come out here and do it.
Oh, okay. I thought we quit exactly from that place previously, but that's fine.
Maybe I'm just lying to you.
I don't know, dude. I mean, I wasn't doubting you. It just these things happen.
Oh, I don't know. It was in confidence I said it, but then as soon as you were like, "But can't you?" I'm like, "Well, maybe."
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, everybody's. It was about time for a bunch of people to say goodnight. I'm shocked that Shayla's in this stream because it's like, Shayla, what time is it in Germany right now?
Get a load of that kitty cat.
It's got to be like 3:00 in the morning there. I don't actually remember the conversion off the top of my head, but it's
I don't even know what
got to
time
be
it
about
is
that
now.
time. It's
Oh, I see.
8:30.
I see.
I will scrounge us up some dinner and Aiden will
looked
get out of here
outside
later
and
than she
saw
meant
it
to.
was
I
dark.
apologize.
It's fine.
There was an
It's
opportunity to
fine.
make $50 as a therapist there for a second.
That's
but
cool.
Wilds.
Yep.
3:30. I was actually hey,
Right on the money.
Oh my
that was
gosh.
good.
Actually, also, this was so stupid, and I just wanted to. I saw Wilds, and I wanted to bring it
Just
up. Now.
finished work. Late night at the restaurant, I assume, Shayla.
You
Hour or
brought
two to
it
come down
up
from
way
that, yeah.
earlier, Jay, that you were trying to look up stuff for this. Like I kept typing in Rise. What sucks is like usually with a game, it's like you just abbreviate it when you're googling stuff, right? It's like when I was playing Xenoblade Chronicles X, and I was like, I need to Google something. I just do like XCX or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
right? With Monster Hunter, it was like with World, it's like MHW. It's like, oh, you can't do that.
No.
With Wilds, and
Got to
then-
type in the whole thing.
and it's like, oh, so you do, MHWI. The problem is the DLC for Worlds was Iceborne, so it was
No.
MHWI. So you just gotta type in Wilds now. It sucks.
Yeah, I guess MH Wilds isn't too bad.
No, but it could be better.
It could be better though.
It's not XCX.
It forces to
Given
given
impolitely,
impolitely, says Jordan Comber with a $50 donation. You really did not have to do that. I
Oh
was just joking around. Well, now we got to do something. We got to do something special to end this to show our gratitude.
Do a special stream where you pull up a therapist chair in here and have a live session for
Mm-hmm.
the world to see.
Hey, you know what?
There's like a
Jor-
lot of confidentiality issues.
It's okay. Everything can be bought out.
Okay, here. How about this? Jordan.
We live in America.
Jordan also asked, "When's the Patreon exclusive sneak preview?" And it was about Aiden being impolite on something. Aiden, spoil one thing about my draft, dealer's choice.
Oh shit. Okay.
Could be a concept, a plot beat.
See, here's the thing. Like, there's stuff that would be juicy, but like, I think it would be so much juicier if you got to read it yourselves. You know what I mean? So
Well,
like,
that's what makes it-
what's an interesting spoiler?
I don't know.
But
Just a thought.
but something that's not. No, I like the thought. But I'm having to filter through.
Sure. Take your time.
Just describe the very last page that's available.
No,
I know it was for the
No.
joke, Jordan Combra, but this is also for the joke.
It's for the meme, as the kids
Actually,
say.
if she described the very last page just on its own with no context, it would be utterly meaningless.
Right? Yeah.
Here, I'll describe it.
No, don't.
Main
don't.
character meets someone that she thought she would never see again. Done.
I mean, yeah,
Scandalous.
that's fine. But like, one thing is.
I just spoiled something.
The-
The main character's a female.
Yeah, my first thought honestly was the name thing, but I feel like that'll hit so much harder if you don't.
I think because that's not in the draft. I told you about that separately.
Right.
I feel like I would veto that one.
Okay. All right.
Listen to these nerds talk about books. The only book I read is The Guide to a Video Game.
I really thought you were about to say the goddamn Bible.
I didn't say the only book I read is the strategy guide for Star Fox Assault.
That's a deep cut.
Okay.
The only book I read is the good book.
I'm gonna scroll through it real fast.
I'll spoil. I guess I'll
Stop spoiling stuff because I don't want you to have to like say a bunch of stuff.
No, I was gonna say I could set the temperature. I could spoil something about it and kind of like give you like a purview maybe.
Outside, they'll miss you soon, so I'll talk fast is the last sentence of this fucking draft, and I was so upset. Where did I highlight stuff? Does that help me at all?
I don't know.
Man, I could be killing monsters.
You got Joey.
Oh, okay.
I
got it. I'm gonna say this because it's not like a plot spoiler, but it was a really cool thing and I liked it.
Okay.
Main character is in fact a little bit of a magical girl, and she uses her magic to talk to her horse and do really fucking cool shit.
That's a good spoiler.
That's a good spoiler. Okay.
It's a good spoiler. Yeah.
Magical horses, huh? I guess
No, the horse isn't magical.
No.
The horse is not magical.
Oh, we'll see how long that lasts. Everything's a full circle, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Perhaps. Yeah, that's a good spoiler. I like that spoiler. Alrighty. That's gonna be that for the evening, gents. You guys have a good night, and we'll see you not for a long time in this format, but I'm optimistic that we will be back to at least releasing FF7 remake episodes at least by the ending of the month. I really want to try and crank through a couple of projects, but God, I say that. God, I'm going to be on the road so much. I need to get a lot done this week. Like, I'm going to be on the road because I was thinking like, oh, once I get back to where I live now, I'll work on stuff. And I was like, I almost immediately have to turn around and go 2 other places again later this month. I need to work this week while I'm sitting here still. But yeah, everybody, you guys have a good evening. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me, guys.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
It was nice having you on a stream since we don't do that too often.
Yeah.
Alrighty, night, everybody.
Take it easy, folks.